Good morning and welcome to the ANNPNA Educational Conference of 2025. I would like to welcome our visitors, friends, guest speakers, and ANNPNA members for attending today's conference. My name is Dr. Ebony Okeke, and I will be your conference moderator. It is a pleasure to be here with such a dynamic group of professionals, and I'm really excited to guide us through today's engagement. My role is to take us through today's event and ensure that we are on schedule. A little bit behind. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers and presentations. We have lots of opportunities today to interact with each other, gain clinical knowledge, and grow professionally. So I would encourage everyone to stay to the very end of this conference in order to claim your conference CEU. So we're going to get started with a welcome address delivered by our ANNPNA president. She has worked tirelessly with the ANNPNA Educational Conference committee members to ensure that this conference is well organized and successful. We truly appreciate her vision and her leadership. It is my pleasure to introduce our ANNPNA president, Dr. Rita Ntasi.
Good morning. Good morning. Was it difficult finding this getaway site? Really? You remember when we started planning? I wanted us to have the feel like we went somewhere outside Maryland. So that's why you're here. So now you feel like you got away from home. If I brought you in the city, like Marriott and Greenbelt, you could run home for some errands, and we didn't want to do that. So I'm glad you all made it out here great, and everybody is looking fantastic. Real fantastic. I love the green, and everybody looks amazing on it. So I want to welcome you. Our moderator today has laid the ground rules for us. We all have to be here to claim the credit. It's a day conference and it's packed with great speakers. And we have a poster presentation as well, which you can go out anytime and look at. They're still on schedule. So if you want to take an early look at it, you can walk through the door and it will be on your left as you exit the door. My name is Dr. Rita Ntasi. I'm the president of this organization. This great organization full of talented men and women. But right now we're currently blessed with one man amongst us. So give it up for Dr. who has consistently played that role to cover for all the men that are missing in action. And that's why we bestowed him with the title of our board chairman. So another round of applause for him. My speech is already written out, but I just want to use this opportunity to appreciate every one of you for coming out here. I know there are other options, there are other seminars or conferences that you would have loved to go to, but you chose to be here because you care about what we do and who we are. Special thanks to all our presenters today. Some are already here and some are still on their way based on their schedule. But I want us to look at this conference as something that is going to be beneficial to all of us professionally, because the knowledge gained from this conference is something we're going to implement in our practice, which will work hard towards making sure that we give evidence-based practice to our patients, because that's where it is right now. No more time for guesswork. We used to do it like this. No. We used to do it like this. It's not the way to go. We treat patients based on evidence, and that's why we continuously promote ourselves through learning new things. We have drug reps or pharmaceutical reps outside the lobby area, and they're here to give us guidance into their various products. And for that reason, I will encourage each and every one of us during the breaks to please stop at their various tables to hear what they have to share and see what new product they brought along. If we don't do that, it might cost us something next time. You might not get people to come sponsor this event. They are there as sponsors. Each of those tables out there was paid for, and they're the reason you have hot breakfast. If not, you would have had continental breakfast, which ANNPNA can afford. But ANNPNA cannot afford your hot breakfast. So you're going to have hot buffet lunch as well. And this is courtesy of our sponsors. So I would really, really appreciate that we all go out there, stop at their various tables, and hear what they have to say at every interval. Even if you're going to the restroom, just stop, say something to them. It makes them happy. And business is good when we all work together. Okay. So I know we're running behind schedule. I don't have time to go through this. That's why I put it down on paper. But I just want to appreciate everyone that has been here. But my special thanks goes to our keynote speaker, Dr. Charlotte Nwogugu, who I never met. I was referred to her by a colleague of mine at work who does not even work with me anymore, but I reached out to him, they worked together, and he said, you know, I have a fantastic person to do this role. I am not equipped to do what you're asking me to do, but I know somebody who can do it very well. And when I spoke to Charlotte on the phone, it sounded like we've known each other for years. So she's very, very knowledgeable and affable, and I'm glad she accepted our invitation. So please help me in welcoming her before her time comes, because it is great to have somebody accept your invitation without even knowing you or meeting you at no cost. That is the key thing. So please, I want us to appreciate her, because she should have been teaching in University of Maryland, but she chose to be here with us. So it's not easy. So I welcome you to ANNPNA Conference, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you all, and have a great conference. Nigerian MPs, great providers.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for the warm welcome to kick off our conference. That was a wonderful and engaging speech, and I think we're all warmed up and ready to go, right? Another round of applause for our honorable and able Madam President. Okay. So next on our agenda, we have the opening remarks by our founding president. She is the backbone of this association. She continues to build and structure ANNPNA by uplifting, strengthening, and encouraging all our members to succeed. It is my pleasure to welcome our founding president, Dr. Nikki Eziani.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be among you. We started this journey. I titled my opening speech as Leading with Vision, Empowering Nigerian Nurse Practitioners. And when we started this, we didn't know it's going to be this far. But I want to use this opportunity first to thank and mention our dynamic president, Dr. Rita Ntasi. She took this challenge. She took this challenge when a group wanted to scatter us for no reason, because we know how DMV behaves. Wherever we go as a group, whether it's a women organization or whatever it is, DMV comes up. So it became a threat. So, but we looked at it, and that's why I know that we have the vision. We ended up here because it was so close for us to we could have gone different ways. And then Dr. Rita came along. I prayed when I was trying to step there. I said, God, let's not this cause us problem. And this is one lady that she will move this table even if you don't help her. So I want to thank her and her executive for all they have done and to getting us to this stage. I want to thank the planning committee. I want to thank the education committee led by Dr. Ogo Ofo. So my colleagues, we already know what vision is. Yes, I'm the founding president, but I found it with a group of nurse practitioners. So we have a target. We looked at what do we want to do. We could have achieved it by now, but COVID brought its own problems. We're still planning on going to Nigeria. Let's call it 4 days ago or 5 days ago. A doctor called me. This doctor was practices at the specialist hospital in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Apparently, their governor wants to have a nurse practitioner, because they told me about this governor. He's somebody that wants to move forward. He travels. So he wants to bring more advanced nurses to his state. So according to him, he called to the US, looking at doctors. And then a doctor called me to see if we can meet and see how we can get to this. There are other MP groups, but they chose us. So we're going to work on this and see how it goes. So what I'm trying to say is that vision goes personal, professional. Wherever you find yourself, leave a mark. That's why we have a pen. You don't clean that. You clean pencils, you don't clean pen. Don't belong to association because you just want to only chat and go and leave something behind. That's why we have insurance. We have all these benefits for our children. We could have swallowed all of it and moved our way because when we die, we don't know what is going on. But you have a vision for your children. So I want us to consider this association as one of that. Show up. Bring up ideas. It was a challenge when our president was looking for speakers. I know all of us have written one project or another. And we love you to use us to practice, to come out, to speak. Speaking money now is so expensive. If you start to speak, there is money in it. But then it broadens you out. People remember you for what you've left behind. We traveled so far to get here. And as women, mothers, married women, and look at how far we've gone. We've achieved. When nurses used to be the bad jokes of either what we did to our husbands or what we did to whoever. But look at us. We are achievers. So I want us to bring the younger ones. Let's let them know about nurse practitioner. Let them understand what we do. We are great professionals. We are great providers. And then when we come out in group, and that's why we have our, you know, support, our sponsors, the power of our pen, we write prescriptions. That's why they're here. They're not here just to look at us. It's what we bring. I want to use this opportunity for us, please, as we live here, to remember them. If their medication is what you want, think about it, write it, promote them. Because the best thing we are going to do in future is with them. They have to support this. I want to give credit to Washington vascular specialist. As we gathered, I remember I and Dr. Chioma, we are talking about this. How do we go about it? He happened to be in my office the next day. I mentioned it to him. He said, do it, I'll sponsor it. So he sponsored our first meeting. Very good dinner, wonderful. And I think sponsored the next one. And since then, for that number of years, he's been coming. He's been sponsoring us up till today. They're out there. This time he was on vacation in India. I called him. He said, what? Did you talk to my manager? Oh, no, we need to be there, we need to be there. And they showed up. So because some of us, signed up with them, they do ABI, Doppler, so many things, and some of us that have clinics, followed suit, and that gave them the courage and said, oh, I can put my money to this. This is how it works. So when you go anywhere, any professional, any personal, think about who is following you. What am I going to leave behind? So I'm so happy. I'm up my script. It's written down. But I just felt that we need to know that we are all leaders. Please, Dr. Ntosi will be stepping down anytime. So let's grow young ones. That's my baby there. She was one of the founding members as a student. But then since then, she had young children. She got them where she wanted them to be, and she came back with fire. So these are the type of people, the young ones we need to, grow. And so that we can sit behind and watch them grow this association that we have, brought up to this level. I want to thank us for letting us be at this level. When we took the vote to become ANNPNA, it was a clear, short vote because we know what we want. We have our vision. We don't want a dictator. We don't want anybody to come and pull us back. And that's why we are here. And that's why we are thriving. So I thank everybody. I'm so glad to be among you. And I'm so glad to be your colleagues, the ones who have helped me, the ones that I've helped. And this is how we'll continue to do it. And I know she's not here. I want to shout out to one of our colleagues, Dr. Nwamaka Oparoji. This is what we talk about vision. When she was jumping around with her placards, I said, Amaka, what is going on? Are you getting into politics? She said, no, for 30-something years I've been in Prince George's County. I've owned this house for this long. And I look at this woman as somebody who can bring Nigerians into her government, do things for us, recognize us. And she never met her. She kept doing that, jumping to the road, doing placards. Either one of her team or somebody. But she was seen. She didn't apply for that. And she got an invitation letter. Now, one of us is commissioner of multi. Yeah. Could you believe that? That's wonderful. So that's vision. So I thank you. I thank you so much. We are going to enjoy this. There is no much time to talk. I just want us to relax and enjoy today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nikki, for that amazing remark. Thank you so much for the encouraging words. As individuals, as members of this association, we will all continue to strive to grow this association and make it even better than what it is. So we've heard from our president, and we've heard from our founding president. What a wonderful way to kick off this conference. Come on, we're ready. So it is time to begin our conference presentations, and I hope we are all excited to hear our wonderful speakers that are lined up today. Are we all excited? Yes. Excellent. Okay. Quick reminders, 2 things. The bathroom is across the hall on the left if anyone needs to get up to use the bathroom. Also, just to mention about the CEUs, if you want to obtain your CEU, you have to complete the evaluations of the conference that will be emailed to you, and then you can get the CEUs. Okay, so I'm going to start to introduce our speaker. Again, kindly refer to the brochure to review details of their wonderful accomplishments and credentials. Let us make sure we give our speakers our undivided attention and full participation. If we have questions, there will be opportunity for questions at the end of each speaker's presentation. So, without further ado, I will be introducing our first keynote speaker, Dr. Charlotte Nwogugu. Dr. Nwogugu will be speaking on advanced practice registered nurses leading the charge in chronic disease management through innovation, collaboration, and policy advocacy. Dr. Charlotte Nwogugu is a nationally recognized expert in behavioral health, global mental health integration, and health systems innovation. She is a board-certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, a licensed clinical professional counselor, and a substance abuse professional. Dr. Nwogugu brings more than 18 years of interdisciplinary leadership. She has also published in peer-reviewed journals on culturally responsive mental health practices and interdisciplinary care models. Dr. Nwogugu currently serves as the director of the Office of Global Health at the University of Maryland School of Nursing. She is also the founder and president of Oakley Brown Corporation and the medical director of Insightful Life Therapeutic Services. Please join me to welcome Dr. Charlotte Nwogugu.
All right.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Ntosi. It's been such a pleasure meeting you, and our interactions have just been delightful. Dr. Ezeani, thank you for your inspiring words this morning. You already had me kind of thinking about changing my slides a little bit right before. And to my fellow Nigerian nurse practitioners and healthcare professionals who are in the room, thank you again for being here. It really is my distinct honor to address each and every one of you today in Columbia, Maryland. So I'm going to be talking about leading the charge in chronic disease management through innovation, collaboration, and policy advocacy. And these are a few of the learning objectives that I had developed. We're going to explore how APRNs and our roles are redefining chronic disease management. And then we're also going to kind of explore and examine the complex landscape of practice authority, because as a nurse practitioner in the United States, we cannot talk about practicing as a nurse practitioner without talking about authority. I mean, it goes hand in hand. And then, of course, we're going to discuss how collaboration that is rooted in our cultural views and professional expertise can drive better health outcomes. So when we think about healthcare in the United States, and specifically chronic diseases. When you think about this, the statistics are quite staggering. But behind every statistic is a human story. These are patients whose lives hang in the balance. And as nurse practitioners, we see this every day. And we bring a very unique perspective to this crisis. So when our patients typically come to us, they're not just coming to us, carrying their medical conditions, but also the weight of the cultural expectations, the economic pressures, even the mental health challenges that sometimes are seen and unseen, and sometimes the trauma of navigating a healthcare system that, quite frankly, was not built with inclusion in mind. It was not built with cultural competency in mind. So really kind of thinking about that. And this is where we as advanced nurse practitioners become not just healthcare providers, but, but advocates, educators, and bridge builders between cultures. Because we've been there, we understand those nuances, and we've seen a lot in our personal experiences as well as our professional experiences. And I wanted to add this in here because when we think of what it is that sets us apart, our model really represents a paradigm shift from the traditional biomedical model to a more comprehensive, inclusive model that is very patient-centric and very, very, that focuses on patients. We don't just treat diseases, because as nurse practitioners, because we are ensuring that it's patient-centered, we are also looking at the person as a whole. And we also understand that, medical conditions like depression and anxiety can exacerbate hypertension. It can exacerbate cardiovascular disease. It can exacerbate even cancer, because a lot of times you see patients who may come in and they've had so much trouble with trying to manage their diabetes, but underlying that is depression. And that is where we as nurse practitioners, because we understand that there are so many other things going on with these patients, we take the time to ask questions. When we address the depression that accompanies diabetes and anxiety that worsens hypertension, we truly provide comprehensive care. When we look at some of those underlying causes, it really does impact the healthcare outcomes that we see. And as NPs, we are also at the forefront, because now, we have technology, wearable technology, telehealth, we're talking about, AI. For the record, AI is here to stay. It's not going away. I love ChatGPT. I have a subscription. It's only $20 a month, but for me, it's about understanding how this can also improve my practice with my patients. How can I utilize artificial intelligence to improve the health outcomes that I hope to see with my patients? And, it is revolving, and also revolutionizing how we manage chronic diseases. And we are quite uniquely positioned to integrate these innovations into compassionate patient-centered care. I've seen firsthand how remote monitoring can transform the life of a diabetic patient. My husband is diabetic, type 2. And when he got diagnosed, he was 50 pounds overweight. And he has his, smartwatch. And he uses that every day to monitor his steps and his exercise and all of that. And I've seen how it literally transformed how he views his healthcare process and his journey now. And even sharing that data with his primary care physician, we've really been able to see it make a turnaround, even with what his blood sugar is looking like now. So, really, just understanding the fact that we can also integrate those tools into our practice is critical. Our clinical expertise, also combined with our cultural understanding, allows us to really leverage some of these tools effectively while maintaining that human connection. Even though AI is here, the human connection is always going to be paramount to our practice. And as MPs, it is part of our practice model that really allows us to hone in on those skill sets. So, for the record, doctors are not, they're not that great when it comes to that. But I just wanted to also kind of include a case study here. And the chances are that a lot of you have seen cases like this in your practice where you have a Nigerian elderly woman who comes in, she has had, she's obese, has type 2 diabetes, hypertension. She probably has depression, but it's been undiagnosed for years. And she has been to several different providers, like just changing them like they change underwear every day. And no one seems to understand why her blood sugar is not being managed effectively. They use the term, oh, she is medication ambivalent, or not adhering or non-compliant with her medication, but she's depressed. Asking those simple questions. When I saw this lady, a family member had referred her to me. And, I looked at her chart and I said, my goodness, you have a lot going on. Let's start from the beginning. And, as she started speaking, a lot of her complaints were in terms of when I asked her about her mood, she said, oh, she feels fine, but she has this waist pain. She has back pain, but the doctors have done x-rays and they can't seem to find the cause of it. So as we continue to dig deeper, lo and behold, it's depression, severe. One of the things that you learn as a psych NP is that you understand how depression can literally impact everything else. When you're depressed, you're not interested in taking your medications. When you're depressed, you don't feel like doing anything. You have all sorts of aches and pains that don't even have a root. You have back pain that showed up from nowhere. You're aching all over the place. And that was the cause of this woman's issues. So we started treating the depression. And lo and behold, because of that understanding of the cultural aspect, being able to ask those questions, cultural sensitivity and competency, we were able to see the outcomes that improved her chances and prevented her from having any further complications. When we think about how we treat patients, it's important for us to note that the patients within our communities are the people that when they see us, they know that we understand what it is they are going through. Because at some point or the other, all of us were immigrants and we saw what it took to get to where it is that we are today, but we also understand the challenges of being an immigrant in this country. When I shared these slides with my mother, and my mother saw these slides, she said, Ezenwa, I don't listen to what the doctors say when I go to see them. That was a shock for me. I mean, I have an 8-year-old and we call him voice of the world because he talks a lot and he asks a lot of questions. He will ask you why the earth is round. I mean, if it was flat, would you fall? Like, he's that kind of kid. And he actually asked her if she stops breathing at night because my father uses a CPAP machine. And the boy had to ask these questions 3 times because none of us understood what he was saying. And at one point, we had to tell him to slow down and speak a little bit slower because we're a little bit older. And when he was done, I asked my mom, I said, how did we get here? She said, that is exactly how it is when she goes to see the doctors. They talk too much and they talk way too fast. So she doesn't even bother listening. She just says, just give me the paper And, you know, she calls me, and my twin sister and her husband are physicians. So we're the ones that kind of look through everything and say, okay, this is what they're saying. But the point I'm trying to make with that story is, if she is saying exactly that, imagine how this woman who had obesity, diabetes, hypertension was feeling going through different providers who were not listening. That is one of the things that we as MPs, we really do bring to the table and are able to address in our specialty. Well, let's switch a little bit to talk about the regulatory environment and looking at practice authority. Within the United States, the patchwork of practice authority regulations, it really creates a very complex landscape for nurse practitioners to be able to address issues with their patients, particularly for Nigerian nursing community, many of whom we are trained, outside of the U.S. So that right there creates a barrier with not in trying to understand the healthcare landscape here. But it's not just about maximizing or minimizing the issue of compliance. It's also about maximizing, our impact within the constraints of a system while advocating for change. As nurse practitioners, we are extremely powerful. As Dr. Eziani mentioned earlier, when you have vision, you know exactly where it is you're going. And together, we can truly change the landscape of practice. Each category of practice authority really presents unique opportunities when we really think about it, as well as challenges. And as NPs, we must be strategic in how we navigate these waters. It's not about trying to fight every battle, but being extremely strategic and, quite frankly, calculating, whether we want to say manipulative, okay, but calculating in how and where we put our energies and where we collaborate and how we collaborate with other practitioners to be able to ensure that we meet the goals. So what are some of those challenges and obstacles, and how can we navigate them? Of course, we have the issues of supervision in certain states. I got my Psych MP from University of Missouri, Kansas City, and if I recall, it's restrictive. So of course I said, well, I'm not going to be here. Okay, moving on. But again, when we think about these things, they are not just merely bureaucratic inconveniences. They represent real barriers to patients. Imagine a patient, a Nigerian patient who just came in and they need to get a physical done, but the only physician in their area doesn't have any openings for the next 4 months. But then we have MPs, but MPs are not able to practice in that state because of those restrictive laws. So right there, the patient is not able to be seen. What ends up happening is that now that patient now then has to go to the emergency room because now there is an issue or a complication, which had it been identified earlier, would have prevented an ER visit. And if any one of you has ever been to the ER, you know how expensive it is, right? So again, really thinking about that. And as Nigerian APRNs, these challenges are often compounded by the need to establish professional networks, which a lot of times can be tricky to navigate, especially in a new country where you are dealing with subtle and overt discrimination, racism. Those things are very real. Every single person in this room has experienced that at one point or the other in their lives, as recently probably as even today or even yesterday. So just kind of really thinking about that and really understanding that, yes, these are obstacles, but there are still ways to navigate around it, especially when we are able to build those networks that we need. And then, of course, when we think about some of those strategies, again, in collaborative practice states, it requires relationship building. Every single thing, especially as an advanced practice nurse practitioner, is really about relationships. Dr. Yeziani, again, I'm going to keep referring to you. You kind of described some of the relationships you had with you called it Washington Vascular? Exactly. That is a relationship that had been built. And with that, when you think about how to navigate some of these things in terms of even just finding a physician in some of these states, it really is about relationships. And it often means going going beyond those traditional medical networks and leveraging our cultural connections. And sometimes those cultural connections, it doesn't always have to be, oh, the person has to be Nigerian for me to leverage a cultural connection. The advantage that we have as Nigerian nurse practitioners is that we are able to navigate quite a few spaces and different cultural practices. Because again, you have your own primary cultural practice, but at the same time, you are in an environment or in a country that has a different practice. So now you've learned how to navigate those spaces. And that is what I mean when I talk about leveraging cultural connections. And again, also when we think about how we can leverage those connections, it also includes also sharing best practices amongst ourselves. And when we demonstrate value through the excellent patient outcomes that we provide and professional competence, we change minds and open doors. Unfortunately, the fact is that, doors may not necessarily open until they see the value that you're providing. And sometimes, we kind of have to say, okay, well, I'm going to go through the back door and, demonstrate my value. And that way, when those doors open, it opens wide, as well as the windows and the roof. And then when we think about our voices as a policy group, it really doesn't happen in isolation. A lot of times, when you think about changing policy, there's a lot of collaboration that is involved in that. And it requires sustained advocacy and strategic action. You mentioned the lady that is now the Commissioner of Cultural Multicultural. There you go. So that was a strategic move on her end, really trying to make sure that she was visible in what it was that she was doing. That is critical. Because when we work as MPs, we shouldn't just be working and saying, you know what, I'm all about the work. Nobody needs to know what I'm doing. No, you need to shout it from the rooftops. In academia, one thing I've learned is that when you publish a manuscript, we share it with the entire university. That's almost 40,000 people getting to know that you just published one manuscript, just one. So imagine if you did that 10 times. All those 40,000 people are getting that same email. And it's not about, bragging, but it's about, again, highlighting the value that you bring to the organizations and to the communities that we serve. So again, we need to ensure that we do not underestimate our collective voices in shaping the future in healthcare policy. And then when we look at some of the evidence-based partnerships that have worked and really trying to understand how it works specifically where chronic disease management is involved, it really requires a team approach. In a lot of settings now, they have moved to a lot of those team models, which have shown very remarkable success, especially where mental health is involved, to properly integrate it, and with APRNs serving as central coordinators who ensure that the teams are working well, we see even improved outcomes because, again, our standard model is very, very patient-centric. And when we add the cultural competency aspect of our skill sets and also our individual cultural competency, we now then see and understand that we are able to even improve those healthcare outcomes even much better. Because when you look at mental health integration into services that are being provided, that is a critical aspect. And really understanding how that is key to a seamless integration, it really is important, but it's also essential for the comprehensive chronic disease management approach as well. And, this was just to also kind of just continue to highlight what it is that we see in terms of some of the integration models. We see the counselors and therapists, dietitians who are there for the nutrition, social workers for the psychosocial support, as well as navigation of services, community health workers for cultural navigation. Those are really key key roles, the community health workers, because these are also individuals who really know a lot about some of the programs that are available in the communities. And as NPs, really leveraging their skill set, again, collaborating with all of these other expertise really ensures that the services that we provide are critically engaging, and we see the healthcare outcomes that we need. But when we talk about, let's talk about how we honor our heritage while we are serving our communities. Again, it's not, when I think about cultural competency, it's really not just an added bonus. It really is a clinical advantage, and it does impact healthcare outcomes, and is very crucial for clinical care, because a lot of these patients that come to us, they're really scared, quite frankly. And as advanced practice nurse practitioners, a lot of our patients that come to us, when they think about mental illness, we know about the social stigma that is associated with it. We've seen how mental health patients are typically treated in Nigeria. Even here, it's still not perfect here. So really understanding how we can utilize our understanding of, say, mental health and how it impacts all these other chronic conditions. And now then also involving the family to understand that this is not to bring them shame, but this is now then to really educate them so they understand what it is that's going on with their family member is really key. And, building those cultural bridges, we also provide irreplaceable services, quite frankly, and it represents one of our greatest contributions to the American healthcare system, because there have been patients that I've seen in the hospital and no providers could reach them until I now then came in and took a different approach. And maybe my advantage was because I understood that the person had, a cultural belief surrounding mental health or mental health illness, and also involving the family in their healthcare, and also educating them about that as well. Because again, family members may, when they talk about bipolar or schizophrenia, they'll say, oh, well, he can be cured. And it's really just on helping them to understand that, this is a lifelong disease, but the patient can be stable. So even in mental health first aid, when we say recovery is possible, we are talking about stability, not necessarily being cured of certain conditions. So again, just really understanding how to educate patients and really help them understand that, yes, this is a belief system. This is something that we have done or we have believed all our lives, but this is really what it is. So again, really making sure that we are culturally adapted. There are some patients that may come to you and maybe their English is not fluent, but they speak impeccable Pidgin English. Guess what? Have that session in Pidgin English. Maybe their Pidgin English is not great, but they speak Igbo. Have that session in Igbo. One of the things that I find very interesting in the English language is that there are lots of words in English that we don't have in our native tongues. And then there are words in our native tongue that we may not necessarily be able to have an English translation for. Maybe that's kind of the interesting beauty of colonization, but just kind of looking at how those translations kind of go back and forth. So it really is important to understand that as a provider, and now then figure out the best way to really be able to educate the patients about what it is that's going on with them. The community-based support groups, spiritual care integration, a lot of the patients that we may see who are Nigerian would also have strong religious beliefs, and really ensuring that they are able to get the spiritual support that they need is critical. Maybe they are new here and they've not necessarily been able to find a church or what have you. Acting as that liaison to also make referrals is also something that, even as a nurse practitioner, is essential. So how do we demonstrate our impact? Because again, whatever it is we are doing, when we are demonstrating value, that means that we have been able to measure what it is that we are doing, and we have data to show that yes, this works. Talk about, the evidence-based practice, again, demonstrating our impact. In today's environment, it isn't just about justifying our existence, but to justify your existence as a nurse practitioner, or to justify our roles, we have to make sure that we are continuously improving the comprehensive care that we provide. And when I think about how I've done this in my own practice, I have ensured that whenever I saw a patient, I always collected the baseline data. And then every time they came, I collected data to see how much of an improvement has been made. And I'm not just collecting data about, okay, you're coming to me, we are treating your mental health. I'm also collecting data about their diabetes monitoring. What is your blood sugar today? Because now a lot of patients have the electronic monitoring devices. What is your blood sugar today? What's your weight? Have you been working out? All of those things, those are data points that you can also use to measure your impact as a provider. And these improvements don't happen by accident. It really is intentional when you're collecting those data points. Because again, we had to make sure that we were very, very systematic in our approach, and making sure that within our EHR system, we actually went into our EHR system and included those data points. So that way we are collecting them deliberately. So there is intention behind it. Because again, when you're talking about working to demonstrate the outcomes that you are discussing, there has to be numbers behind it. And again, kind of looking at some of those benchmarks and some of those tools that we use, the PHQ-9 quality of life scales, GAT-7. There are also, depending on what your specialty is, there are also going to be other scales and measurement tools and quality improvement tools that you will be able to use. If you work in a hospital system, excuse me, if you work in the hospital system, every hospital would have a QI department that would also be collecting that data. So I think that is also worth noting. And whenever you provide education to your patients, it's also important to document it. Let's document that, because that is also a QI measure as well. What kind of education was given? Was it about the medication? Was it about side effects? Was it about lifestyle changes, diet? If you remember in the few slides before, I had talked about, including the nutritionist to kind of help with guiding the nutrition aspects of patients. Oops, excuse me. Okay. So another part of our unique role is also in equity and addressing health disparities. And, when we think about health disparities, these are real suffering in our communities. Again, you think about the social determinants of health for anyone who has a public health background, or even as an MP, you would have learned about all of those issues, economic, income, housing, all of those things, location. Where you live can also determine how healthy you are. And we've seen those statistics, especially when we compare Prince George's County to Baltimore City. And, depending on what zip code you live in would determine the kind of healthcare services and the kind of investments that are made in those areas. So as nurse practitioners as well, or as APRNs, we also have a unique opportunity and responsibility to address this. We understand firsthand those challenges. And we also understand the cultural shame that is associated with poverty. We also understand the cultural shame that is associated with mental illness, the belief that depression is a sign of weak faith or weakness, things like that. And our presence in the healthcare system provides representation and advocacy. And this is an opportunity for us to truly use our voices to speak up about the issues that some of our community members are seeing. A lot of times, patients are misdiagnosed due to cultural understanding. Sometimes if the patient does not understand what the provider is asking, And then if the provider does not understand how the patient is describing their symptoms, they're going to diagnose them with the wrong thing, and then they're going to treat the wrong thing, which will now then cause further problems because now you're taking medication that you don't need. So again, really trying to ensure that we are at the forefront of addressing some of these issues is critical. Again, the advantage we have is, when you look at our cultural understanding of some of the mental health needs and just the healthcare system, and it's not just only mental health beliefs, really, a community trust and credibility. Nursing is the most trusted profession at least in the US. The interesting thing about it, though, is we need to do more. Yes, it's the most trusted profession, but a lot of times we don't get the credit that we deserve. And that is a true fact. But as APRNs and as Nigerian APRNs specifically, we do bring a lot to the table. Hell, we are the table, quite frankly. But, being able to understand that and having the numbers in advocacy and also being able to be visible is critical. A lot of times we need to also believe that we are the table. So that way, we can even impact our communities and the wider communities even more. Traditional healing integration. I added this in here because I think it's important to also understand there are lots of traditional practices that, quite frankly, when you think about it, can be quite interesting and brilliant. How many of you know of, I think it's called ANNPNA, something along those lines, like palm kernel? Yes, oil from not the red oil, the actual palm. There we go. Did I pronounce it correctly? There we go. I recently, so as part of my research, I was in Nigeria in June in Owerri actually. So I went to my village in Mbisha, and my cousin, I asked her about this, and she told me about it. And she actually, told me about all the medicinal attributes that it has. I mean, my goodness, the way she described it, I thought this thing could cure cancer. I mean, seriously. And the irony is that it's so expensive. It is so expensive. To get like a little bottle, you are spending some serious coins. For our non-Nigerians, you're spending a lot of money in Nigerian currency to get a small bottle of oil. But interestingly enough, there are patients that, I've seen that, that have strong beliefs in this oil. And that is fine. So again, as an APRN, one of the things that I've noticed is that my colleagues tend to, and they do a fantastic job, they research a lot about this. And I think that is one of the things that as Nigerian nurse practitioners, we do a very good job of, because we tend to also understand and know some of these traditional healing practices, but also we have the ability to now then research even further. And sometimes that research does not just come from us, reading textbooks, because I can assure you that this is not in any med surg textbook or any pharmacology textbook, right? But what we are now then doing is, okay, I need to now then go back and now then speak to some of the elders who also know about this, because a lot of our history and a lot of our learning in those parts of the world are oral. So a lot of things are not written down. So that is where we come in, because again, if you're working with a provider who is not Nigerian and does not understand this, you can now then educate them and say, hey, listen, this is what this is, and this is why this person takes it. There is no harm in saying, okay, you're taking this oil, but at the same time, let us see what else we can do to ensure that the patient is able to adhere to those healthcare education and the medications that they need to take, but also still honoring their traditional beliefs and their cultural beliefs. That is so critical. So what lies ahead? We have the pen and the paper, like you mentioned. You cannot clean pen, you can clean a pencil. We have the pen and we can write the future ourselves. We already are. And when we think about emerging technologies and how that will create new opportunities for us to provide more personalized, effective care that truly integrates mental and physical health care, we are the forefront of that. Like I mentioned earlier, AI is here, but we can leverage AI to allow us the opportunities to really be able to identify at-risk patients earlier. We can utilize it to detect subtle or significant or major signs of depression and anxiety that probably would have been missed in a traditional screening. Now, I'm a psych MP, and of course, I use the PHQ-9 scale, but there are times when I don't think that scale is the best, just simply because of the way the responses are kind of that you can structured. Yes, that's the word I was thinking. Just because of the way the responses are structured. And I'm currently on a research project now where we are literally looking at this and we're like, listen, we are going to have to recode these responses because it's just not going to work, especially when we are working with community members. So, you have that, but then really understanding that, okay, how can we use AI? This is what it will help us do. And then, of course, we have the aspect of virtual reality that has been used to treat PTSD. There are so many different kinds of trauma. And when we think of PTSD, our first instinct is to think about veterans. And yes, they have definitely gone through a lot, but at the same time too, there are individuals who have also experienced different kind of traumas, and that is something that virtual reality can also definitely help. And of course, we have the digital therapeutics, which kind of also now then helps to make mental health care accessible. But technology alone will never replace human connection. It may teach you how to engage or how to develop human connection, but you have to still do the work. And again, as nurse practitioners, as advanced practice registered nurses, we have that already because we went into nursing for the simple fact that we want to care for the ill and for our community members. That is at our core. And it's that human connection that drives us. So no matter what it is that is going on, whether it's AI or whether it's this policy or what have you, the human connection will always be there. And we must leverage that. And then, of course, professional development. Most of you in here are educated to the top of your professions, and I think that is incredible. I can only imagine how many DMPs and PhDs and DRPHs we have in the room. So again, thank you all for understanding and for striving for educational excellence. But that is not enough. Coming to conferences like this and meeting with and listening to speakers, being engaged in professional development activities is key. Yes, as an advanced practice nurse, or if you're a nurse practitioner, you typically have to get 75 CEUs. That's every 5 years. I think that is wonderful. Again, we are all busy, but I strongly encourage continuous professional development, be it reading research, understanding research, and analyzing research, and questioning research also. Not all research is good research. There have been articles that have been published that, when you read them, you'll be like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. And guess what? You can actually reach out to the primary author and ask questions, and they will respond. They are obligated to. So don't just read research and just take it as gospel truth. So when we think about, again, just kind of shifting a little bit to mental health integration in APRN practice, I always say that, we are all one event from a mental health crisis. Every single person, I don't care if you are the wealthiest person in the world, every person experiences stress, every person experiences anxiety at some point or the other. And when I talk about integrating mental health into our practice, it's not just a nice to have kind of thing. It is so essential because it demonstrates impact direct impact on our patient outcomes. When we started our research project in Nigeria, where we're integrating mental health services into HIV care in Owerri, we worked with about 15 clinics. And at the time, none of these people living with HIV had ever had someone ask them about anxiety or depression. We were able to screen over 4,000 people. And these are people that are already coming for their HIV care, getting their blood drawn and all of that. But at no point had anyone stopped to say, you know what? What if this person had been living with severe depression and that was possibly what increased their risk of acquiring HIV? Or what if now that this person is living with HIV, now they are so depressed that their CD4 count is out of this world? But instead, we kind of look at the person, okay, now you're positive, your CD4 count is this, you're not taking your medication, you should take your medication and go home, without addressing all those other issues that they're experiencing. So again, when we think about the direct impact that we saw, this was right, it was immediate. It was immediate. And what we did also, again, remember I talked about collaboration. We didn't just go in there, yes, okay, myself and the co-investigator are Nigerian and we are from the area, so yes, everything is going to work out. Oh no, there was lots of collaboration in there. We collaborated with the local universities. We collaborated with the Imo State Agency for the Control of AIDS. We collaborated with the clinic hospitals, local nonprofits, and then of course the doctors, nurses, and community health workers, because those are the heartbeat of those communities. And we ensure that we carry them along the way from year 1 through year 3. So again, really thinking about how, when you integrate such simple interventions into practice, the kind of impact it can have on the outcomes of that patient are critical. And it also impacts their families as well. Of course, overcoming cultural barriers within the US, again, family concerns and stigma, we still see that a lot. We still see, especially among men, how can I, how do I go and tell my family that, I'm depressed, I'm a man, I'm supposed to be strong, right? We raise boys from childhood, boys don't cry. Where in the world did that even come from? I mean, seriously, I ask those questions all the time. I have 3 young boys myself, 11, 8, and 3. And when they start crying, I say, please cry, cry all you want. Mommy is not going to pet you, but cry, especially if they did something wrong. But the point I'm trying to make is addressing the stigma surrounding, mental health. It is sometimes larger than the individual, because this is something that stemmed from their upbringing. So again, trying to now then dissect that and dismantle some of those strongly held cultural beliefs will take time. But as an APRN, remember, our practice is so patient-centered that it comes much more easier to us than physicians. No offense to our physician colleagues, but that's just not the practice that, that's just not the model that they have been taught to practice, even though now in their curriculum, there is that shift that's been made. So what are some action steps that we can take? Again, this usually occurs at 3 different levels. We have the individual, the organizational level, and the systemic level. And of course, individual professional development, attending conferences, networking, identifying, some areas that you can build collaborative relationships and all of that. And because it is at multiple levels, we really must commit to lifelong learning and continuous improvement. I personally say that, and I truly believe that I want to learn something new every day. And I'm very intentional about it. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter who I learn it from. I can learn it from a 3-year-old, I can learn it from a 99-year-old, but new knowledge every day. That is my mantra. And when we think about moving this at organizational level, we must also advocate for systems that support our practice and enable us to provide optimal care. And that is where building those relationships with senior leaderships, if you work for a healthcare organization that is relatively large, having those conversations with your line manager, with your boss's boss, to really understand, okay, this is what we're interested in as an APRN. How is this organization allowing us to align our priorities with the priorities of the organization so that we see the healthcare outcomes and achieve optimal outcomes. Because at the end of the day, whether you work for Kaiser or whether you work for Hopkins or whether you work for United or whether you work for whatever organization, MedStar, they all want their patients to be healthy, or at least I'd like to think that. So how can we make sure that our priorities as MPs are also in alignment with that? And that is where that leadership and strategic planning really comes into place. You know, each level of action reinforces others, and of course, creating synergistic effect is going to be something that we would see. And again, it benefits us and it benefits our profession. We are stronger when we work together. It's not just about having a strategy when we talk about collaboration. It really is a moral imperative to care. You know, no single profession has all the answers. You know, a patient can develop a heart condition and the cardiologist can tell you literally, I don't know what caused this. But then the patient can go to a psychiatrist or a psych MP, and then they now start asking questions. And it turns out, oh my goodness, you're extremely stressed. So when we think about how everything is interwoven and intersects, there is no one profession that has all the answers. And when we work together, we are greater as a whole than our parts. We also understand that healing happens not just in isolation, but in the context of community support, family involvement, and shared responsibility. So there should be that, you know, I don't know if you've seen the pie chart whereby it's 1/3 partnership, you know, you as the patient, the provider, and of course the community. We live in an environment now whereby communities are very fractured. So as APRNs, being advocates of community support is critical to ensuring that the outcomes that we seek and the optimal outcomes that we hope to achieve with the partnership of our patients are achieved. So this is our moment. You know, the challenge, it really is, you know, the challenges we face in healthcare, specifically in chronic disease burden, health disparities, practice authority that is always going to be there, and the limitations, you know, they also represent opportunities for leadership and impact. As APRNs, we also bring unique perspectives to the capabilities within these challenges, because we've worked so hard with barriers or limitations placed on us for way too long that now we understand how to navigate systems effectively. You know, and our success is not just personal, it definitely advances the entire profession. And I'm not just talking about entire profession of MPs, I'm talking entire profession of nurses, of MPs. It allows us to be seen in brighter lights, and it also improves the health outcomes of the communities that we serve. I want to conclude today's presentation and leave you with this thought. We are not just healthcare providers. We are agents of transformation. And when we think about that transformation, every patient that we touch, every system that we improve, every barrier that we break down contributes to a better healthcare future. And the chronic disease crisis demands innovative solutions, and APRNs are uniquely positioned to provide them. Our cultural competency, our clinical expertise and commitments to holistic care makes us invaluable in this effort. And our greatest strength lies in our unity. Dr. Eziani, again, you shared a little bit about how we could have been non-unified, and just pushing forward and understanding that because we are committed to excellence in the profession that we provide or that we are in, we stand strong. Let us support each other, advocate for our profession, and most importantly, continue to provide compassionate, culturally competent care. Remember, as I mentioned earlier, the multiple steps. I don't need to go through this over again, but just really understanding that, again, it's individual, organizational, and systemic. And these all intersect. Remember those three rings that kind of intersect with each other, and at the center is patients, and the center would probably be patient-centered. That is where all of those come into play. What are your priorities as providers? What are your priorities as community members? What are your priorities as leaders? What are your priorities as nurses? What are your priorities as Nigerians? How do you want, or how do you envision yourselves in this profession as advanced practice nurses, making an impact, not just within our communities, but on a wider scale? I thank you for your attention. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me talk about these issues that are very dear to my heart. I am happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Nwogugu for that excellent and thought-provoking presentation. You reminded us of the work that we need to do as clinicians, how we can deliver quality care to our patients, and continue to serve our community. What a wonderful presentation. Another round of applause for our keynote speaker, Dr. Nwogugu. Do we have any questions for Dr. Nwogugu? Please raise your hand and we'll get you the mic. We have a few minutes for questions. Anyone? All right. Thank you all for listening intently. Now we're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker on the agenda is Dr. Alice Ukebu. She will be speaking on PTSD, epidemiology, the trauma types, risk factors, diagnosis, and clinical journey. Dr. Alice Ukebu is a doctoral prepared nurse practitioner with board certification in 2 specialty areas: family practice and psychiatric mental health. Dr. Ukebu has over 34 years of professional experience. She has worked and researched with a multitude of mental and medical clinics and hospitals. Dr. Ukebu is the CEO and provider for Adulis Medical in Silver Spring, Maryland. Dr. Ukebu is also an author of a chapter in health screening and immunization issues for adult men in the Manual of Men's Health. Please join me to welcome Dr. Alice Ukebu.
I'm almost scared to even touch this.
Let's see how we're gonna make this connection because I have, yeah, it's different. No, it doesn't have it. That's what I was telling her. Okay, she said wait. Huh? Yes. No, he's coming. While they are trying to switch it, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conference. I want to use this opportunity to thank the president, the founding president, members of our association, the guest speaker, and visitors and students that are here. Welcome. I do not have much to say, but I believe that my slides will speak for me and, what I will deliver. Again, thank you again. And let's begin as soon as it is switched. Thanks. You want to restart it? Now, what is post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD? Come closer. Thank you. It is a mental health disorder that is triggered by experiencing, witnessing, or learning of traumatic event from close friends or relatives. So you can experience it, you can witness it, you can hear it from a friend, you can hear it from, a relative. And it can also cause a long-lasting psychological distress that interferes with your daily functioning and quality of life, which you will see when we're trying to diagnose, because this will be an important, aspect of it. The prevalence and demographics of PTSD. Approximately 7 in 1 U.S. adults will experience a traumatic event such as sexual or physical assault, war zone, exposure, serious accidents, these disasters at some point in their life. Life prevalence in US is about 6 to 8. Higher prevalence is among the veterans, survivors of assault, and even in refugee camp. Incidents in higher populations that are exposed to war. The onset differs, but according to the diagnosis, it has to be over 1 month. Some people take years for it to manifest. What are some of the challenges we have in order to diagnose PTSD? There might be misdiagnosis. There might be overlapping conditions like depression, anxiety, and substance abuse. Clinical presentations may vary depending on the age, the gender, and the culture. We have a lot of stigma about PTSD. Some would say someone with PTSD is dangerous and violent, but it is a myth. Some will say they are weak or lazy, especially those that are in the military. So what happens is they are expected to present this macho, face. So when they have PTSD and they are suffering from it, they don't want to disclose or tell anybody because it will make them weak. Some say they are crazy or they are unhinged. How can an adult have a nightmare and then you're scared of it and you're talking about it? You need to take care of it. Some are telling people you need to take care of your illness and stop panicking and involving others. What are some of the impacts of PTSD? Emotional detachment, leading to difficulty maintaining relationship, workplace relationship problems, not getting along with anybody because they can't even get themselves together. Trouble concentrating. Of course, when they can't get themselves together, they didn't sleep well at night. Some days they might miss work. They have some emotional issues stemming from the PTSD. Of course, they will have constant anxiety. If you don't sleep at night, your mind is not at rest, you're having nightmares. Those who don't have a good coping mechanism might resort to substance abuse. What are some of the causes which can also be the types of PTSD? The military war zone exposure, sexual or physical assault, even harassment, serious accidents, natural disasters, earthquakes, sudden loss, childhood traumas, and so on and so forth, including sudden diagnosis of chronic disease conditions, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of them, but I listed just a few of them. What makes these people at risk? If they have had previous trauma, lack of social support, concurrent mental illness, genetic vulnerability, survivor of abuse, high stress jobs, female. Most of the females here, we are at risk at one point or the other in our life. Refugees and migrants, first responders, because this is something that they see over and over. They can see someone die, they can see someone burnt, and it's all in their mind, and sometimes it plays tricks on them. Acute stress syndrome, which is actually a PTSD on a lower level that is below 1 month. How do we diagnose PTSD? There are ways. These are some of the symptoms that also will lead to the diagnosis. So we have the criterion A. When a patient displays or experiences one of this, we count it as number one. The person was exposed to either death, threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. Either they are directly experiencing it, they are witnessing it, they're learning about it from someone indirectly. So, the second criteria, which is criteria B, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, criteria that the patient will experience. And out of these 5, if the patient is able to experience one of them, we also count it. Intrusive aspect of it. Patient complains of intrusive memories, distressing nightmares, and flashbacks, like we said. Emotional distress and psychological distress. Sorry. I'm sorry. Let me turn this off. I'm sorry. So the second one is criteria C, avoidance of trauma-related stimuli after the trauma in the following ways. If the patient makes effort to avoid thoughts, feelings, or conversational associated with the trauma, the patient avoids activities. So because of everything that is going on in their life, the patient tends to isolate themselves. If they try to avoid the thoughts that will, be associated with the trauma, if the patient avoids activities or places or, relatives or friends, or in a social gathering that reminds them of that trauma, they will tend to avoid it. And if they experience one of these, we will count it as one of the criteria. So the D part of it is when they have negative thoughts or feelings that begin or worsen after the trauma. So if the patient is unable to recall features of the trauma, if they are overly negative thoughts or assumptions, if they have exaggerated blame, negative affect, decreased interest, feeling isolated or difficulty experiencing positive. So if they have 2 out of these numbers that are listed, then we count it as well. So we have 1, 1, 2, 2. So we are on the second 2. Another criteria is the arousal aspect of it, hyperarousal. I think there's a typo error there. So if they experience irritability, hypervigilance, heightened or startled, difficulty concentrating or difficulty sleeping, and if we have 2 out of these requirements, then it is counted as well. So in addition to the A, B, C, D, E, the F part of it that is required is if the symptoms have lasted for 1 month. Then the next one is how do they affect them in their workplace, in their homes, in their social aspect of life. And also we have to make sure that these symptoms that they are experiencing is not due to substance abuse or other illnesses. What are some of the tools that we use to diagnose PTSD? So we can use the primary care screening tool. This is a 5-question questionnaire that is, the patient can answer. And if they are able to fit 3 of them, we will count it, but this is not the gold standard for the diagnosis. It's just to start off. The second part also is a 20-item questionnaire that can take about 5 to 10 minutes in order to establish. But the gold standard tool for the diagnosis of PTSD is the one that is administered by a registered clinician, and is the CAPS-5. It's a gold standard structural clinical interview for the diagnosis of PTSD. So you can do the initial one, but you have to do this gold standard one. It takes time to do. It takes about 45 to 60 minutes for you to do that. So those criteria that we mentioned earlier will be there. That is a 20-item, but you have to also include the A part, where you have to determine the cause of the trauma, and you have to also determine how does it affect them, functionally. How does it affect, people? And also you have to make sure that it's not as a result of substance abuse or other illnesses. How do we treat PTSD? Psychotherapy is the first line of treatment, especially the trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. What therapy does is to normalize the reaction. Well, yes, you are suffering from this. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people that are suffering from this. You ensure their safety. You ensure that they have the basic needs that they need, and emotional support as well. They use the eye movement desensitization, and reprocessing also is helpful. They also use, of course, the other coping mechanisms like mindfulness, gradual exposure, deep breathing relaxation technique, most importantly, the psychoeducation about PTSD. The FDA-approved medication for PTSD is the paroxetine and the sertraline. That's the first line of medication that is approved. But we can also use venlafaxine, fluoxetine. We can also use paroxetine for trauma-related nightmares and insomnia, clonidine and guanfacine for agitation, and beta blockers like the propranolol for, to reduce their hyperarousal. Of course, for everything we do, self-care is very important. We also have to remind them to establish routine, to make sure that they sleep well, of course, with the aid of the medication and the coping mechanisms that we have already alluded to make sure that they eat well, because not only do they have PTSD, they also, some of them or most of them do have anxiety as well as depression in addition to what they are going through. So you encourage exercise as much as they can and with the things that they like. We have already mentioned the deep breathing, relaxation exercises. We encourage the mindfulness and meditation. We encourage them to have an outlet because most times they tend to isolate themselves, be it the family gathering, be it a social gathering by the community, whatever it is that helps them. We also encourage them to set boundaries, to learn to say no. Psychoeducation is the most important. We have to explain to them what PTSD is. What are some of the signs and symptoms that they, that they exhibit? And also, we have to explain to them some of the medications, what they do, what their signs and what their side effects are, and how to cope with it. These are the references. I'm going to quickly jump into our case study. I think I'm going to need you. Okay. Case study is right here. Okay. Does it show? Okay, go to slide. Does it come up? Okay. All right. So, This is a case study of a 40-year-old male with history of sexual abuse. I think I started with a 40-year-old patient that I had seen before. Probably in the process, I think I changed it. I'll look and see. Yeah. So I switched it off to a 31-year-old male patient that came to me with signs and symptoms of PTSD. This patient has a history of divorce, and he lives alone. He works as an assistant manager in his workplace. But he came primarily because he is having nightmares and flashbacks, and he can't seem to get any rest. His sleep is disrupted. And going further into what is going on, this is what he came with. So he is constantly worried, lack of concentration. He loses interest in some of the things that he used to do. He has gained weight. Of course, all these things worsened after the death of his father. So, when we dug in deeper, we found out that this particular patient was sexually molested when he was 16 years old for 2 years in a row. But he was threatened that, if he says anything, they will kill the family members, so he kept it to himself. And of course, he's older now, he's working, and he doesn't have any medical history, per se. He has never been hospitalized. But what happened is one of his colleagues was telling him about, his own sexual abuse history. So that triggered his own, even though it has been for years. So after that story was told to him, he started having these issues that he's having. Well, his mother is hypertensive and is on lisinopril. He uses he uses occasional alcohol. He's not an alcoholic or anything. But he has an estranged family, and his father died. His father was the only one that he usually communicates with, but his death also is something to worry about. Of course, physically he's looking okay, even though his affect is a little restricted. So, we already established that criteria 1 is the sexual abuse. That is the source of his trauma. On the questions B through E, the patient scored 40. And if you have 31 to 33 and above, there is a probability of the diagnosis of PTSD. And this patient has 40. Of course, this duration has been for a very long time, and it is interfering with his functioning, of course. He's having issues with his work. A relationship is not there. He is divorced. He is distressed. And his condition is not as a result of substance abuse, which are some of the criteria that we have mentioned before. And of course, we use the CAP-5, which is the gold standard, to try to establish diagnosis for this particular patient. So after the history, the use of the tools, and physically examining this patient, we came up with this diagnosis. This patient has post-traumatic stress disorder, the acute type, because this is the first time that he is mentioning it. This patient has major depressive disorder, recurrent, and it's moderate because in the PHQ, the patient scored 13. And the patient also has generalized anxiety disorder because the patient scored 15. The patient, from history, established that he sleeps only 4 hours a night, and most of the nights are restless. He has to wake up because of the nightmares that he is having. So the diagnosis of adjustment insomnia was also there. Psychological impact on this patient, of course, strained relationship, like we said, and mistrust. He is divorced as a result of what is going on in his life. He has social isolation because he could hardly go out with friends like he usually do. Work stress, like we said, he has relationship issues at work, and sometimes he misses work because of what is going on in his life. Of course, shame and guilt. He was ashamed that he wasn't able to disclose what happened at that particular time. And he's blaming himself because he's thinking that he must have done something wrong that will make the man to abuse him. So what are the treatments that I embarked on? Of course, the trauma-focused CBT, there was a referral given for the EMDR. There's also supportive care where the patient, was talked to, listened to, and other things that we do. This patient was started on paroxetine, 20 milligram daily, hydroxyzine for the insomnia as needed at bedtime, propranolol to kind of calm down his hyperarousal, and he takes it twice a day, and it's a beta blocker. Of course, supportive care, group therapy was encouraged. Of course, psychoeducation. He was told what it is, how it is, and the things that are going on. Follow-up care was scheduled in a month's time to see how he's doing. Of course, he can also give us a call if anything comes in between. We have discussed the safe care strategies, which was also discussed with the patient. Comments, questions, and thank you. Sure. Mm-hmm. So the propranolol is a beta blocker, but it's used quite a bit in mental health because what it does is to help to calm them down. With the hyperarousal as well as hypervigilance, it helps to calm them down. So I kind of use it. I use it for most of my patients with anxiety as well, because it does help them, especially those that have social anxiety or stage anxiety. For presentations and stuff, 30 minutes before the time they take it, and it works like a charm for them.
Something we can use in primary care?
Yes, you can use it in primary care as well. Okay. But what I usually do is to make sure that this patient's blood pressure is not too low, since it is a blood pressure medication. If they have a stable blood pressure, and 10 milligrams is nothing, but what it does is it helps to calm them down. Somebody's at the back with a question.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Boafrundi. With regard to this patient, my question is, at any point of assessment, anything, did they rule out suicidal thoughts? Because this is some of the consideration that we can look upon. They might be silent until you ask this question. So all those things help to heal. So my question is, did they rule out any suicidal thought for this patient? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Of course, any patient that comes for mental health issues, you have to assess them for mental health. You have to make sure that they don't have any delusions. You have to make sure they don't have any hallucinations. You have to make sure that they do not have any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. Those things we rule out routinely whenever anybody, I don't care if they come with anxiety, whatever it is, you have to rule out that. Yes, thanks for that question, but yes, it was done.
Thank you so much for your presentation. But I do have a question. It's based on your diagnosis. You mentioned adjustment insomnia.
Yes.
And you also diagnosed the patient with major depressive. So those two, according to research, the body of evidence, they both have overlapping symptoms, right? So usually it's advised to lean because insomnia is found in major depressive disorder. So having dual diagnosis is not always, in my training, well, you have to choose the bigger one, which is major depressive diagnosis. So I'm just interested in knowing why you keep both diagnoses when one is able to, suffice for both diagnoses.
A lot of mental illness involves, is this still on? Okay. A lot of mental illness involves sleep deprivation, including ADHD, including anxiety, including major depressive, but his own predominantly is as a result of adjustment, which is the nightmares that they're having, the flashbacks that they're having that makes them not to sleep. That is major depressive disorder. I put it separately because the patient qualified by the other symptoms, including the sleep disturbance. So that's why I put them. I understand what you're saying, but this patient qualifies for both of them.
I guess based on what she was asking you, I think what I want to clarify is, so the person qualifies for both of them. I think what she's probably implying is,
why didn't I use one?
Bill for both of them, being that one of the diagnoses supposed to take care of both. So now if you list it separately, yes, you can, but can you bill for both of them? I think that's really the question.
Yes, I can bill for both of them.
Like the hypervigilance, all these, the PTSD. If you have the PTSD, right, you also have this insomnia under, and you also have major depressive disorder. You can list them really, but I'm just saying it's not necessary because it's all included in that, the big parent name. The big parent, okay, let's say somebody is in primary care and their main problem is insomnia. They'll be having insomnia for 3 months, and it's like every night for over 3 months. So you diagnose them with G47. That's if they're primary care. So that can stand on its own as a single diagnosis. But when you are dealing with mental health, so you have major depressive disorder, you have to have 5 diagnoses out of 9 to diagnose our patient. And one of the problems there is sleep deprivation or not sleeping enough. So that diagnosis, I believe, is already in there. And then they will have the PTSD that is also causing them to have nightmares, that they don't sleep and what have you. So it's already there. I already have a life experience of this happen, that I work for an organization that will not allow you to separate symptoms and give a symptom a diagnosis when it can be lumped under a big diagnosis of major depressive disorder. So that's why I'm bringing it.
We all practice differently, and how you do it might not be how I do it. And I've been doing this for years. I haven't had any issues with it. And I did bill differently, and I haven't had any issue with it. So like I said, we all practice differently. Your opinion is welcomed. Thank you.
Excuse me, I just want to tag to Dr. Nikki's question about the use of propranolol. I work in substance abuse. It is very good after detox, because majority of the patients after the detox, you see a lot of anxieties and high blood pressure and increased heart rates. So starting with 10 milligrams of propranolol, you can do it BID, you can do it TID. or you can do it regularly or as needed. You see that it works wonderful when you mix it with visceral 25 milligram
Exactly.
also.
Yeah.
Just
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's good. It works. And I purposely put this patient on hydroxyzine as well for the insomnia because it does have some ways of trying to curb the anxiety as well and also help them to sleep.
Hi, yeah, my name is Doris Onyema. Beautiful presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I just have a comment regarding the question about the insomnia and just having the major depressive disorder as a diagnosis. So I would say that if you're treating major depressive disorder, this is something that takes time to be resolved. And if somebody is having severe insomnia, they're sleeping 2 to 3 hours a night, you're not going to wait for 6 weeks to 8 weeks to 3 months when you get to a therapeutic level for treating major depressive disorder to address the insomnia aspect. So insomnia, as I believe, is my opinion, could be its own diagnosis, and major depressive disorder, its diagnosis, because it could be so severe that you have to address both at that time, depending on what the patient is going through. So I do both diagnoses together, and sometimes I do need to treat the insomnia. Because if I give somebody a Lexapro or something else for depression, the person has insomnia, severe insomnia, they can't sleep. There is a need to also address that. And in that case, you have diagnosis code for it, you're treating it. So I do believe that those both can exist, coexist together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Dr. right here. Oh, thank you. That's okay. That's okay, it's two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think Dr. Okegwe is in order. Let's look at the DSM-4 and DSM-5. In those days, they used to have ISIS 1 and ISIS 2, so you list them accordingly. What she stated here is differential diagnosis. She was able to list the diagnosis. And let me correct something. You can only do 1 billing. You can't do 2 billings. So when you are billing through your super bill, you send in 1 bill, yes, but you are permitted to list the differential diagnosis.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you.
That's how it's done. Thanks. Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Lake, and well done presentation, well presented, Dr. Okegbu. In order to buttress what you said, of course, with the PTSD, can be chronic and can be acute, like you mentioned, and according to the DSM-5 criterion. I actually have a case of a veteran patient of mine that I've been treating for the past 2-3 years now. PTSD, World War, I was in the military, and PTSD was diagnosed about 30-something years ago, about 34 years ago. And of course, his PTSD doesn't at that point come with depression. Of course, he's been on Valium for that many years, for that 34 years. Mm-hmm. And of course, at that point, at that time, depression wasn't there. But of course, recently I did diagnose him with depression, in addition to the PTSD, which is, his PTSD is chronic. And the depression I recently diagnosed him with because of different stresses that is now currently undergoing, with the wife and other things. He's 70 years old, 70-year-old male. So again, we can have PTSD as well as other diagnoses in conjunction with many other diagnoses. I have, for this particular patient of mine, he has 4 other diagnoses, including medical condition as well, that are part of his diagnosis that I have for him. So meaning that, yes, we can have one diagnosis. There could be PTSD, there could be the chronic pain, there could be postpartum depression, there could be insomnia. So again, there could be multiple diagnoses. We cannot just singly say, okay, PTSD, right, can only be the one diagnosis, but at the same time, there could be multiple more diagnoses. That, if the patient made a criterion from this, we can diagnose them, just to support what you said, Dr. Ikebu.
Is your patient still on Valium?
Absolutely, he is. I have no reason to take him off. He came to me, he was going to VA, they were prescribing it for him, and then he had fallen out with a psychiatrist, so I ended up with him. Yes, he's still on the Valium, which he takes PRN. If something is working, you don't break it, you don't touch it. So he's been on it for 34 years, I kept him on it, and he's taking a PRN.
Ah, that's good. Any other question? Thank you again.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ikebu, for that wonderful and insightful presentation on PTSD. It triggered a lot of questions, so that was excellent. Thank you so much. Round of applause. So we're right on schedule, a little bit earlier than anticipated. Right now, it's time for a quick break, short break. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, but we have a little bit more than that. So we're expected to be back at 10:35. Make sure you take the opportunity to view the exhibits out there and visit with our vendors. Thank you all. Expect you back at 10:35.
Okay, so you must say, come on. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah, can you feel it? One time, can you feel it? Hold on, come on. 1, 2, jump to that. 2, 3, 4, 5, go!
Okay, we're going to get started. Hope you all had a chance to view the exhibits. It is now time for a plaque presentation by our ANNPNA president, Dr. Rita Ntasi. Round of applause, please.
Thank you and welcome back from the break. And I hope you all had an opportunity to visit with our vendors, sponsors, and the exhibitors. I initially told you our speakers are doing this for free. So in order to appreciate their effort, sometimes they say you pay in cash or in kind. So ANNPNA is only doing kind. So that's what ANNPNA can afford. So I want to appreciate our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Charlotte Nwogugu. Please come up. We are all our paparazzis. On behalf of ANNPNA, I want to thank you for your time and for the great opportunity that you've presented to us by enriching us with great information today. And we pray that you come back and be a full-fledged member of ANNPNA. When we started this discussion, we're like, let's get one thing done first. Speak to us, then you register. So thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And right after her is our own member, Dr. Alice Ukebu, who, hold on, there's a story behind her story. We originally had somebody that wanted to do a presentation on PTSD. And when we went through our accreditation application, ANP told us, because this guy works with a pharmaceutical company, there was a potential for commercial bias. And for that reason, he was rejected. So now I'm in a crisis mode. Who's going to pick up this lab? And of course, when I contacted Alice, she said, I don't think I'm going to be in town. I think I'm going to Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm like, Charlotte? What's happening there? ANNPNA is in Colombia. They all start with C, but this is Colombia, and that's where you need to be. So I was able to convince her to step in, and she did a phenomenal job. Please give it up for her. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I want to specially appreciate our moderator. You know, some of us don't know what we can do until we're forced to do something. When I approached Ebony to do this, she's like, Auntie, I've never done this thing before. I'm like, no. Once you're in front here, you are an expert. Nobody knows what you know because you're the one telling them. And if anybody challenges you, tell them you are in charge right now. And she's definitely doing a phenomenal job. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to hand it over to her.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Appreciate that. It's a great opportunity to stand in front of you all. I am humbled. So our next agenda is a poster presentation titled Effects of Short Text Message Reminders on Uptake of HPV Vaccines by Irene Ugweji. Dr. Irene Ugweji. Is she here? Okay. Round of applause, please, for her.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, my fellow colleagues. Thank you. So I do have the poster out there. I have to apologize, it's a little. Before we go out there to view the poster, I'm just going to put up some myths about HPV vaccination, which is human papilloma virus vaccine. Why do we get vaccinated? We have to prevent genital warts, and we also have to prevent cervical cancer. Some of these things are not on the screen. This is a quality improvement project that I presented during my thesis, and this is part of the dissemination that I promised that I'm going to do. I have also presented it at Sigma Theta conference that we had in Seattle, Washington, early this year. Let me debunk some myths about human papilloma virus vaccine. Some people can say it can cause infertility. That's not true. There is no evidence base supporting that. And some people might also say, why do I get vaccinated? I'm not sexually active. You don't need to be sexually active to receive human papilloma virus HPV vaccine. HPV vaccine could prevent other cancer-associated diseases that could potentially kill. Another myth behind it is it's only meant for young people. No, it's beneficial to adults up to age 26. Another myth behind it is it a substitute to pap smear? No, this does not substitute pap smear. It does not dictate, but it prevents. So when you get it, you are preventing. And another myth behind the HPV vaccine, if I had HPV, Why do I need to get it? Remember that you may have been exposed to one variant of HPV. This will prevent you from other variants. By the way, there are 9 variants that HPV vaccine that we're using in the United States, which is Gardasil 9, prevents. We have up to 12 variants, but there are very deadly ones, 9 variants, which includes variants 16 and 18. So Gardasil 9 prevents variants 16 and 18. The other variants are important, but they are not as deadly as this. And CDC in 2006, they came up with this the vaccination. There were about 4 of them. So it was initially recommended for girls and women. But at 2011, they're like, we see some men coming up with HPV. What's going on here? So they included men. So Gardasil 9 is recommended for boys and girls, and it's recommended for age group 11 to 12. You can start from age 9. I know that most of us here are immigrants. Most of us did not get the HPV vaccination. And I know that we've been seeing people coming up with high, grade squamous cell, and they've been going through colposcopy, they've been going through cryotherapy. If we had the opportunity to be vaccinated, we wouldn't be talking about this. So that brings me up to the importance of the HPV. And another myth that we see is that people are not getting vaccinated because of social, and other logistics, and also to be able to create awareness and get people to know how they can be able to come in and get vaccination. That's where we came up with the effects of short text message reminders on uptake of human papilloma virus. I'll give you a little background about this, the quality improvement. This was done in a primary care here in Maryland. We used one of our primary care settings, and we targeted age 11 through 17. And we're like, people are coming in, they are not getting vaccination. How do we reach this adolescent group? So we used Run et al., which is an evidence-based research. Run et al. Investigated on how to target and to reach the audience, and it came up to getting them through electronic means. Everybody have a cell phone. Emails, not too many people read emails. Everybody here gets their alert on their phone, you checking it. You might not attend to it, but you checking it. And that was what we did here. So we said we're going to be sending reminder text message, personalized, to this population of patients, and also when they reply, we actually schedule them to come in and get the vaccination. And we looked at synthesis of literature. When we did that, we included Cochrane Library, PubMed, which suggested that implementing reminder it did increase HPV vaccination among adolescents. There are a couple of, you see the references there, a whole lot more. I couldn't put all the references there. And the quality improvement initiative, which we use to target the age group of 11 through 17 in a primary care, one of the primary care settings here in Maryland. We base our theoretical framework on Dorothy-Orem. Everybody here knows about Dorothy-Orem. Dorothy-Orem, self-care deficit. Okay, so which means you take initiative to take care of yourself, you're gonna get vaccinated. And that's one of the preventative methods that we used. We also used a Stettler model of change to bring structured framework so that we can be able to have ways to be able to put this all together into evidence-based practice. The purpose statement, when we go out there, I'm going to answer more questions on that. The purpose of this quality improvement project was to determine if implementing the message reminders as described by Rand et al. Would impact the number of HPV vaccines administered to adolescents age 11 through 17. It was conducted over a 12-week period. In one of the primary care here, the independent variable for this quality improvement was the reminder test that we sent, and the dependent variable was the actual number of the vaccination that we did get at the end of the project time, which was 12 weeks. The setting. The project was being conducted here in Maryland with approximately 6.16 million population as reported by the Population Review in 2023. And our target audience was a primary care which comprises of all the demographics, the age, the gender, the race. So we chose a primary care setting that have all this included. We also use electronic health record. Electronic health record, we went to, is comprehensive. We all know that it's been incultured now into every health setting. So that was how we got our demographic of who needs to be vaccinated and who is eligible and who do we need to bring in. So we know the validity and reliability of electronic health record is being highlighted by so many researchers such as Graham Francisco, Goldstein, Rowan, et al. So this was used to make sure that we have accuracy and quality control measures such as cross-referencing and staff training, which was implemented. I know that you are not able to see the graph, but at the end of this quality improvement, we used a cohort of 522 adolescents. With 522 adolescents for this quality improvement initiative, which included about 372 in comparison group and 150 in the implementation group. The objective was to assess the impact of text message reminders on the rates of HPV vaccination. We did use parametric statistics, which was used in analysis to describe the descriptive data pertaining to gender, race, and age. And the findings are presented in table 1, which is number 1. There's a little, but when we go out front, you'll see it now, in a more profound way. The comparison group consisted of 233 girls and 133 males. Of the total reported race, 201 individuals identified as Black, 81 was white, and 90 was other races. We grouped the other, every other, if it's not Black, if it's not white, every other person is odd. The test group consisted of 94 girls, accounting for about 62.7%, and 36 were white, and also 26 as other. Within the comparison group, it was 106 individuals. We also did aggregate the age group between 11 and 14 into white, and the implementation group was 111, and also between 15 and 17, it was like 39 of them. And our results, the quality, which is on the second slide out there, showed that the quality improvement initiative assessed the influence of text message reminders on the rate of HPV vaccine among teenagers. We presented here in primary care metropolitan area. We use a chi-square test. Performing this test, we inculcated IBM SPSS version 29 to compare the rates of HPV vaccination in the reference group and in the implementation group. And we saw an increase of the 372, 90 people received vaccination, and on the implementation group, out of the 150, 87 received vaccination, which brought us to about 54.51, so which was a significant, with a p-value of 0.001. So the p-value for this quality improvement was below 0.5, which gives us the significance and both the clinical and and their clinical significance. So there is something I want to throw out there before we go. For those of us that came up from that's not born here, that did not get the opportunity, getting pap smear is very important. It is recommended that we start from age 21. If you're sexually active, you get a pap smear every 5 years, between 21 to 39. Between 21 to 29, you get pap smear every 5 years. Between 30 to 65, you get it every 5 years with a HPV test. Or you could get the HPV test, you get every 5 years between age 30 to 65 with a HPV test, or you can get just every 3 years. So, and when we get in this HPV test, we need to pay attention to the results. If it's LGSIL, which is the low grade of the squamous cell, then we need, some of them could resolve over time. But if it does go from mild, which is the CNI1, the grade 1, keep an eye on it. They will ask you to come back in a year, they will repeat it. Your body might take care of it. If it goes to stage 2, CNI2 or 3, then it needs to be investigated. Whenever they tell you that you have the HGSIL, which is high-grade intraepithelial lesions, it needs to be highly investigated, because these are showing that you have some changes in the cells of your cervix. The only person here that cannot get HPV test or pap smear are women that have had hysterectomy with their cervix removed. If you have cervix, you need to have that taken care of. So what we're looking for is what we call atypical squamous cell, which is of undetermined significance. So it's showing some changes in the cervix area. If there is a concern, please pay attention to it. I do not know if anybody have any questions before we go out. If you have the time, have questions out there to answer, I will be out there. Any questions? Yes.
I've extended it to 45.
Yeah, no. The recommended age is 11 to 12, and up to, you can do a catch-up at age 26. However, you can have, it's a collaborative and clinical decision between you and your primary care till 45. So, but the recommendation stops at 26. Yes. Your primary care, if you haven't done 46, clinical decision, then you can get that. Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
What about some of us in primary care? We receive some of these, some of us in primary care, we receive some of these young people who have graduated from their pediatrician and come over to us. Some of them did not finish up their shots.
They can get the catch-up, okay, as long as they are still under 26. Okay. So if they had started at age 9, they will only get 2 shots.
Okay.
Yeah. If you start after age 15, you get 3 shots. Okay. And the reason being that HPV takes up to 10 to 20 years to surface. We've been seeing male coming up with those take between 2 to 8 months to surface. And why do men and women have to get vaccinated? Because we are preventing the vulvo-vaginal, we are preventing the anal, rectal, people are having fluid, bisexual, all kind of things. We are preventing the oropharyngeal cancer. I'm not having vaginal sex, but you're having oral sex. So that's what we're preventing. Yes, for primary care, that's what we have to do. They are under 26, they have to give them, wherever they stop, you have to give them, they have to get up to 3 shots.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irene Egweji, for that wonderful poster presentation. Please, when we get a chance or when we're on break, we can go out and look at her poster and get more information about HPV vaccines and her quality improvement project. All right, a few minutes behind, but we'll catch up. So our next speaker is Tia Adaba. She will be speaking on rewriting the script, leveraging technological innovations in healthcare delivery. Tia Adaba is a registered nurse, executive educator, and clinical innovation strategist. She specializes in nursing informatics and technology-enhanced healthcare delivery. Tia Adaba has extensive leadership experience in home care and primary care. She designs systems that improve clinical operations, optimizes medication safety, and elevates the quality of patient experiences. She is the author of 2 books. The first book is titled Me First, The Selfish Shift That Transforms Healthcare Teams, and the second book is Caring Choices from Heart to Table. We are blessed today to have her bring a copy of her books for only $20. This is a copy of her first book, Me First, The Selfish Shift That Transforms Healthcare Teams. It's at a discounted price at $20, so let's please take advantage of that. Tia Adaba is really passionate about leveraging emerging technologies to close care gaps, especially in underserved populations. Please join me to welcome Tia Adaba.
Thank you for a wonderful intro. It feels really special. I will say that I did not expect to be in the presence of such great educated individuals. I am privileged to be part of your community. I am privileged to be standing here in front of you guys today. I might need some help with reconnecting here. It's funny, I'm going to talk about technology, but I'm calling for technical help. Yeah, I can. It might help if I wear glasses, you know. Okay, let's do this. It's usually in this corner. I got it. Perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you again, everyone. I am Tia Adaba. I have been a nurse, God, I'm really gonna age myself, but I have been a nurse a long time, let's say that. It's been a journey. I have worked in different spaces in nursing. I have been a system admin, very passionate about innovation, you know, how we leverage that, how we kind of tie that into healthcare. My first degree was in computer science. Of course, there is a passion there. Then I went back to school and said, you know what, I do want to care for patients. I do want to be compassionate. But how do I tie those two things in? I'm going to tap into our keynote speaker who talked about, you know, mental health. My first book, which is Me First, really ties into, as clinicians, being able to take care of ourselves. That way we can take care of others. If you look up my book on Amazon, there is an oxygen mask. When you're on a plane, I used to travel a lot for work. So I spent a good amount of time on planes. And I would hear them say, hey, put the mask first before you can oxygenate others. So it's important to your practice, to your mental health, that you oxygenate yourself first. And sometimes it's not just a metaphor. It's not saying that you want to oxygenate yourself in the true sense. Summits like this, conferences like this, is how you pour into yourself. You educate yourself, you do the work, you do the research. That way you can take it back to your practice and pour into your patients And ultimately, that's going to yield better patient outcomes, which is what we want, right? Better satisfaction. Here I talk about rewriting the script and what that means. Just the play on words when I say rewriting the scripts. You guys are providers, you're practitioners in your space. How are you going to leverage technology and incorporate that in giving better patient care? So when we look at the overview, I know it's kind of like small, but just, we're in a new era where we're saying that, home care, we're going to transform how we do our business, so to speak, how we provide service as clinicians. We're going to take what we have as the tools we have today, which is AI, which is technology. A lot of you, when you're dictating your notes, you're leveraging AI. You're talking into some type of technology and incorporating it and making you guys more efficient. There are tools out there. As we proceed, I'll share some of those pieces with you. But it's important that you're not afraid of it. A lot of times we start thinking that, we're not a machine, treat the patient, not the machine, so to speak. But these tools have been developed to really help each and every one of you become better clinicians, provide better care that's actually more efficient, if you think about it. When you ask yourself, what is the why? We talk about patient safety. How are we going to use patient safety as it relates to avoiding preventable ER visits? How are we going to use that to prevent medication errors? What are we going to do when patients become more high risk? They have more complicated care, as you know. You have patients that are on multiple medications. They're seeing multiple specialists. How do you integrate all of that and make sure that you have truly a comprehensive health assessment, health history? When you think about your efficiency, you may have a lot of times that you're chasing health records. You're dependent on patients' memory. A lot of times they don't remember what they took or ate yesterday, matter of fact. So when you're asking them what all the meds you're on, a lot of times they will give you some information. Some of them are on herbal supplements. As you know, they'll feel like that's not prescription. Those are OTC, so let's not talk about that. But when you keep digging, they'll bring out this bucket. They're on like different things. You're like, what is that? And if you have a patient, you have to be culturally sensitive. A lot of them might be from, I don't know, maybe Asia. They may have some herbal supplements that may interact with other drugs. So it is our duty as providers to make sure that we're doing a complete health assessment. We're asking questions. We may talk to families and ensuring that we're gathering the most accurate information. Patient engagement, when we're teaching our patients, because one thing I'm very passionate about is education. We teach our patients, that way they can be care managers in their own care. They're part of the plan of care, so it's important that when we're looking at why this matters, if we empower patients, we teach them on those tools, they become more empowered. One of the challenges that we face is that 1 in 5 patients that go into the hospital and discharge, they may go into your primary care service, they get readmitted within that first 30 days. I mean, that's impactful. Why is that happening? They have probably some complex care. They may have multiple medications. They may not be able to get to their next physician or provider appointment for whatever reason, whether it's psychosocial or just, they may forget. So you think about that, so you have 1 in 5 patients that are being readmitted within that first 30 days. A lot of times we miss those symptoms early. They may not report it. They may feel like they're trying to maybe, for lack of a better word, bug you. They'll say, hey, I'm not going to reach out to this person because, I don't think this is something that's important enough. So it's our duty to educate. The current model that we currently have is a lot of times our families or our patients, they're going to reach out to us. But what if we shift that? What if we're reaching out to them because we have some predictive analysis in place in our service that's able to say, hey, this patient looks like they're triggering something that we have built into our algorithm that's going to allow me to pick up the phone and do a check-in and see how they're doing. So there's a beautiful article, I have the link here, that talks about, what happens with patients that are using AI-driven alerts. We're cutting down readmissions by 50% for CHF patients that have a monitoring device that the provider is actually able to log into and see that. So that's a huge impact. When we talk about predictive analysis and how we're going to define that, when you have patients that are able to digitally log in their vitals, they're able to actually pull the algorithm of how many times they're calling, whether it's after hours or during business hours or whatever it is. If you're looking at that call frequency, you're also looking at their comorbs. As you guys know, the more comorbs they have, the more high risk the patient is. So you're able to then identify patients that are high risk. So what that means is that we're shifting from being clinicians or providers that are reactive. We're more proactive in that sense when we're using that predictive analysis tool. So what we have here is more of that traditional versus predictive care. So you're looking at this slide, it talks about what the old model is, which is more of a reactive. Our patient feels worse. They may or may not call you when they feel worse. They may think it might pass. And then what happens is that a lot of times when they do reach out to you, it's often too late. You're having to tell them to call 911, go to the hospital, go to your nearest ER. What we want to do is that we have this predictive system that detects those risks. They're entering their vitals. If it's a CHF patient, they're pulling water, they're increasing their weight. What does that mean? We may need to do some adjustments, What if we shift to whether it's someone in your practice that's calling that patient and saying, hey, we're showing that you're picking up weight, what's going on? Let's do some education. What that will do is that we're going to do early interventions that's going to stabilize that patient right there in the home. These people don't want to go back to the hospital, right? They have you guys caring for them. They want to remain at home and do as much as we can in providing those interventions at the bedside. So without even trying to mix words here, early detection is always best because you will avoid crisis. We're going to reduce hospitalization. What that also does is it builds a trust and relationship between your patient and yourself. They know you care. They know you're watching. They know you're monitoring just alongside with them. So that makes them, very efficient, the resources that you're using for your highest risk patient. This is a pretty typical case, your CHF patient, Your predictive analysis flags that the patient has increased weight. They're calling more. I like to call your CHF patient your frequent flyers, right? These are the patients that are in and out of the hospital because we're not managing their symptoms. So what if we're saying, hey, for these patients, we're checking in on them, whether it's a quick phone call, because we have a predictive system that flags this patient, they're picking up weight, they're calling a little bit more and checking in after hours. And then we'll say, hey, maybe we should call them and adjust their medication, reinforce their diet, and see what's going on with them. The outcome is we may potentially, prevent an ER visit, potentially. And then we haven't been able to stabilize that patient right there in the home. So we cannot talk about medication safety and AI and all of those pieces without really talking about the medication burden. Often, over 55% of our older patients are more than 5 meds. That makes it, that polypharmacy that we talk about. Multiple prescribers will equal duplication risk. Your patient that's going to see different providers, they may be on digoxin, somebody else puts them on it, you double the dose or whatever it is, and that puts them at risk for having an adverse drug effect. The patients often, they bring inaccurate records, kind of like how I talked about. So if we're not doing a good med reconciliation with every transition, that continues to put the patient at risk. There are tools, portals, where, you guys are pretty familiar with it, whether it's SureScript, whether it's FDB database, that you can utilize in your primary care practices, in your home care services, where you're able to not just rely on the memory of the patient, you're able to actually go in and pull that patient data. It may take a few minutes, but it's so important because you want to be able to have some, comprehensive medication history. In doing so, you're going to prevent those ADEs, you're going to reduce the risk of hospitalization related to medication errors. You're also going to improve the adherence of medication as well. You're very knowledgeable, so you're able to tell them, hey, I see you're taking this. Even though you did not prescribe the medication, you're able to actually communicate that and let them know, and that builds a lot of trust. It helps also with de-prescribing. You know, if the patient is on too many blood pressure meds or whatever it is, you're able to help de-prescribe because you have a fuller bird's eye view, so to speak. So when you think about technology, you know, like I said, there's many tools, you know, the EMRs that will integrate with your medication reconciliation, real-time pharmacy fill data, you're able to get that information. As they're filling medications, you're able to see that. And then the CDC also, CDS also has alerts with drug-to-drug interactions that can help reduce those. And then your predictive scoring for those type of risks. So when you talk about process improvement, what does that all mean for you guys? How do you make this better for your practice? You know, you're collecting obviously more complete health history on admission, you're talking to your patients. There are portals where patients can actually log in their information as well, and that gives you a full access to it. Your EMR will be built with alerts and flags that's able to help detect some of those issues. And then with each transition, as mentioned, you as providers are able to reconcile meds at every transition. So here's the impact. You know, we're prescribing a lot safer. We're reducing liability. We're providing clearer patient records across the board. The stronger collaboration that we're going to build with our pharmacists, our specialists, or other providers that are providing care. Collaboration in itself is key. You know, when you guys know what everyone is doing, you're giving better care, and it's a better patient outcome. So just the problem with traditional monitoring, you know, you're dependent a lot on your patient's ability to remember what's going on. Sometimes they may say things are okay and they're really not. So when you're getting that data, that's always going to be superior versus your memory. Data is subjective and delayed. The clinician impact, they lack continuous insight between visits. So when they're going in between visits, if you're not logging this and utilizing that technology, that EMR tool, it makes it difficult to really kind of track. So when we talk about technologies and you kind of pull in your wearables are going to be like your continuous glucose monitoring. I'm pretty sure by a show of hands, you guys are very familiar with continuous glucose monitoring. There are digital cuffs, there are, you know, digital O2 sensors. I particularly like the smart scales because, you know, we're in the past, we're able to tell our patients, you know, weigh yourself every day, you know, and then go log it on paper. And then remember to bring that paper to your next visit. Or when you go there, you want to make sure you're able to read it. What if we have those smart CHF scales where when they stand on that scale, there's also an app that just records it. You yourself can log in and see it, so you're not relying on your patients doing this. You can also see the days that they don't weigh themselves. Imagine how impactful that is for that patient and how that patient outcome will result based on them following that piece. So there is technology that's out there, we just need to kind of tap into it. All of that data that they enter, whether it's their blood glucose monitoring that you're seeing because you're going to have access to it, or whether it's their electronic smart scales, or even the digital cuffs that flows into a data portal. So the patients, they log in their daily vitals. Some of them don't have to physically go in and log it, it just logs it, you know. When I turned 40, I said to myself, God, I went to my doctor and now I have high blood pressure. That was hard. That was hard. I thought this was only something that could happen to me when I was, I don't know, my mother's age, 70 or so. But here I am as a 39-year-old woman and I thought, why do I have high blood pressure? And so the first thing I wanted to do, even as a clinician myself, the first thing I wanted to do is, oh, I gotta lose weight and I could fix this problem, you know? And I would go see my primary care and she would say, what was your blood pressure? And I would say, it was okay. It was okay. And she would have to believe me because I had nothing, data or anything that she could touch, you know. But I took my blood pressure and it was probably close to 160 and I was in denial, you know. And I thought, this is not me. I'm not old enough to high blood pressure because this is an old person disease, as I thought. However, you know, she did recommend a blood pressure cuff, which I immediately purchased. I've actually called my older sister. Sometimes I've been out of town, I'm like, my blood pressure is so high, because, you know, I am not doing the things that I'm supposed to do. You know, I wait, but if my provider was tapping into it, what if she was calling me and saying, hey, Tia, what's going on? Are you taking your meds as you should? Are you taking it at the same time as you should? She's able to see that data. So I'm not going to go in front of her and pretend to have an okay blood pressure. So the blood pressure cuff that I have now, needless to say, it goes, I don't have to write anything down. It all logs it into a portal. When I go see my doctor, all I do is just open my app. You know, she's not quite there where she can log into it just well. When you think about that, you think about your diabetic patient, you know, same thing, same scenario. You know, we have the blood glucose monitoring. I have a cousin, you know, sometimes she spends the night at my house and all I can hear is, something's going on. It's either too low or it's too high, you know, where we're having to wake up, you know, how back in the day they'll say, hey, check your blood pressure somewhere around 2 a.m., 1 a.m., because typically your sugar is going to drop. But now you have prescribed a continuous blood glucose monitoring. You're not having to set an alarm. It will wake you up and tell you something needs to be done. These are tools. Do not be afraid of it. It does not replace human. It just makes your practices a lot more efficient and the patients with better outcomes. So your steps for providers, you know, definitely, like I talked about, our CHF patients, those are going to be your high risk patients, your COPDs, your diabetic patients. You know, implement your portals, add devices to your tool. You know, they're all out there, you know. Train your patients, train your staff, train anyone that's under your umbrella. And definitely establish a response protocol. What are you going to do depending on what's going on with that patient? What's going to be that protocol? Measure your outcomes. A lot of times we do great things, but we never measure it. So how do you know if you're doing good or you're doing better? You know, if you're a provider, you have a primary care, and every 2 months your patient is in the ER, is that effective? How are we measuring that? Because again, the goal is to continue to provide care as much as we can right there at the bedside. The avoidables, as I like to call them. Your payoff, you know, you have better patient outcomes, you have safer medication management, you're improving provider efficiency, stronger patient engagement, and your patient satisfaction. One of the things when we talk about future goals is just to expand predictive analysis across all high-risk patients. Fully integrate medication safety dashboards, widespread adoption of wearables and portal monitoring, and then of course you're going to empower your patients to be co-managers in their own care. When you think about how you're going to go about implementing this, you know, first you want to identify your high-risk patients. You know, as you identify them, you're able to include them and empower them in their care. Have clear protocols. Measure your outcomes. You know, as you're measuring your outcomes, the goal is to decrease those readmission risks, increase your safety, and then of course, increase satisfaction, your patient satisfaction. Here is just some QR codes, you guys. I did leave some handouts, hopefully on everyone's desk, where it talks about some of the ones that you may or may not know. You can scan the QR code and it will take you right to their page and you can get some more information. Some of this is very familiar to you. You guys probably already have this in your practice. Short scripts is one that you can utilize, FDD database. These are all tools that are already out there. Some of them are actually free. Imagine that. I'm Nigerian, I like free stuff. And even when you tell me it's free, I'm asking you, what's the discount, you know? And then here you have some even more information in regards to AI. Bamboo Health, you know, your patient goes into the hospital, you may or may not know. You know, Bamboo Health is a free platform as well. However, there is a paid version of this, which I personally think is well worth it. I don't work for Bamboo Health, this is not a plug, but even in my practice, I utilize this. So your call to action is just doing your research, using those predictive tools to anticipate the risk. Commit to clear medication reconciliation. Probe, ask probing questions. Sometimes we'll say, hey, what meds are you on? It could mean something different depending on that culture. Ask, are there any herbal supplements? Are there any vitamins that you're on? Ask those probing questions. And then, of course, utilize those tools that you have as far as AI in implementing a clear medication history. Adopt those wearables. Do not be afraid of it. Digital. Back in the day, we'll say, if it's not the manual blood pressure cuff, it can't be right? But, those digital ones work really well. And all I'm asking is that, together, let's just kind of rewrite that script on home care. I sit right now as the Vice President of Operations for a healthcare agency that really specializes in home care. We have home health, we have hospice, we have skilled nursing facilities. One of my big passions, as mentioned, is just making sure that we're utilizing innovative tools to help our outcomes. So driving those outcomes are going to be extremely important. We're gonna play a game, but I don't think we have that much time, so I'm gonna just kind of leave it up for questions that you guys may have for me. And thank you guys so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tia Adaba, for that informative and excellent presentation on the impact of technology use in healthcare. Please, another round of applause for Tia Adaba. All right. Do we have any questions for Tia? We have time for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Tia, for your excellent presentation. So I have a question about the AI use. I know we all get, it's time consuming for documentation. So the AI, is it acceptable to just use AI for documentation and put it in the charts, like the Medicare, or we accept that all you're using is AI to do your documentation?
Great question. A lot of times we're afraid of, one, putting patient information into something like ChatGPT. Don't do that. There are health-specific AI tools. Just recently in my org, we just implemented something we call Apricot AI. They have gone through all of the accreditation, regulatory compliance. What it does is it cuts down, for this specific scenario, is OASIS documentation. If anyone here has ever done home health, that could take anywhere between 3 to 4 hours to get that documentation in. So some of the resources that I have, matter of fact, all of the resources I have with the QR codes that are on your desk are approved HIPAA compliant AI tools. They have big attorneys that make far more money than I do that has actually vetted these platforms. So you can be confident when you're using it in saying that you are utilizing something that's, approved regulatory-wise. It will cut down your documentation. It's very effective. This particular one, just because this is very recent that we went through this with Apricot, the clinician will go in and take pictures. So while you're going in there and you're typing in meds and then putting in the description or the instructions or whatever it is, this tool will take medication bottle pictures. If you're seeing a patient with wound, it will take the picture and it will recommend what they feel is the measurement. All of that will then incorporate into your narrative. So you're talking into your device, whether it's a phone or a tablet. You're talking, you're saying, hey, this patient went into the hospital, this patient did this patient is 88 years old. Today's visit, you're just talking normal language. You're not trying to be clinical, and it will put all of that into a beautiful note for you and say, here's why I recommend this. You may say something that then contradicts some of the pictures you may have taken, and it will say, hey, you mentioned that this patient was on ditch. Maybe we should be monitoring this, or whatever it is. It will catch those things and really help you. It doesn't take away from your skill set. It's supporting and helping you be a better clinician and provider. So I would not recommend just kind of pulling an AI tool just off the web. Please use those that are built for healthcare providers.
Thank you, good morning, and I am a guest. I'm actually a pharmacist and a representative from Abbott Diabetes Care. So I wanted to thank you so much for this whole presentation on technology. Can you give us an example of how you have utilized or you have seen CGM help you better manage your patients being treated for diabetes? And along those lines, I want to let everybody know during lunch, if you wanted to talk more about how to utilize CGM, I'm here in the back to talk to you, but I just wanted to hear from your experience.
Absolutely. I think it's the best thing since sliced bread, to be honest. You know, one, it's better for their patient. They're not constantly poking themselves. You know, they're a little bit more expensive, but I will tell you that the success outweighs the cost by every means. If you're not prescribing this to your patients that are diabetic, 100% I encourage that you start doing so immediately. Your patients are going to be able to monitor their blood glucose real time. They're not waiting until it's more convenient. And younger people now have diabetes. Think about that. Younger people now have type 2 diabetes. So when you think about that, it becomes a little bit more of that, it's not cool. Kind of like how I shared my blood pressure story, right? It becomes a little bit like, it's a little bit more subtle. They can hide them checking, they can still function. They're not running to the bathroom to go check their blood sugars. So that's one piece of it. It's very convenient from the patient-facing side of things. But then you look at it from a provider, you know, you're able to really gather that data. You're not relying on the information they're telling you, like, I don't know what time I took it, because it's all in there in the portal. It's all right there. You can just tell them if you're not tapped into it. I know someone, you know, her provider actually taps into it. You know, he can see it. He's not waiting for her to come to the clinic or the doctor's visit to say, hey, pull your app so I can see. They're able to see it right there real time. So it is a huge benefit, and I think it will definitely help prevent some of those rehospitalizations. And so, yeah, talk to her. Great questions.
We have a question. Her QR. The PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. There might be some sitting on a blank seat. I'll make sure you get one for sure.
The handout. You don't have it? Okay, we'll get you some.
I'll get you one.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Dr. Mohammed Bondo. Thank you for your presentation. But I just want an advice from you, especially from we old folks, because sometimes we're scared of technology. And what is the best way for us to get rid of, you know, that fear, so that we can be more technologically friendly?
I love that question. But before I even answer that, is there someone that wants to answer that question?
Here. The answer to your question is propranolol.
propranolol. There's someone else that wants to help answer it.
No, my answer is not propranolol. And thank you, sir, for asking that. Hi, Florence Awashika. Embracing the future, I think, helps a long way. I recently participated in an EMR transition with a big organization, and the oldest staff at the time in my department was 85, and we were all worried. I was very worried because I was the lead of that project, and I figured, how am I going to get this doctor to move from this EMR system he's used for the last 20 years and train him to what we're gonna do now? And I just watched him listen, and he was open-minded, and of a department of like 12 people, he was like the first person to figure it out. So, and that challenged me as a younger person, so it's not scary, being open-minded, I think. And I have seen older doctors just embrace it, and they do so much better talking about CGMs and these devices. As someone that prescribes all sorts of sensors to people, my older patients get it first. My Medicare patients are in love with these devices, they work it. So that gender bias, they do a better job. They just think, oh, okay, they can use their phone. My always first question is, do you have a smartphone? They're like, uh-huh. Great. And there are some people who don't have a smartphone, who still have the flip phones. The good thing about these devices is they still have it comes with their little receivers. So, but I think that in 2025, a whole lot more people are embracing technology than ever before. So you will not have a problem. Just be open-minded. You'd be surprised. But thank you.
I just want to say it's okay to be anxious about new things, and gentle exposure is what works. So you start from the smallest one, and then you improve on it. Just like any other thing, whenever something new is introduced, the anxiety is there, but the anxiety becomes a problem when you can't stop it. So if you have an exam to go to, or just like any other thing, you'll have a little anxiety. But when you get that thing done, the anxiety goes away. When it stays there and it's constant and you can't do anything about it, is when it becomes a problem and you need to see someone. But I don't think it will get there. Gentle exposure will take you there.
And propranolol, for sure. Thank you for that. And just to kind of recap, sometimes your patients bring innovations to you. You know, I really want to stress, because if you're not someone that's afraid of it, and you haven't embraced it, sometimes your patients bring technology to you. And what I urge you and strongly recommend is listen and do your research, versus saying, oh no, that's not how we do things. You know, sometimes some patients may bring some really great ideas and very innovative things that they may have read about it. We don't like Dr. Google for sure, but there are times they may bring something that's of value to your practice. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. It's a good presentation. But Dr. Mohammed, you're not alone. But what I want to add to this is, if you have young people working in your office, or you work with young people, or even your children, I was like that with ChatGPT. So my son came and said, Mom, you have to move with the times. I will have to install the ChatGPT on your iPad, and you must use it. I was scared, but when I started using it, he put me through. Ask the question as, ask the ChatGPT. Act as a nurse practitioner. That's what you are. And then tell the ChatGPT what you want. And he will answer, the ChatGPT will answer the question. And I started using it. It's very, very good. Because you can use it, ask questions. Oh, I have this patient, this is what's going on with this patient. What is the next plan of action? And the chat GPT will tell you what to do. Then you modify it. Thank you. Technology is good. Thank you. And to young people, your children can help. Mine helped.
Just to throw in a little highlight, this one is from personal experience. My mom was diagnosed with diabetes at the age of 70. She is 76 years old now. So she used to prick her finger, so it was a problem for her. She was very scared. She doesn't want to do it all the time. So went to her doctor, she changed it to label, you can do it by yourself. That's scary, that's stigma. But what happened that she changed is that each morning I have to make her do it herself. Just look at it, do it yourself. I'm right here. She get it day by day and she get used to it. Another thing I did, she contacted some of her friends that were diagnosed with diabetes. And they talk about it, they told her the same thing, they're scared, anxiety of breaking themselves. Now, she told them, this is something my daughter showed me and the doctor did it for me, if you can try. So they went to their doctors, they did the same thing. So now they're doing it like groups. And my mother is not scared, she'll get up in the morning and tell me, hey, my sugar is this, I don't need anything. So that technology, even my son that is 10-year-old go to grandma, have you checked your sugar? So that technology opened up her mind. She touched her phone all the time. It's like ABC, like the food she eat. So it that mental awareness also open up to those who are around you, teach them. They work together for the common good. And I believe it helped her and it helped most of her friends too with that technology. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any more questions? Okay, we'll take one or two more questions.
All right, the only other thing that I want to add to this, and by the way, that was a very good presentation and I appreciate it, is that I use this type of documentation software. We use it at my job. And it is very helpful. I wouldn't exchange it for anything, but you have to also be very careful. You have to actually read what it is spitting back at you because it is also full of errors. So don't just, and I'm addressing the lady that asked, can we use this? You can use it, but also be aware of the fact that it does make mistakes. So you would have to, yes, modify it, read whatever you wrote or whatever he's telling you and make sure that that's really what you meant.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where you guys come in to ensuring the quality control. Because at the end of the day, it's still a machine, right? That is true. Yes, that is true. But it will learn your tone with time. So we all have different accents. Even people born here or not, but it will definitely learn your tone. Absolutely. So we are all change agents ourselves. We're transforming how our parents and people before us did medicine. We're taking the time to learn the tools, but we still have to have that quality improvement or quality control, I should really say.
All right, one more question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Absolutely. Those are there, and they will transmit that a lot of times to your provider, and they're able to help you.
Tia,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you so much for your presentation. I just was wondering, in independent practice, are you seeing those modules where patients in independent practice, where you say, for instance, patients don't have wearables, that you can make those connections for those patients, or are those particular programs that you know of that we could transition our patients? I heard someone say they're transitioning through an organization, but if it's non-organizational, such as independent practice, could you speak to that? Thank you.
Yes, there are agencies, there are obviously independent agencies that can tap into some of those larger resources when it comes to innovations. Whether it's implementing, let me make sure I'm getting your question correctly, whether it's implementing EMR systems, even for a small, even for a wearable, there are people that can even build you an app. I want to say at a small cost, but it depends on what you consider a small cost. There are people that can build you an app that's specific to your practice. I've done it. I had someone in Nigeria build me an app that works for my space. So you can definitely tap into it. I did not list those individuals, but there are people that can definitely help you build something that's specific. A great thing, especially for someone that's an independent practice, having an app where someone can just immediately log in their data, whether they're using manual blood pressure cuffs or they're using anything manual, that they can actually go in where they're not carrying, folders and notebooks and such. There is that at a cost. You can definitely research that. Huh? Yes, I do. I say that to say, I'm plugging people, but I do have my books here, shameless plug, at a very small cost. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tia. Okay, thank you for all your questions and vital discussions. These are things that impact our practice, so this is excellent. We're learning, we're gaining knowledge. So our next step is going to be plaque presentation by our president, Dr. Rita Ntasi. And right after that, we'll be taking pictures at the backdrop and then have our hot lunch. We're looking forward to lunchtime. Thank you.
How are we doing so far? So far, so good. Kò ní bàjẹ́. So I want to thank our presenters thus far. We have had excellent speakers, and in order to appreciate their effort, I want to present our token of appreciation to Dr. Irene Uguje, please, for her poster presentation, because a lot of the time, because she did a singular poster presentation. Usually when you go to conferences, you have a bunch of poster presentations and you walk up to them, you look at whatever they have to present, you ask your question, and it's a usual small cohort. But looking at our size, by the time we get through asking questions, we'll be here till midnight. So it was excellent approach to have been able to present it the way she did. So we want to thank you so much. Oh, you don't want it? I'll take it with me. Thank you so much for your presentation. On behalf of ANNPNA, we appreciate you. Thank you. And to our immediate past speaker, Tia Adaba. She flew in from Houston to do this presentation. She's my baby sister. She's my go-to technology guru. So I said, I have a conference and we need to have some technology discussion. She said, well, It depends on what you're looking for. I said, I know your technology. Fix it. Create something. And she flew in yesterday, and here we are. Didn't she do a phenomenal job? So I want to appreciate your effort for coming over to work with us today. And on behalf of ANNPNA, I want to present this plaque of appreciation to you. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you everyone for being here. I just wanted to say maybe one statement to say a great thank you to Irene. All of us in this room, there's probably 50, 60 members that belongs to this organization. And of that 50, a minimum of 40 do have a doctorate degree. And from our committee, as we were working and getting this conference together, I begged, asked everyone, please bring your project. Every single one of you in this room can have a publication. You have master's degree before your doctorate, so you did one capstone for your MSN, and you did another for your doctorate degree, so you can have two. At the end of the meeting that day, Irene sent me her work. She sent me what she did. And we were so excited and so impressed. And I was waiting to receive more. That was the only one. Can you imagine? It says, I just want to be transparent. I just want to be transparent. Can you imagine if every single one of us here with a doctorate degree, with a master's degree, you have a poster? We will make history. And so I'm saying this here openly, not just to embarrass, but to encourage that our next conference, I need to see a minimum of 50. 50. You promise? You promise me? Sure? Because I feel bad as the chairperson of this conference that only Irene, and thanks to our doctor here that responded in emergency, otherwise here we are. It's just like, oh. So thank you so much, Irene. I'm so proud of you. And she just responded. So respond next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Apuaka. We appreciate that. We'll try to do better as an association, correct? Yes. Next year will be better than this year. All right, so it's time to take pictures at the backdrop, and as soon as we're done taking pictures, then we can have lunch. We want to take the pictures first before lunch so our makeup is intact and our lip gloss is on point, okay? And so then we can have nice, delicious buffet-style lunch prepared for us. So let's enjoy that, and we'll be back for more exciting presentations at 12:55. Please be back on time. Thank you.
Before we begin our afternoon session, I just want to use this opportunity to appreciate our students from UDC, where one of our colleagues, the National Secretary and the chairperson of this conference committee, Dr. Ujunne Akwaka, teaches. You know, she's in academia for life. Professor Akwaka, we were graced with the opportunity of having her students come out here and help us with our registration. We had them in 2022, and she graciously provided us with their service at no cost. But I'm sure they had the opportunity to experience a professional conference, and I'm sure they got one or two things out of it. So we want to appreciate all of you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you in the future when you're now a professional nurse. Okay? And good luck with your pursuits. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, we're open to precepting whenever you guys are ready. Thank you all.
All right, thank you guys. Okay, so welcome back everyone. Hope we all enjoyed our hot lunch and we had some time to socialize, interact, and just have a good time. So we're back to hear more exciting presentations from our speakers. We are halfway through the day, so let's keep the momentum going. So, next speaker on our agenda is Dr. Devang Gandhi. He will be speaking on navigating the complexity of co-occurring mental health and substance use disorder. Dr. Devang Gandhi is a board-certified psychiatrist with additional board certifications in addiction psychiatry and addiction medicine. He is a clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of Maryland and George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences. Dr. Gandhi has extensive teaching experiences at all levels. He has served as director of the Addiction Psychiatry Fellowship Program at the University of Maryland Medical Center for the past 17 years, and the director of their Addiction Medicine Fellowship for 13 years. Dr. Gandhi is a consultant for the Maryland Addiction Consultation Service, and he is a distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, the American Society of Addiction Medicine, and the Royal College of Psychiatrists in the UK. Please join me to welcome Dr. Gandhi.
Thanks everyone for the kind introduction and the invitation to come and present at this conference. The topic I am going to speak about, it's about the co-occurring disorders. I'm sure those who work in psychiatry amongst you will be quite familiar with this. If you think about your patients in the psychiatric settings, you'll probably realize that a very significant proportion of them have mental health and addiction as co-occurring conditions. In fact, someone has said that co-occurring disorders, or dual diagnosis as it used to be known as, is more the expectation rather than the exception. In some settings, the prevalence of co-occurring mental health and substance use is as high, could be as high as 70 or 80%. It's pretty important for anyone who has anything to do with mental health patients to be aware of how to manage the addiction side of things. and the other way around. With that, these are my disclosures. I have no relevant financial disclosures. I'm on the faculty, as was mentioned, and I'm a consultant for Max. There you go. Okay, so these are the learning objectives, identifying how mental health and substance use interact with each other, recognizing the psychiatric symptoms associated with the use of commonly misused substances, and identifying the strategies to manage common psychiatric conditions. A quick word about the terminology in this area. It's been changing and evolving over the years. The original term that was most commonly used was dual diagnosis. However, that was a little bit confusing and misleading because that same term is also applied to other co-occurring mental illness and other conditions like learning disabilities, HIV, and other comorbidities. The term MICA used to be quite popular, mentally ill chemical abusers. However, it's somewhat pejorative. We don't use, we try to use person first language now. So that and the other terms have kind of fallen out of favor. And the currently accepted term, which SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, advocates that we use, is co-occurring disorders. So that's the term I will be using. So when we talked about dual diagnosis, one thing was quite clear, that the reality for the typical patient is much more complex, and there are challenges in many different areas. So actually, it's not really just two conditions. These patients often have problems in just about every sphere of life, and they have to deal with poverty, of course, their mental illness, their medical conditions, their housing problems, legal problems, support systems, and their substance use. So these patients are challenged in many different ways. The background to this line of work, the recognition of co-occurring disorders, goes back to the 1980s. There was very little attention paid to co-occurring disorders before that. The reason for that was that psychiatry in general was really not very interested in dealing with substance use problems. Most psychiatrists trained in that era were really not very skilled in dealing with addiction, although addiction was part of the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that we use for our diagnosis. It used to be lumped with sociopathic personality disturbances in DSM-1, personality disorders and certain other non-psychotic conditions in DSM-2. Now, if you know anything about psychiatry, when you say personality disorders, you're basically giving the patient, writing the patient off. You're essentially not wanting to do much about that because the perception is that people with personality disorders don't really get better. And so there was really not much interest in dealing with this patient population. The treatments that were in use in that era before the 1960s and 70s, a lot of people were using psychoanalysis. And that was a treatment that really did not work well for people with substance use disorders. In fact, one of the contraindications for psychoanalysis was thought to be somebody who is actively using substances. So again, people didn't really want to do much about it. Things began to change in the 1970s, and that's when we started seeing some greater recognition that people with mental health problems have very commonly, they have substance-related problems alongside their mental health issues. One of the things that happened in the 1960s is that people were deinstitutionalized. They were being released from mental institutions where they were living for decades, and they were being moved out into the communities. Mental health beds in those facilities were closing. So now these people were transferred into the community, and they had greater visibility. People were seeing them more often. They were not secluded in a mental hospital. The other thing was that because of the greater visibility, people were starting to recognize the range of their problems more closely. The other thing that happened was that these people also had more access to drugs. When they were locked up in a mental institution, they did not have that. So it became clear that many of these patients had the propensity to start using substances when they had access to them. And then the last thing that came about was the large epidemiological studies. A number of them have occurred since the 1980s. The first one was the epidemiologic catchment area study that was done in the early 1980s. And they also gave us data that supported the perception that mental health and substance use often co-occur in the same individual. So that was the backstory of this line of work. The treatments also were becoming more effective. Methadone treatment for opioid use disorder, which is a very effective way of managing opioid addiction, was available since the early 1970s. So we were much more successful in treating many of these patients, and that also kind of increased the motivation for people to engage with this patient population. So I mentioned the epidemiologic catchment area study that was done between 1980 and 1984. It found that the lifetime rates of alcohol use disorder in the general population were between about 12 and 16%. Substance use disorder between 5 and 6%, and mental health problems from between 19 and 30%. These were based on DSM-3 diagnostic criteria. The other thing they found was that 45%, so nearly half of the patients with an alcohol use disorder and nearly 3/4 of the patients with a drug use disorder had at least one co-occurring psychiatric condition. So not only was there substance use amongst people with mental health problems, there were also mental health problems amongst people who were using substances. These are the prevalence numbers they found for different psychiatric diagnoses in the epidemiologic catchment area study. As you see, people with bipolar disorder had the highest prevalence of substance use disorders at 56%. People with schizophrenia were not far behind, 47%, PTSD, 30 to 50, panic disorder, 36, anxiety, 36, ADHD, 23, and major depression, 18. The subsequent epidemiologic studies that have been done since then, there have been several, and their numbers kind of bear this out, that the prevalence of this mental health diagnosis is quite high, and those numbers also look quite similar. So why is that? Why do people with mental health problems tend to use substances? Or the other way around? People have thought about a number of possible hypotheses on this topic, and we really don't have a final answer on this. But in some people believe that there may be a common factor, common vulnerability that leads to both mental health problems as well as substance use problems. There's some evidence for that. There's some people also suggest that anyone who uses substances has a primary mental health issue, and that is what drives their substance use. So this is often kind of talked about as self-medication. Your patients will often say that, that I'm self-medicating my anxiety or depression or something like that. The hypothesis was quite popular at one point, in the 1980s and 90s. It's somewhat fallen out of favor by now because not much evidence has really accumulated to support that hypothesis. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The other side of it is that some people think it's the other way around. People who use substances have secondary mental illnesses. Now, both of these could be true, actually, and in fact, all of these could be true. The fourth hypothesis is bidirectional, that mental illness drives the substance use, which in turn makes the mental illness worse, and it drives more substance use. So it becomes a vicious circle, and it goes round and round, basically, until something breaks that vicious cycle. So, like I said, we don't know for sure which of, if any of these is the final answer, but it seems likely at this point that there's probably some truth to all of them. There are multiple factors that influence substance use and mental illness co-occurrence. So some of the things that are common to both, for example, the genetic basis, there's a strong genetic component to substance use, as it is to mental health. About half of the contribution to substance use is thought to come from the genetic vulnerability. You expose two people to the same substance, one of them will go on to become addicted, the other will not. We don't know exactly why, there's not a single gene involved, but we do know that people with family histories of addiction are more vulnerable to becoming addicted themselves. So there is certainly a genetic component. Epigenetics, not just the genes themselves, but the other things that trigger the genes on and off, that could also be playing a role. Stress is a very important component of substance use. We see that all the time. Our patients are extremely stressed, and when they're stressed, it becomes really difficult for them to stop using their substances. Exposure to drugs. Access to drugs is obviously an essential part of being able to use substances. Without that, really, there cannot be a substance use disorder. Developmental factors, some conditions like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, some of the other developmental factors like the temperament, impulsivity, novelty seeking, these have been associated quite consistently with substance use. And so that also contributes to this co-occurrence. And then adverse childhood experiences. There's great increasing recognition that trauma and childhood adversity play a very, very critical role in the etiology of substance use, as well as mental health conditions. When we talk to our patients in our clinics, it's quite striking that almost all of them will report how difficult their childhood was and the adversity they faced, as well as the traumatic experiences many of them went through. Sounds like there's an echo here with this. So the intersection of psychiatric illness and substance use disorder looks something like this. There's the group of patients who have only a psychiatric condition. Then there's a group of patients who only have a substance use disorder. And then there is the big segment in the middle where some patients have their psychiatric disorder, which is exacerbated by their substance use. There are also patients who have substance use disorder, which gets exacerbated with their mental health issues. And then there's the core group, number 3 here, which is the true core dual diagnosis or co-occurring disorder group, where both of these conditions are independent of each other and run parallel to each other. In practice, that kind of distinction is not easy to make, I must admit, and we often do not come to a very definitive diagnosis right away. Just briefly on how to do the assessment. The common way to do this would be to start with screening. And many hospitals now have universal screening. So there are these simple single question screens that can be used. One of them is like, how many times in the past year have you used an illegal drug or used a prescription medicine for non-medical reasons? Any answer, any positive answer, one or more times, would be a positive response and then should lead to further assessment. Similarly for alcohol, how many times in the past year have you had X or more drinks in a day? The X is 5 drinks in a day for men and 4 drinks a day in women. And men over 65 is the same as for women. So these are 2 very simple screening tools. They are validated and can be used as the universal starting point in all patients. Further assessment includes asking about which substances are being used, how much, how often, what's the route of administration, when was the last use. This question is important because one of the first tasks you encounter when dealing with substance use is to determine if there's a risk of withdrawal. And there's a window of time after the cessation of any drug use when you could be having some withdrawal symptoms. And those need to be managed. So when was the last use? What was the past experience with withdrawal? Oftentimes that determines how the withdrawal will go this time, particularly for substances like alcohol, where somebody who has had delirium tremens before is almost certain to get delirium tremens the next time around. So if you know that, you know to what to expect, and you're more aggressive in managing those patients. Use of any other drugs or alcohol, interest in seeking treatment, stages of change, stage of change. I'm sure many of you might be familiar with the stages of change. That's a very simple model which basically says that people who have a substance use problem, when they go into their recovery, they go through certain stages. So the first stage is pre-contemplation, the next one is contemplation, third is preparation, fourth is action, and then the fifth one is maintenance, and then the sixth would be relapse or recovery. So knowing that will help you in targeting what kind of intervention this person needs. Somebody who is in the pre-contemplation stage, for instance, will not recognize that they have any problem with their drug use. And just telling them that, oh, here's the number to a program, just call them and go to that, is pointless at that stage. You really want to kind of engage them and get them to recognize that they need more than just a phone number, that they have a problem and that they need to do something about it. So they will move through that in a stage-wise manner. and come to that realization, and then giving them the number or resource would be more likely to succeed. The other sources of information, like collateral information is often very helpful. Physical exam, people with substance use problems often have physical health problems related to their drug use. For example, lately, people who use opioids in our area here, the opioids are contaminated with xylazine, and that causes some really horrible wounds. I'm sure those of you who work in hospitals or even outpatient clinics, may have seen some of those. A good physical exam, trying to identify what kind of complications the person has had from their drug use, it can be very helpful. A drug test is often useful, and trying to identify which drugs the person is using may be helpful. Sometimes people who use drugs do not know what they're using. Many a time we see that people who say they use heroin, they're actually using fentanyl, and the fentanyl is contaminated with benzodiazepines. So you see all of those things when you do a drug test. Everything pops up on that. And then lastly, the PDMP. It's a big resource. It's a great resource. The prescription drug monitoring program. It's a requirement also when we prescribe controlled substances. So checking that, is often quite helpful, especially for prescription drug-related issues. One of the challenges is trying to figure out, what came first, And to be honest, it really doesn't matter all that much, It's a bit of an exercise in futility oftentimes, trying to figure out whether the mental illness came first or the substance use came first. These are the different ways in which substance use and psychiatric disorders, they may interface with each other. Substance use can cause psychiatric symptoms. We call them substance-induced disorders. They can mimic psychiatric disorders. Somebody who is intoxicated on cocaine or methamphetamine could look quite manic, and so that can also happen. It can be confusing. Substance use can mask certain psychiatric symptoms. People who are depressed and use stimulants for a short while, their mood may lift and they may look less depressed. Substance use can also trigger psychiatric disorders, and then it can exacerbate the mental health conditions. So all of these are different ways in which the two kind of interact with each other. One thing we do not know for sure at this point is whether in a person who is not predisposed to developing a mental health problem, whether substance use alone can cause a mental illness. We are getting too close to the point where we're beginning to think that cannabis could be causing psychosis. But we still, most of the research we have is associational, does not always talk about causality, and that's why we don't have a final word on that. But there's a lot of evidence that is accumulating which suggests that there could be a causal relationship in some cases. Distinction between primary mental illness and substance use. This is really, I think some of the important things here is that if you can really establish a clear temporal relationship between the mental illness and substance use. Like some people, when they use certain substances, they become paranoid. So if you can establish that kind of clear temporal relationship, then you know that the paranoia comes from the substance use. Similarly, in younger patients, sometimes it's possible to say that the person started having hallucinations first and then began to use substances. But it's often very difficult to tease out. Sometimes you can get an idea about this sort of relationship when the person is in a controlled environment and abstinent for a period of time, and then the mental health symptoms get better or go away. You can say that what we are saying was related to the person's substance use. I don't think there's worth spending a whole lot of time here. If you get a clear family history of certain mental illnesses, somebody who has psychotic symptoms, is using substances, has parents who have schizophrenia or something like that, then obviously you can make an educated guess as to the possibility that this person is actually developing is an early form of psychosis or schizophrenia in this individual. This just kind of underlines the point I was trying to make, that diagnosis based on single interviews can be extremely unreliable. This has been studied and shown. Even after 18 months in one study, the diagnosis was still unclear in about 3/4 of the cases. There were multiple reasons for misdiagnosis. Poor memory was an important one. An insufficient period of abstinence was another. Inconsistent reporting was the third one. Going to the differential diagnosis is often very difficult in these cases. Just to illustrate, depression in the context of substance use could be related to it could reflect multiple different diagnostic possibilities. It could be related to bipolar disorder, it could be major depression, it could be just substance-induced, it could be an adjustment disorder, it could be related to grief or trauma, or it could be dysthymic disorder. I'm actually not including other possibilities like organic conditions that lead to depression. This is a graphic from the DSM that basically tells you what kind of disorders are related to intoxication or withdrawal from certain substances. And I won't spend time on this because it is touched upon later on. So treatment models, how do we manage these patients? In the past, the tendency was, and it still is there, actually, I can't say that it's gone away completely. As I mentioned, there was a lot of reluctance on the mental health side to treat substance use. And that was reflected in two separate systems evolving. So there's this addiction treatment system and there's the mental health treatment system. And the two basically do not work with each other. If the patient went to the mental health clinic, they would say that go and get your addiction taken care of, stop using drugs and then come back. On the other hand, the patient who goes to the substance use side, they would say that, well, we can't deal with your mental health problems, go there and get that stabilized and then come back. Used to be sometimes referred to as ping pong therapy because patients are tossed between two systems and fall through the cracks. The parallel model is a little bit better, where the patient receives simultaneous treatment for both the conditions, although in two different systems. And hopefully there will be good collaboration between the systems, and that can produce a better outcome. The ideal system will be capable of dealing with both the conditions in an integrated fashion. So the same system can take care of the mental health as well as the substance use problems, preferably in the same place, with the same staff who are cross-trained in both these conditions. This is the 4-quadrant model that SAMHSA had come out with about 20 years ago. Basically, what it says is that where you treat the patient will depend on the severity of the mental health problems. or the substance use problems. So on the x-axis, it's the severity of mental health issues, and on the y-axis, it's severity of substance use problems. And if they're both are low severity, then the patient could be managed in more primary care-like settings. If both are severe, then integrated treatment it makes a lot more sense, and that can occur in certain settings like hospitals and emergency rooms and so on. Although again, we still don't see that kind of availability of integrated treatment. The American Society of Addiction Medicine recognizes two types of co-occurring disorder programs. One is co-occurring capable. These are programs that can deal with sort of mild to moderate intensity of mental health problems. I mean, patients who are relatively stable can be managed in these settings. Co-occurring enhanced programs that can deal with patients who are relatively unstable or have severe disabling co-occurring mental disorders. There are many, there's a big impact of co-occurring disorders on the outcomes. People who are using substances, we see that their mental health symptoms would be exacerbated. They're often non-adherent with treatment. Many have repeated psychiatric hospitalizations or emergency room use. There's an increased risk of violent behavior with certain drug use. There's an increased risk of self-harm. There's impaired social functioning. There's medical comorbidities, greater risk of homelessness, incarceration, and trauma, and then poorer overall prognosis. So it's important to address both these conditions. I can't stress that enough. Management of psychiatric symptoms and disorders. I have up to 1:55. Okay. So one of the most common symptoms are conditions you're likely to see in the context of substance use is anxiety. It's almost universal, and it occurs with intoxication or withdrawal from most drugs. It's also quite common in post-acute or protracted withdrawal. I don't know if you've ever heard this term, post-acute or protracted withdrawal. It's often neglected and not really, it doesn't come on people's radar because it's not very dramatic, but it's critically important when you're dealing with people with substance use problems. That's the period that follows the acute withdrawal. So once the acute withdrawal goes away, there's a long period of time when the person is not acutely withdrawing, but they are having a lot of different uncomfortable symptoms. And those can go on for weeks, months, sometimes years, depending on what drug is involved. And they are often a very important reason why people end up relapsing. So it's important to pay attention to post-acute or protracted withdrawal. Things like the mood being off, anxiety, of course, is often a prominent symptom. Some dysphoria, sleep problems, all of those kinds of things are important, and trying to manage them as best we can often prevents the relapse. It's most prominent in withdrawal from opioids, alcohol, sedatives, and anxiolytics, and intoxication with stimulants, including caffeine, cannabis, and hallucinogens. And management of anxiety and co-occurring disorders. Now, when I talk about management of all these co-occurring conditions, management is often very similar to what you would do in people without substance-related problems. There are some distinctions, but they're not critical that you worry too much about them. You use the same types of medications. There are certain medications that you avoid in people who use substances, but for the most part, the common medicines like SSRIs, SNRIs, buspirone, they're all quite often used. They're effective, and there's not a whole lot of risk even if the person may be still using some drugs. However, I would say that when you're dealing with management of anxiety, not just in people with a substance-related problem, in any patient for that matter, be extremely careful and be very careful about prescribing benzodiazepines for the long term. They can be an extremely troublesome thing to get patients off of. I'm sure some of you have had experience dealing with patients who came to you from somebody else, and trying to get you to continue prescribing like a super therapeutic dose of Xanax or something. It can be really, really very difficult. So just a word of caution on that, be very, very careful with benzos. Certainly, they're useful for managing withdrawal and such things, but be cautious about prescribing them for the long term. Hydroxyzine sometimes is a useful substitute. It's an old antihistamine. It's certainly not as effective as benzodiazepines for relieving anxiety, but it causes less problems. Non-pharmacological treatments, don't ignore these. We often don't think about non-pharmacological interventions for many of these conditions. They are quite effective. Cognitive behavior therapy, mindfulness, meditation, relaxation and breathing techniques, exercise, all of those make a significant impact on anxiety. It's always good to kind of use them, often in conjunction with your medication prescriptions, but you certainly think about them. Depression may be present again in most intoxications and withdrawal. The symptoms look quite similar to those of major depression. Usually it's transient, but it may continue into protracted withdrawal. Many a time, you see patients with cocaine use, they come to the emergency room, they're depressed, they're wanting to hurt themselves. You admit them to an inpatient unit, and then 2 days later, they look fine. Often these symptoms can be transient, but in some cases they can persist. They're particularly noticeable, as I mentioned, with cocaine and amphetamine withdrawal, what we call the crash from these drugs. Alcohol intoxication and withdrawal also causes significant depressive symptoms in some cases. Pharmacotherapy, again, is very similar to what you do for other patients, SSRIs, SNRIs, bupropion, mirtazapine, atypical antipsychotics as adjuncts. Tricyclic antidepressants carry a greater risk, particularly when the patient is actively using drugs, so some caution may be warranted there. MAOIs are generally not recommended in this patient population because of the rigorous restrictions that you have to enforce, the patient has to follow, and there's also some risk of interaction with certain drugs. So that's not really an option. If there's prominent anxiety with the depression, you could use hydroxyzine again, and then non-pharmacological treatments of depression, CBT. It's been shown that some of these treatments actually work as well as medications for many types of depression. And when you combine medication and psychotherapy, the outcomes are actually better than with either of them alone. So doing something along with the prescription may be helpful. I admit that sometimes it's hard to find practitioners who will take patients for CBT or something. Bipolar disorder is also difficult sometimes to distinguish from the mood instability that is caused by drugs like cocaine. Patients will say that my mood is all up and down. Generally, those mood changes that you see are more transient, and so one moment I'm feeling manic, the other moment I'm feeling depressed. That is not really true bipolar disorder. You need a certain duration of a certain persistence of manic or depressive symptoms in order to make the diagnosis. But many a time these patients get mislabeled as having bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is often sometimes confused with ADHD. Just bear in mind that attention problems, inability to concentrate, is an extremely non-specific symptom in psychiatry. You see it with just about any diagnosis. Talk about anxiety, depression, mood disorder, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. All of those patients will have trouble concentrating. So when you're trying to distinguish ADHD from that kind of attentional problems, try to use something more than just a few questions about attention. Try to find out if it's something that occurs in multiple settings, if there are accompanying symptoms. Run the DSM checklist, for this diagnosis. Pharmacotherapy, mood stabilizers are generally the first-line treatment if it is bipolar disorder. You would use lithium, carbamazepine, divalproex, lamotrigine, and some atypical antipsychotics. However, I would say that I generally don't use lithium in these patients. It's very difficult to get blood monitoring, and they're often prone to dehydration and such things. They can easily get toxic on lithium. And if they overdose, lithium can be much more dangerous. I've seen patients with residua of lithium toxicity. They may be disabled for the rest of their lives with the brain damage that can follow. So I generally avoid using lithium in patients with substance use problems. Similarly, valproate also, the blood monitoring is a big problem. Also, many of these patients have their livers compromised, so that is also not an option. So I tend to default towards lamotrigine, actually, as my first-line medication for patients with substance-related problems. Psychosis, transient psychotic symptoms may be associated with intoxication and withdrawal. And from multiple classes of drugs, but they may sometimes persist. Most often they're seen in clinical settings with stimulant use, cannabis use, hallucinogens, PCP, intoxication, and alcohol or sedative withdrawal. And they may be difficult to distinguish cross-sectionally from schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, or delusional disorder. The management acutely is trying to protect the patient from harming themselves, sedation if needed until the intoxication wears off. Persistent symptoms will require antipsychotic treatment, and atypical antipsychotics are generally preferable in these patients. I mean, not that we use the first generation antipsychotics very much these days, but the atypicals tend to be much better in terms of extrapyramidal symptoms, and then they also quickly dissociate from the two receptors and induce less dysphoria, unlike the first generation antipsychotics. Cannabis is a common problem these days. Most states are making it legal, and we are seeing more and more cases, patients coming with cannabis use but not willing to accept that it can be problematic. They think it's natural and therefore it's safe, but it's not really the case. It's been difficult to do research on cannabis because federally it's still on Schedule 1, although there's a possibility it will be moved to Schedule 3 soon. However, there's not a whole lot of research. There is some research from other countries, and that has basically shown us that the more we learn about cannabis and mental health, the less we like it. It has potentially significant problems. Now, that is not to say that keeping it illegal was a good idea. That caused a lot of social issues, and the harm that those did, like incarcerating large segments of population for long periods just for cannabis possession, was a terrible idea, and it should not happen. So I think in that sense, legalization makes sense. However, there's a need for public education on the potential harms from cannabis. And one of the reasons for the increased risk of harm is the increasing proportion of THC in the cannabis that is sold now. This graph basically shows you the increase in how much more THC you find in the cannabis that is sold now. Used to be around 5% or less than that in the 90s. Now you're up to, actually the more recent numbers are closer to 20%. So the more THC content in cannabis, the more likely it is to cause mental health issues. And that is worrisome. CBD may be somewhat protective, but then the proportion of CBD has remained, cannabidiol has remained more or less constant. So the ratio between THC and CBD has changed pretty dramatically, and that is what's likely to cause these problems. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through these slides, and I will just go on to the bottom line with cannabis. So there's a potential for serious adverse effects related to mental health and neurocognitive performance. There are also some concerns about cognitive issues with cannabis with long-term use. These risks are likely amplified by the trend towards increasing THC content, as I mentioned, and there's a big need for research in this area. It's 4 minutes. If you want, I can stop here and take questions, because there's a few more things, but I think we can leave that alone. The last thing was sleep disorders. Again, avoid benzodiazepines and the Z drugs, which are very similar to benzodiazepines and can cause the same sort of problems. So be very careful with the Z drugs, the Ambien type, Sonata, Lunesta, all of those. Okay, I can stop here and take any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi, for that excellent presentation. Very timely. We know substance use disorder is a big problem, so thank you so much. So if we have any questions for Dr. Gandhi, we can go ahead. Thank you.
I just want to go back to the question about benzo.
Yeah.
When patient is on benzo long time, you inherit them, they come to you with benzo, and you're unable to taper them off. Is it safe to, let's say they are taking Xanax, is it safe to transition them to Valium?
Yeah, so if you're trying to taper benzodiazepines, I would generally not try to taper Xanax because there's a high risk of seizures from that. So we generally would transition them to a long-acting benzodiazepine like Valium, diazepam, or Librium, and then taper that. Sometimes clonazepam can also be helpful in that process. But
yeah, my issue is that it's a better to just leave them on Valium. What's long term that they can't get off?
So, in some cases, it's really, if a patient has been on benzodiazepines for a long time, it's really very difficult to get them off, first of all. And it may be somewhat inhumane and cruel to do it, particularly in an older patient, trying to put them through the rigor of coming off benzodiazepines altogether may be very, very difficult. And, I would say in that case, the pragmatic thing to do would be to leave them on a stable dose, so long as they are not misusing it, so long as they are not trying to escalate the dose constantly. I think it would make sense to leave them on it.
Will that put them on substance use disorder because they are dependent, they can't get off? So we have to put them in the category for somebody who has disorder, some substance use dependent on benzo.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. One thing I would say, at this point, in Maryland, if you're practicing in Maryland, think of getting a consultation from the Maryland Addiction Consultation Service. If you haven't heard about it, it's a state-funded service. It's free. I'm a consultant, so for full disclosure, but they can talk you through difficult cases like this. They can provide technical assistance. If you're setting up a new clinic, so they can do a lot of different things. And then there are multiple echo sessions per week, per month. So we have one for trauma-informed care, one for opioid treatment, one for substance use in general. All of those provide continuing education units. And each of those sessions has a case discussion, so you could bring a case like that to one of the echoes. There'll be some experts, there'll be other community practitioners, everyone will give input, and then there's a didactic presentation for half of the session. So think of using those resources. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, I heard you said you should not taper Xanax, instead to change it to a long-acting benzo?
Yeah, so Xanax has a very short half-life, and when its effect wears off, it literally falls off the cliff, So patients will feel that, like one moment they're feeling okay, the next moment they're in withdrawal, So, and one of the withdrawal symptoms of benzodiazepines is seizures. So it's a high risk of seizures when you're trying to taper down the Xanax. I once had a patient who was going from like 0.25 milligram per day. He had been tapered from 4 milligram. This was before I got into the addiction field, so I didn't know any better. He went from 0.25 to 0.125 milligram, 1/8 of a pill, 1 milligram pill, and he had seizures at that stage. So it's not easy to taper Xanax. There's also a lot of rebound anxiety that comes up when you're trying to take people off Xanax. The long-acting benzodiazepines have active metabolites, so they are still working in your body, so it doesn't kind of suddenly abruptly switch off.
So then how do you do it? You start the long-acting and the patient taking Xanax before also?
So you can do a search. You'll find conversion tables. You can convert the dose of Xanax to a long-acting benzodiazepine equivalent dose, and then start the patient on that, and then slowly taper that down.
Thank you.
Okay. Benzodiazepine tapers are complicated. So if you're not somebody who has experience with doing that, I would say get a consultation from somebody, at least the first few times, because they are difficult. Even for us, they are difficult, So, I don't like benzos. I think you can clearly say that.
Thank you for saying that, but I think it depends on the patients and how you taper it.
Yeah.
So if you continuously taper the dosage, and you can also do it every other day, every 2 days, instead of just, taking them off. When you take them off completely, that's when they crash.
Yeah.
But if you taper the doses and then alternate the days that you give it, add more days and more days, they are able to tolerate it, and you have to, because I don't like benzos. So when the patients come, to me with it, first thing I would tell them if they want to stay with me is, I'm going to take you off the benzo, but we're going to work together to try to make it work.
Right.
And then we can start the work, and then I can give you a substitute. It's not just taking you off. So that works.
Absolutely. Getting the patient's buy-in is very critical. If the patient is not willing to come off them, you're going to fail. And sometimes the process can actually take months or years. I've worked with patients for 3, 4, 5 years, trying to get them off benzodiazepines. So it's not easy by any means.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you for your presentation. I really learned a lot from it, especially, the slide that differentiates how to differentiate the pre-existing mental health disorder from the one that is induced by substance use. Thank you for doing that. But my concern is on methadone, right? Methadone is not reported on PDMP.
Yes.
And that's a big issue.
I share your concern on that.
Right. So because I work, my daytime job is at methadone clinic. So I find out some of my clients go to other providers to go get Suboxone.
Yeah.
Right? You can't really blame the provider that issued out Suboxone because they can't find methadone on PDMP. So then it becomes an issue. And I also find situations whereby I have a patient that is taking 160 milligram of methadone, but also getting benzo of 3 milligram. It's actually two different kinds of benzos. It's getting one short acting, one long acting, added together, making 3 milligram. So the patient refused to release, give me a release of information to communicate with the provider. And on top of that, she wants to take home. So I'm like, it's an issue, what is the strategy to communicate with the provider that is, because it doesn't know that the patient is on methadone, because the patient refused to allow collaboration between the two providers.
Yeah, I think you raised a lot of good points there, and there are common challenges that we all face. Methadone not being in the PDMP is partly a technical issue. The methadone software is like proprietary, it's just limited to methadone programs, and it's difficult to make it communicate back and forth with the PDMP. I was on the task force for the PDMP when it was set up, and it was something we struggled with. The other barrier, of course, a bigger one, is also the fact that privacy laws are different for substance use related issues as opposed to the rest of medicine. So there were multiple reasons why it did not make it there. But now that the Part 2 regulations, the privacy rules are being modified, there may be some possibility that methadone will make it into the PDMP, which would be a great thing. And I share your concern about your patient who gets benzodiazepines and Suboxone from other practitioners. They obviously don't know that the patient is on methadone, but they should be doing drug tests, when they're prescribing these medications. And if they do that and include, ideally they should include methadone in that test panel, and then they would know that this patient is on methadone. But yeah, it can sometimes just go under the radar for the other practitioner. And many of these patients who really are interested only on getting these benzodiazepines will not allow you to talk to the other prescriber. So if you think it's a safety issue, then you can reduce the methadone dose or something, but none of it is a good solution.
Excuse me, Dr. Gan. Yeah. Please, how good is transitioning a patient on Xanax with clonopin?
Sorry, the question is, how would you transition patient from?
Yeah. Is it advisable to transition a patient on Xanax with clonopin?
So in general, I would say it's advisable to transition a patient on Xanax to anything else.
Okay. Yeah.
Xanax is probably the most troublesome of these benzodiazepines. So I would say yes. I think it would make sense to make that switch if possible. It may be a little bit difficult because the conversion tables will help you in making deciding what dose to use, but they're not absolutely 100% precise. So you may find that the patient may not like how they feel after you make the transition, but it's what it is. I think ultimately. It's in their best interest to come off the Xanax.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, Dr. Gandhi.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much to Dr. Gandhi. Let's give him one more round of applause. Yes. Oh, sure. Okay. So we're 5 minutes behind. Sorry, we had to cut off the question time, but you can always reach out to Dr. Gandhi, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer your questions. So our next speaker is Dr. Claire Bode. She will be presenting Advocacy, What Can I Do to Make a Change? Dr. Bode is a family nurse practitioner and educator with a strong focus on health policy and advocacy. She serves as Legislative Committee Chair for the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, ANNPNA, where she leads initiatives to influence state-level healthcare legislation and promotes the interests of nurse practitioners in Maryland. Dr. Bode was recognized for her health policy advocacy efforts with the American Association of Nurse Practitioners and received 2023 AANP State Award for Excellence. Dr. Bode is an assistant professor at the University of Maryland School of Nursing, where she prepares future family nurse practitioners in clinical excellence and systems-level thinking. Please join me to welcome Dr. Claire Bode.
Light. I'm old. There we go. Let's see if this will work. Otherwise, it won't be as exciting as it's been. Okay.
You can close it up.
Okay. Give me just a second. We'll be on board. See a little
USB. See that it's recognizing it.
There. Oh, there it is. I just saw it. Perfect. There it is. Okay. Excellent. Oh, hallelujah. Okay. Switch beginning.
And you have this.
Oh, great. I don't think I need to do that, but thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you'll still be awake a little bit. Well, after that marvelous introduction, there's not much more I can add, except we're going to talk a little bit about what can you do, okay? I just want to say, you're nurses. You all started as nurses.
and nurses advocate all the time for their patients, right? So this is just talking about taking it up a level, a couple of levels, and giving you some ways. So just giving you a little bit of some ways you can do that. Okay, how do I make this move? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about how, because in order to advocate, you need to have a little bit of information, right? So you need to know a little bit about how things work. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how things work at the federal level, how things work at the state level for Maryland, because I'm the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, so that's what I know. States do vary a little bit, so if you're from another state, you would need to, some of the nuances you'd have to look at your own state. For just some examples are when legislative sessions happen, how long they last, those kinds of things can vary by state. But we'll talk a little bit about just how that works and how a bill becomes a law. A little bit of review. I look at this as a review, reaching back to elementary school, high school, and how do things work here. And then we'll talk about some ways that you can advocate at different levels above your advocacy that you always do for your patients. And then we'll talk a little bit about some things that are in the pipeline. You'll hear me mention those as we go through. So, how do bills become law? There's a good question. Trust me, do they happen fast? And painfully slow. So this is just a review, just an overview of the basics. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, judicial. Basically, the relationship between the legislative and the executive is that the bills that get passed into law are generally regulated in the departments at the executive level. A lot of health bills are related to federally funded insurances, which are Medicare, Medicaid. And the overarching body for them is CMS. So a lot of things we work with as providers who aren't physicians, when language is often written as physicians, is in the CMS realm, okay? So that's that relationship. And then there's judicial. And the judicial is not where I'm gonna focus at all, but I just, to be thorough, wanted you to recognize those are the 3 branches. That's what that was about. I don't have any, I'm not an attorney or anything. So primarily when we're advocating at the federal level, we're advocating to the Congress. And this is the current Congress. So we have 53 Republican representatives, 47 Democrat/independent representatives. So the senators are 2 from every state. We have 50 states, so we have 100 representatives. And then because we can't have a tie, we give the executive branch a little step, and the vice president will break a tie. So that's how that works. You can't have a tie. So 100, and then the vice president will break a tie if the votes are that close. We've had very close votes where the vice president has had to go in and break a tie. In the House, we have way more people, 450. There is a cap at the House that was capped in the 19th century. Just a question, do you think we have more people in the country now than we did in 1899? Yeah, we do.
However, we have a cap. That's for good or bad. Again, the Republicans are in the majority by, what is it, five people. There have been some special elections, so that balance may have changed a tiny bit, but basically 5. Whew, okay. So again, a very tight majority. So is legislation able to be pushed through terribly quickly unless everybody agrees with it? What do you think? If it's that close, are we going to get that through? No. Lots of fighting, lots of not getting things done. So that's how that is. And here in Maryland, we have 2 senators, Angela Alsobrooks and Chris Van Hollen. And the way it works in Maryland is we don't elect both at the same time. So this past election that we had in 2024, we elected Angela Alsobrooks. They served for 6 years. Chris Van Hollen did not run. He will run probably next time. They serve for 6 years. So then they overlap. So we always have somebody who's been around and potentially somebody new. Now sometimes we have 2 people who have been around. That does happen also. And then we have representatives, and we have there's districts divided. It doesn't necessarily make complete sense, so don't think because you live in Montgomery County or live in Prince George's County or any of the counties in Maryland that necessarily your representative is the same for the whole county. They're not necessarily. I personally, and easy to find, I'll show you that there's a website for you to just look up. You can just put in your zip code and find out who represents you. Jamie Raskin represents me, but there's 6 or 7 representatives in the state of Maryland. So he's not the only one. He just is kind of well known as well, but he does happen to be mine. So those are the people you would reach out to. So I encourage you to know who represents you at the federal level, because guess what? What does the first line of the Constitution say? We the people. Who are they working for? Us. Okay. So, now that you know it's we the people and they work for us, get to know them because they work for you. Oh, I went too far. Oh shoot, sorry about that. Oh no, I went backwards. No, I went forward. There we go. So this one is a game you could play. We're not going to play the game, but I am going to go through it. How a bill becomes a law. This is the federal level. So what you'll notice on the federal level is that you can be going backwards as often as you're going forward, okay? So basically where it starts is advocacy groups, local community groups go, we need nurses to have full practice authority in this country. There are many rural areas, there are many places where people don't get care because there's nobody to provide it. But we have nurse practitioners. If they didn't have to have a 15-page collaborative agreement, they could provide the care. So, you know, we get the American Association of Nurse Practitioners, the American Nurses Association, we get some rural advocacy groups, and we go, okay, who are we going to find to put this forward? So we find a representative and we find a senator, and they go, yeah, we need this. Okay, so that's the start. And then we'll just start on the House side. So our representative takes the bill, that we want and puts it in. And then it gets read. And then the speaker says, okay, we're gonna put it at, the health the committee that hears health. I don't know all the committees there. And then the committee decide, they look at it and they kind of go, no, this isn't appropriate. So then, no, we're not gonna look at it. And there it goes back to square one. Now you have to figure out how to change it so that the chair of that committee goes, yay, we want to do it. For the sake of us not being here till 10 o'clock tonight, so the bill goes to a committee. Now, this committee is made up of Republicans and Democrats. Whoever's in power is the one who gets to be the chair, but then there's always the ranking member. So whenever you're hearing committee stuff, ranking member is the minority vote, yeah. So they go, oh yeah, this is good. Let's put it to the subcommittee that hears, nurse practitioner issues. Okay, so that could be, you might have a bunch of people on the committee and then you have a little group of people who are the subcommittee. And that's usually where you're gonna have AANP weigh in, this is a great idea, ANA, this is a great idea, other stakeholders, this is a great idea, and then you're gonna have, the American Medical Association say, well, no, we can't be having nurse practitioners, take care of people. What are you thinking? So, they have all this back and forth, and people write letters and people write briefs and all that stuff happens. So there's written stuff, there's testimony, and then the subcommittee goes, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is a great idea because we're moving forward because we don't have time. So they go forward. Goes to the big committee. And the big committee goes, that sounds like a great idea. And they vote it out of committee. Once it votes out of committee, then it goes to the floor. Well, first it goes to, then it has to go to make sure it's written right. So it has to go to the Rules Committee. And the Rules Committee is another place where you can get stymied up. If it's not written right, if it's duplicative of something else, then they're gonna be like, that can't happen. And or they're like, have 500 bills all at one time, and they're like, well, you're at the bottom of the pile. And so you sit there, hoping the session doesn't end before your bill comes out of Rules. So it went quickly, it was a slow day at Rules Committee, and out they came. And now the Rules Committee said, yes, you're good to go, it's written great, and then it goes to the floor. Now, at any point in the subcommittee, the committee, and when it comes to the floor, there's all kinds of conversation and meetings, so people can go, well, okay, I like sentence 4, but sentence 5 really has to be changed. So there's all these places where language can get changed in the bill. Then it goes, once they pass it at the House, then where does it need to go? Oh, over to the other side of the building, to the Senate. And then the same thing, I'm not gonna go through it again, the same thing happens again. And you can get stymied in the way there too. Now, if the Senate says, hey, we like the substance of the bill, but line 10, we just can't deal with that. Once you have that, then there has to be a reconciliation. So that means people in the Senate, people in the House come together and say, ooh, okay, we can agree with this, and they make a bill that'll work, and then it goes to the president to be signed. And that's how that works. And once they sign it, are we done? No, then we have all that regulation stuff that has to happen. But that's basically how a bill becomes a law. It takes a little while. I'm just gonna put this here for a minute. Have you all heard about diabetic shoes? Okay, I was a nurse practitioner student in 2007. Diabetic shoes had already been introduced. Where are we now? Oh, 119th Congress, 2025. I don't wanna think about how long ago that was. And guess what? Can we prescribe diabetic shoes? Well, yes, we can in Maryland because we have a waiver, but other states in the country cannot because they don't still able to produce. So, y'all realize you can prescribe benzodiazepines, as Dr. Gandhi was telling us about. You can prescribe that. But you can't prescribe diabetic shoes for your little, 88-year-old Meemaw who would like to be able to walk but can't, and doesn't, you're the only provider within 2 hours of her. We can't do that. But you could give her some Xanax. Yay. So there we go. That's how things work. Apparently, physicians had no problem with us having a DEA license. That does help them, by the way. But serious problem with us prescribing diabetic shoes. Don't make it make sense. The good news is the most recent global legislation of the ANNPNA Act, which was put in last year. Okay, it's back again because it went nowhere. Don't hold your breath. But it specifically allows diabetic shoes. So let's look at Maryland. So state level, again, here in Maryland, we have 3 branches of government. Our governor is Wes Moore, Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, and then there's 22 state departments, I did look it up, and Department of Health, Maryland Department of Health is one of them. And that's relevant for us, Maryland Department of Health. We have a House of Delegates and a Senate. And then there's a judicial branch. I'm not even going there. So this covers all the issues that happen in Maryland. Now here's the thing about Maryland and the overwhelming majority of state governments. Are you a full-time employee of the state of Maryland if you're representing your constituents? No, it's a part-time job. You're paid not a lot of money, and you're expected to have a full-time job. Here's the catch. The legislature meets from the beginning of January to the beginning of April. They generally touch 2,500 to over 3,000 bills, depending on the year. 3,000 from January to April. Now about 800 to 900 become law, but every bill gets assigned a committee and gets looked at. They don't all have hearings, but they all get assigned a committee. And yes, there's ways that things can get put in a desk because, well, we're just too overwhelmed in our committee and we're not going to listen to that. We're not going to bring that up. But for the most part, everything gets heard. So they are in Annapolis 5 days a week, generally speaking from 8 o'clock in the morning till about midnight or later, because they have committees, committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, and then they have hearings, and they have to be part of all of that, and then they vote at 8 o'clock at night. If there's a lot of stuff to vote on, well, and everybody likes to talk, they're there late. So they work hard. I just want you to know, your state people are the people who work hard for you. Oh, let me just go back a second. At the bottom of the slide here, mgaledge.maryland.gov. You can just put that in. If you like to use a search engine such as Google, you can put Maryland legislature. And you can put in your zip code and find out who represents you at the state level. I happen to know my people pretty well, but that's because I've been in the legislative committee of ANNPNA since, I don't know, probably 2013, maybe 2014. I've been chair since 2017, and I make a point. 2013, yeah. I was a DNP student when I started. And so I know my people. I've had my delegate, one of my delegates, she knocks on doors to get people to vote for her. And so she sat in my living room and with my neighbors, and we chatted. And this was random. Like, she just happened to be walking around knocking on a door, and I happened to be home. I've met Craig Zucker, our senator, in at the Olney Farmers Market any number of times. They tend to show up at local events. So, you know, they represent you. And they're very approachable. Their staff is very approachable, so you can get to know these people. So, I encourage you to get to know your people. How does a bill become law in Maryland? Well, again, same kind of thing. We have a lobbyist at ANNPNA. She works really closely with us and says, okay, Senator so-and-so and Representative so-and-so would be the best people to put forth a bill. So we go, okay, perfect. So we do that. And they then put the bill in. The bill gets assigned to committee. Usually, the House Government Affairs don't make that make sense, but that's where our health bills are heard in the on the House side. On the Senate side, again, don't make it make sense in finance. Those are the places that hear our bills. So we get to know these people because when you're testifying about health stuff all the time, they know your face. Plus, when you attend fundraisers for them and stuff like that, they also get to know you. So it's assigned a hearing, hopefully. And then once they're assigned to a hearing, then you can provide testimony. You can write testimony and submit it, or you can be in person. During COVID, it was all on Zoom. They've held on to some of the Zoom so that people who want to remotely testify can, but otherwise you're in person. You have 2 minutes to state your case and you will be dinged out. They'll let you finish a sentence, but that's about it. So you got to have it prepared and ready to go. So you get a hearing, they pow-wow, decide what to do. Nah, we don't want to, we're going to put that one off. We're going to do this one. It gets sent to the floor. They also get to talk about it there. People can weigh in and recommend amendments. That's one of the things we do a lot. We say, you know, nurse practitioners should be included in this. And so it'll get sent and then they will consider if they should amend thing before they send it to the floor for a vote. It could still be amended on the floor as well by any of the legislators. So they pass it, and then guess what? Woo! It goes to the other side, and we play the game again. Same thing, goes to committee, they decide what they're gonna do, goes to the floor, they decide what they're gonna do, and we're gonna just say it all passes, because that does happen with us periodically. And then once they pass it, then the bill goes to the governor. The big thing is, once it goes to the governor has 3 choices. At the federal level, they have 2 choices. They can sign it or veto it. If it's vetoed at the federal level, they can override a veto 2/3 majority of both houses. At the state level, the governor can sign it, or he can go, I'm not signing it. Or he can veto it. If he vetoes it, it goes back to the House and Senate and can be overridden. If he doesn't sign it, or if he does sign it, it becomes law, usually October 5th. So that's how it works in the state of Maryland. So your people are busy, they work hard, and it's very short. All bills that have been heard on one side have to cross over to the other side. That week is usually the middle of March, and everything gets crossed over, and if it doesn't, too bad, so sad, try again next year, how that works. So I already talked to you about why you want to advocate. You do it all the time. That was what I started with. But you have power, you have knowledge, you know things. There's power in numbers. Pulled together, we're a big group of people. And that is impactful. Size matters when you're talking about people paying attention to you. So having many people on your side makes a difference. And let's not forget, for the umpty-umpth time in a row, we're the most trusted profession. Number 1. We've been number 1 for a long time. So the public trusts nurses, okay? And that, again, works in our favor. So, there's a lot of ways you can advocate. I'm going to go through each one of these individually. You can legislate, regulate, so you can advocate at the legislative level, the regulatory level, the media, grassroots, or legal. So, how do you get involved? Well, you have a professional organization. Here I am, standing here talking to a professional organization. Here you go. As a professional organization, united, you have a voice. Okay? So participate. Participate in your legislative committee. Provide expert testimony at the federal or state level. Monitor legislation. Letter writing, emailing, texting, and really, in this day and age, phone calls and emails make a difference. At the federal level, having the Capitol inundated to where the switchboard can't handle it is impactful to those representatives. Provide monetary support through your political action committee, because how our organizations are able to garner trust with the representatives is to attend their fundraisers, to attend their, their breakfasts and things like that, so that we can thank them for the work they do on our behalf. So, and you think, well, I don't have like spare bazillions of bucks to do that. $5. $5 makes a difference. There are a lot of nurse practitioners in the United States. AANP, the American Association of Nurse Practitioners, would be happy to get your $5. Because you know what? If 10,000 people give $5, that's a substantive amount of money. ANNPN's happy to get your money. We're happy because it allows us to do our job. So at all levels, that comes into play. So if you go, I'm just so busy, I don't get home till midnight every night, 5 days a week, I'm exhausted on the weekend. If you got $5, that's advocacy, because you're putting the money towards people working for you. Action alerts. So if you go, well, yeah, I could make a phone call, I could send an email, sign up for action alerts so that you know when your organization wants you to write something to the legislature, whether it's federal or state. We said handwritten, but let's be real. Truly, email, phone calls, they are the ones that get through the best. What I would say is if you meet face-to-face with a legislator, send them a thank you note by snail mail. Handwritten, thank you so much, with your card included, to follow up. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. So I would do that. I would do that snail mail that way. Keep copies of anything you send. So how does this all work? Well, we identify a problem. I'm going to use an example of our EpiPen bill that we got passed. So our lobbyists found sponsors for us for that on both sides. We filed the bill on both sides. And then we looked at who are our stakeholders. And it turned out we had we had plenty, including MedChi, the physicians in Maryland. They weren't opposed to this. There was language in the bill about prescribing EpiPens, the law about EpiPens, that said physicians could prescribe for summer camps. Physicians. Well, an NP who runs a number of summer camps said, well, this is really impeding my ability to take care of the people in this camp, because I can write for an EpiPen, for my neighbor down the street, but I can't write it for these summer camps because of the language in this law. So all we asked for was change that piece of language. So we got plenty of support, and we had somebody who was stung by a yellow jacket who had an anaphylactic reaction. She had never been stung before, but she had an anaphylactic reaction, and thank God there was an EpiPen. So she testified. She had the event happen when she was like 14 and a camp counselor, and she testified when she was 16. and she did a great job. So the only opposition we had was the defenders, public defenders for Maryland, not sure why, but they went after she testified, and there was really nothing he could say when she was like, this saved my life, you know. And we're allowed to prescribe it. It's like, anyway, they didn't even show up as opposition when we transitioned over to the Senate side. They didn't come. So you can, you know, we managed to quell our opposition, and then it went through and it did pass, so that was really good. We do look at lots of healthcare bills. Our lobbyist is wonderful about culling those 3,000 bills down to what we need to look at. And we go through them to make sure, again, our full practice authority gets maintained. You don't, if you go, I ain't talking in front of a bunch of people, I don't want to do that. You don't have to. Again, you can write testimony, you can call, you can email. So you don't have to do it in person, okay? The website here is www.usa.gov. That's where you can find your elected officials. And you can get in touch with them. Also, take a deep breath. They're human beings, and reach out to your representatives. Request a meeting with them. Get to know them, because you find out they're people just like we are. And they can give you that opportunity to be able to talk with them about things that are important for you. They really are easy to get in touch with. Sometimes, at the federal level especially, if they're in a vote, if they're in committee meetings, a lot of times you meet with the staffers. One thing I would encourage you to do, the American Association of Nurse Practitioners has a lobby week in, I think it's March, kind of spring break for colleges time. I went to that in my DNP program. It was amazing. They arranged for you to meet with your representative and your senator, and you learn a lot at the federal level. The year I went, the Surgeon General came, we got to meet him. It was a really positive experience. ANNPAM does lobby night at the state level every year. We usually do it in early February. And MNA does one usually on Maryland Nurses Association. They do it on President's Day usually. So those are ways that you can go meet people with other people with you, so you're not like out there all by yourself. Who else? There was somebody else, shoot. Anyway, ANA, the American Nurses Association, does a lobby day. It's 1 or 2 days in June, and it's one day, in June, and you get some little stuff about, advocating, and then you get to meet your people, and that's in DC, and it's not that one. None of them are terribly expensive, and it's worth it. To just get a little bit of experience with that. So at home, attend town hall meetings. Even at the very local level, like we have a little Sandy Spring rural community meeting. That's just the people who live in my little tiny one traffic light community. We get things done and talk to people. So you can do that, attend town halls. And then op-ed pieces. So when we're talking about, I mostly talk about legislative. So media would be op-ed pieces, participating in ads, organizing ads, either in newspapers or in local papers or even on TV. Letters to the editor in local papers or bigger papers, okay? Regulatory, look at what's available. If there's a seat at the table for a work group, whether it's an executive branch work group or a legislative work group at the state level, consider joining. At the federal level, consider joining. Because if we don't take those seats at the table, we aren't going to have those seats at the table. They're going to say, well, those nurse practitioners, they're not interested in anything. It is really impactful in terms of understanding how the process works, but also being able to share your voice at that regulatory level. And work groups are formed all the time, and they need people on them, and we work hard to get our voice heard on that, so we need people to step into those roles. Again, go to your local offices for your elected officials, and the other important piece that you have is register to vote and vote in every election. That's the best way to get your voice heard. How am I doing on time here? Ooh, good. All right. There we go. All right. So, when you're communicating with people, whether it's your federal representatives or your state representatives, be clear, be concise. So have something prepared ahead of time about what you want to say. Always be polite and always be honest. If you don't know the answer to something, just say, I don't know that, sir or ma'am. I will get back to you. I will find out and I will get back to you and do it. Okay? But you always want to be succinct. You want to get everything in, but you need to get it in 2 minutes, kind of 2 to 3 minutes max. Use personal examples. So you work in the community, you see patients. So if there's an issue that is relevant to your patients, tell that story about somebody who was harmed by this legislation not being passed. How were people harmed? Because representatives and senators at both levels care about the people they're working for, which are the people in their community. So when you can express a story that demonstrates how something is important, you should do that. They also like data. Data's kind of, 94% of blah, 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 or if we don't do this, this is gonna harm 75% of the people in the state, that kind of thing. I'm making those numbers up, okay? How is this gonna make a difference? How is this gonna have a good effect on the community? So how is prescribing EpiPens, having nurse practitioners prescribe EpiPens to camps, how is that gonna have a benefit to the community? Well, it's gonna keep children from having anaphylactic reactions and potentially dying. Because when you're in summer camp and you're out in the woods, well, those little yellow jackets love it. And they love all those popsicles and juice boxes that kids have when they're at camp. And they hang out there. Offer to help. Follow up. Thank you so much for meeting with me. It was a real pleasure to talk to you at the Farmers Market, Strawberry Festival, Alney Day, whatever, National Night Out. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing for us. So that's how you talk to people. Do you make these slides available? Okay. All right. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much for, the whole lecture and kind of charging us to get involved politically to make that advocacy impact. I think that state-wise, what I was just thinking, I practice in Delaware, so we're a full practice authority state. What would, in your opinion, be the difference of what Delaware has managed to create versus what seems to be the problem, or I think you used the word, what is quelling? Is it the medical societies that kind of still fight against that full practice?
So yeah, Delaware, us, and DC all are full practice. Pennsylvania is not. North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas. And it is the medical associations impacting and getting them. We just basically chipped away at it. That's how we did it in Maryland. And we took a number, of years, but we chipped away. We said, okay, if we can go from, look at the work we're doing. Can we just say we have a doctor because it's limiting? You're destroying my practice if the doctor moves from Maryland to, North Carolina. I now don't have anybody I can practice with, so I can't use my license, and I'm the only provider in Garrett County, Washington County, Wicomico County. So yeah, that plays a role. And it's not that those other states aren't fighting hard for full practice authority. They are. But it just takes, I know in North Carolina, there are states where you can't even prescribe controlled substances. So that makes it difficult. But when you can demonstrate that, hey, you're on vacation, Dr. Smith, and I'm here in the office, and your patient who's on Adderall for their ADHD can't get it because you're on vacation, but if I could have my DEA license and write that prescription, then your patient would be well cared for and not miss doses of medication that they need. So, you have to kind of finesse. But yeah, it took Delaware a while to get their full practice authority too. It takes a long time. It's chipping away. But also it's goodwill. We don't intentionally fight with MedChi at all. We really don't. We do everything we can to support whatever efforts we can take a hard swallow and support so that there's goodwill. Goodwill is really important. Yeah.
And then could you just give your opinion on these collaborative agreements that we pay for, such as in Pennsylvania, but our collaborators may not necessarily have? I just recently saw something in Doximity, but you have to kind of pay for a collaborative agreement. Just wonder.
A lot of places you do. If you're independent, you're going to have to pay a doctor for that, and that gets to be money. And we're not reimbursed at the same rate that physicians are. So it is prohibitive in a lot of places. And again, they want to make money too, especially primary care providers. None of us are reimbursed, including the physicians. But you have to kind of promote that goodwill of we're not taking people away from you. You're in Frederick. I'm in Cumberland or Oakland. I'm not taking patients from you because those people can't physically drive that far. So, do you really have to gouge me for that? Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. My question is relating to having lobbyists help with these advocacy. I still remember the last time I testified, I took a lot of efforts with meeting with the lobbyists to get me prepared for the testimony. And I know it's not cheap. And I know that a lot of organizations like this one might not afford to hire a lobbyist to help. So what do you suggest is the easiest way to get around it when we have something really important that we need to present? How do we get around it and get our voices heard without a lobbyist? Thank you.
You have a member on NPAM. NPAM has a lobbyist. So you partner with us already. You're already partnering with us. And by partnering with us, we have our lobbyists to work with any nurse practitioner's issue. We do this with you all now. We also do it with the Nurse Practitioners Association, the Pediatric Nurse Practitioner Association, NAPNAP. They have a Chesapeake chapter. They're very active in NPAM. They participate in our legislative committee, and we partner all the time. Because, no, they're small. They can't afford a lobbyist, but we have a part-time lobbyist. And she's phenomenal, by the way. She really is. And so, yeah, that's how you do that. You're a smaller organization, you partner with a bigger organization. And that's how you get your voice heard and get your needs. She'll help you. There you go. You're good.
Claire, thank you for coming to visit us today. You are very highly welcome. I have a very, a little concern because Association of Nigerian Nurse Practitioners in North America have been a very strong organization, and working with you, I'm Leslie Chinyerudohere.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my concern is, even though we have a lot of bills that we review, our organization meet only once every 2 months. And the bills that come to us, by the time it comes to us, we only have few days to respond to it, for it to go to move on to the next level, to the House. So my concern is, how do we get the bills earlier where we can disseminate those information to our members so that they can put their voices, make their voices heard, by responding to some of the concerns that affects nurse practitioners. Because if the bill comes to us, we review it on Monday, hopefully, looking at it by Tuesday or Wednesday or in the next 1 week before we meet again, it's already gone to the House. It doesn't have enough time to reach the members to, advocate for themselves, to speak, to say, this is what we want before I respond, bring it to your attention to say, hey, this is what this association is thinking towards this goal. So how do we make it, is there any way to make it come to us a little earlier so that we can discuss it as a group and bring it back to you?
We meet every other week.
Yes.
During session. The bills come in when the bills come in. We have no control over that. Right. We sometimes get tons. And sometimes we don't get the bill till 2 days before the hearing has been set. But what you can use is, what I would recommend is email blasts. So if you see something, because we talk about those bills every other week. The bills come up actually to you a little bit sooner, but we talk about them every other week in our Ledge Committee for NPAM. I would use email blast and say, hey, how do you feel about this? Do you want to weigh in? That's how I would handle that.
Thank you.
I hope that helps. I mean, it's hard at the state level because things just roll, but that would be my best.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bud. We appreciate your coming here. It's good to have a strong policy maker coming to talk to us. Talking about full practice, Maryland is a full practice. But there is a move by December to call into that, especially in the mental health practitioners.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm wondering what is being done or what this organization can do to stop that move. Because before now, the nurse practitioner, psychiatric nurse practitioner works independently in the outpatient mental health clinic. But we are hearing that Kylon Behavior is pushing for it to have the psychiatrist supervise the outpatient mental health clinic. So what do you advise we do at this level and at your own level? Thank you.
So NPAM is involved in that. Kamala Villa is a psych mental health nurse practitioner who's spearheading a work group. We've been meeting since June, and we just had a meeting yesterday with the American Association of Nurse Practitioners. It's not Carillon, it's actually the Department of Health. So let me just give you all the skinny. 6 years ago, the Maryland Department of Health went to the legislature and asked, because of the dearth of psychiatrists in the state of Maryland, they specifically requested that psych mental health nurse practitioners be allowed to own outpatient counseling, OCMHCs, health clinics, outpatient medical health clinics. They're specific, these are specific clinics, and they primarily take Medicaid insurance. So they went to the legislature, and the psych MPs were happy to be on board, and we supported it. We supported that legislation. That legislation passed, and psych mental health nurse practitioners proceeded to Hody-Do, and many of these OCMHCs have psych mental health MPs as directors. So, you know, there was a change in the Department of Health, and there was a new provider. So out comes this thing saying that all OMHCs have to be overseen by a psychiatrist. The number of psychiatrists in the state of Maryland has not changed. But the problem is the CMS law says very clearly physician, psychiatrist, or neurologist, very clearly states that. So to change that language is federal. We already talked about how fast that works. Yeah. And so the new guy and new person in town at the Department of Health said, well, we have to follow the law. And Carillon said, yeah, we have to follow the law. Not a lot we can do with that, but we have some plans. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but understand we are actively working on this because this is people's jobs. And we're actively working to get this resolved ASAP. So we have some things in the pipeline that our lobbyist is heavily participating with it as well. So Kamala Villa, Kamala, Via, VIA. She's on the NPAM website. You can reach out to her if you want to help with this, because we need all hands on deck. And if I can get up with you and keep you posted so that you can send a blast out to everybody if we need letters, if we need anything. Right now, we're still in the circling the wagons and figuring out the best approach. We've got some ideas, and we had a really productive meeting last night with the person in AANP who handles this stuff, who handles federal regulation stuff, and he was really helpful. And we think we have a path that will buy us like 10 years, rather than buying us like no time. So fingers crossed. Because there are things, like I told you, we were able to get a waiver for diabetic shoes. It's sort of that same approach, that we have a dearth of psychiatrists. This was put in place, and at the time it was put in place, the Maryland Department of Health didn't do anything wrong. They were appropriately oversighting. It's just that when new people come in town, they look at things with a new eye. That's how that works. So nobody did anything wrong. It's just that new people came in and was like, we can't be having this. So, sure. All right.
Thank you so much,
Have a good
Dr.
afternoon.
Bode. Thank you.
It was really a pleasure talking with all of you. Right. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Thank you.
We want to appreciate you coming over to speak with us today. I know you would have been somewhere else, but you chose to respond to our call, and we truly, truly appreciate it, Claire. So on behalf of Association of Nigerian Nurse Practitioners, we want to thank you for your time and your effort in doing this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. I enjoyed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bode, for your excellent presentation. So we're challenged to speak up and take action for things that impact our profession and things that shape the future of healthcare. So I guess this is a reminder. All right, so next on our agenda, it's actually break time. We're going to take a break, 25 minutes break. Don't forget to check out the exhibits, vendors, sponsors, and just a quick, gentle reminder, whenever our speakers are speaking, please let us give them their undivided attention, no distractions, both verbal, electronic distractions. Let's keep it at a minimum. Thank you all so much. So we'll be back at 3:30.
Hello, everybody. I like you. Last week is when I got the email. Well, actually, I think it was something that welcomed. I am Sadell Henderson Bamidele, and I practice from Delaware.
Say your name again.
Sadell Henderson Bamidele.
When I spoke with her, she said, you see my name is hyphenated. I said, I saw it.
So I am a nephrology nurse practitioner in Delaware, and we have launched an independent practice, which is with a psychiatric nurse practitioner in combination, which we do primary care and hypertension management. So that has been a challenge for us, and so all of the things that the topics today were so timely, and all of you are so welcome, and I feel like I'm in my home with a group of my sisters and brothers. So thank you.
Welcome home.
Hello, everybody. My name is Oludoyin Ajala. I go by AJ. Dr. Chichi actually introduced me to this association. I've been a nurse for about 19 years. I started my nursing journey in Nigeria as a registered nurse. And when I moved here, I obtained my bachelor's in nursing, master's in nursing with emphasis in leadership in healthcare systems, then postmaster's as a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and I'm also a certified dementia practitioner. I am currently enrolled in my Doctor of Nursing program, and that was how I met Dr. Chichi. I met her through a colleague at work. I just told my colleague, I said that when I was in my MP program, I did not have a very good practicum experience, and I graduated past my boards, but it's totally different in real life when you start practicing, and that I wanted to learn from someone. And when she introduced me to Dr. Chichi said, well, I'll do two things. She'll be my preceptor for my DNP program, and then she's also teaching me. So I'm actually learning from her when she's seeing patients, and she's also my preceptor. And when she told me about this organization, I registered right away and also became a member yesterday. And I registered, I think, a couple of weeks ago for this program and became a member yesterday. But since I've been here today, I'm very excited. I have learned so much today from all the speakers, especially the speaker that taught us about PTSD and Dr. Gandhi, and everything has been wonderful, and I'm not disappointed. I'm very happy to be here.
It's well worth her money and time. Give it up for all of us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stella Odidika. I'm an observer. Not yet a member, but I'll do that. So, but I've known about the this association when I was doing my NP program. My auntie here, Dr. Dawon Kafo, she was the one, and then she introduced me to the founder, but I didn't follow up. So now I'm done, and then I have a lot of friends here. This one, Chika Oyema, she's been pushing me. So yesterday she told me about the program, and I said, okay, since I'm free today, I'm going to attend the program. And I registered last night, and I'm here today. And I enjoyed every part of it. I'm excited, and actually I've been a nurse for, I think, 18 years. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and I'm a DNP. I have my DNP also. So I'm going to register and become a member.
We have a convert in the house. Thank you for all the referrals that we received. I know. And you know how the Pentecostals, they say they go out and win souls. We're winning members. Exactly.
I've already won me. Okay. Let me take. Good afternoon, champions. My name is Stella Mbemeje. Even though I'm a visitor in your midst and I'm an observer, just it was by coincidence. Even though I have been looking for a way to join, but because of other things, other commitments, I keep pushing, procrastination. So I came from Texas for another program. So my friend said, Stella, your MP, they are here doing some meetings. See her coming in. Why not join them? I said, okay, no problem. I have to join you guys. I will. Thank you for the good job you are doing. Thank you for everything, for saving lives. In fact, no one can pay you except God. Oh yeah, God bless you so much. I'm going to meet her so I can pay for the whatever and join.
She does not care about the price. Whatever it is, she's ready to pay because she's in the financial world, so price is not an issue. Thank you, Stella. Is there any... Okay, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Mohammed Bundu. I believe half of the people here know me, because I started this journey from Prince George's Community College. I think somebody said, you don't know me again, we met at Prince George's Community College. I said, that's a long time, about 20 years ago. So anyway, I'm from Sierra Leone anyway, but Dr. Josephine, she asked me to join. So that's why I'm here. But coincidentally, I went to Nigeria. I spent there about 10 days. I just came from yesterday. So I live in Abuja. Trust me, even when I was there, they think I'm an Hausa. When I get to the airport, people ask me, why don't you bring your Nigerian passport? So actually they treated me well, even though I can be an associate member, so I will always go to your conferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming to hang out with us today, and we appreciate you so much. We're going to roll over to our two last speakers, and then I will turn it over to the moderator. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Okay, so moving on to our next agenda, we have our speaker, Dr. Stella Ujune Akwaka. She will be speaking to us on sexually transmitted infections and treatment, clinical essentials for healthcare providers. Dr. Stella Ujune Akwaka is a double board certified family and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. She has more than 35 years of clinical practice, leadership, research, and academic experiences. Dr. Akwaka is a tenured associate professor in the Division of Nursing, Allied Health, Life and Physical Sciences at the University of the District of Columbia. She is the founder and owner of Vast Care Medical Clinic in Lanham, and she is also a research scholar. Dr. Akwaka has several publications in peer-reviewed journals and has received several research excellency awards. Dr. Stella Akwaka holds several active professional memberships, including ANNPNA, where she serves as the National Secretary and the chairperson for today's ANNPNA Conference 2025. Please join me to welcome Dr. Stella Ujune Akwaka.
Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was fun. Thank you, Ebony. Well, we're coming to the end of this event. I am so grateful for all of you coming. And like I said earlier, next year, we will break everything, double it, right? Yes. Promise. Good. So now, we've talked a lot about different topics. This is just something different from what we've had all day. And we're going to discuss the STI treatments and clinical essentials for healthcare providers. I know, let me see. How does this go? How does this work? It's not working? It's not working.
What's happening here? Is this a PowerPoint? This is not a PowerPoint.
It is.
Oh, it's a PDF. Mm-hmm. Okay, so down arrow.
Down arrow. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, to start, I don't have anything to disclose. There's no financial disclosures for me, and I'm a faculty of UDC and Vaskia, like she said, and with a whole lot of my colleagues, we put together this under the leadership of our president and our founding president. And so we're all here having fun. So I'm hoping that at the end of this conversation, that if not all, the majority of us should be able to differentiate between bacterial, viral, parasitic STIs and the trends, the current epidemiological trends, and evaluate key STIs that we see commonly in practice. There's a whole plethora of sexual transmitted infections. However, there are some that we see regularly. I know I saw so much of GC chlamydia and trichomonas when I was at Coppin State University Health Center, students. And that's where I also learned about something they call orgy. It shocked me what is going on. But for some of us that are older, we don't pay attention or we don't know because we didn't live that life. And also, another trend that I've seen that really led me to bring this again up to all of us is the older generations, the retirees. When you no longer go to work and you have all the time to yourself and you have a retirement community, if you've ever gone into any of those retirement communities to work, I saw a whole lot of young people, both male and female, trooping in within the community, and I'm like, oh my God, these are young, beautiful children. They're good. They're coming to see their uncles and their aunties that live here. And then someone said, wake up. No, they're just coming to service them sexually. And so the older generations in their 70s and 80s are coming down with a lot of sexual transmitted infections. So have that for yourself, that when they come, they need to be tested. And we have to look at the evidence-based guidelines for the treatment of sexual transmitted infections and the screening and the diagnostic tests that we need to do across populations. And then the CDC recommended protocols, and we have to try to incorporate this into our routine assessment of individuals that we see, paying attention to their cultural needs. And we are all supposed to be culturally aware and sensitive to our individuals that we give care to. So we all know that STI are infections that are passed from one person to another through unprotected sexual intercourse or genital contact. One of the presenters earlier stated something that when we talk about sexual contact, it's not really only sexual intercourse. We have a lot of individuals that engage in oral sex and anal sex. And so we can culture bacterials or virals from mouth and the rectum also. And mostly adolescents and young adults are at highest risk for STI, but that does not exclude our grandparents. And I know all of us here, you just, when your children catch you kissing your husband, it's like, ew. So they don't ever think that you still engage in a sexual relationship, just like all of us here don't think that our parents are still participating in sexual intercourse. Yes, they do. So same thing for the older generations that we see in our practice. So for current epidemiology of STI, the trends globally is telling us that there's at least over 1 million sexual transmitted infections acquired every single day, daily, worldwide. And that tells you how we are living. If we can get 1 million new sexual transmitted infection every single day, that tells you people are having sexual relationship with new partners, right? So in 7 days, we have 7 million. In 1 month, we have 30 million. Think about the number of sexual activity that is going on in our life and in our community. So, and just keep thinking that way also as a provider. When you see people coming to your practice, just look at everybody as being sexually active, period. Do what you need to do. Now, for the STD, for the CDC data, it also estimates that 20% of US population, approximately 1 in 5 people in the US had an STI on any given day. 1 in 5. So if we have 100 of us here, split it by 5, 20 people have STI somehow. That's statistically speaking, maybe true, maybe more, but that's just the basic that we're looking at here. And so we have rising rates of syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, especially among men having sex with men, youths, age 15 to 24, and those population that we consider marginalized. And when we talk about marginalized populations, we're talking about the poor, mostly. Everything bad, they include African Americans to it. So all of us here are under the marginalized population. Individuals that are considered vulnerable, the homeless population, people, young ones that are being trafficked sexually. So marginalized population. And so another emerging concern is the resistance of gonorrhea that is, increasing. We have issues whereby we prescribe antibiotics to our clients for any reason. They take it a couple of days, 2-3 days, and they stop feeling the symptom. I'm good. Okay, they stop taking their medication. I'm sure you want to tell the truth. 1 or 2 of us in here has done the same thing. And then you remember, oh, I have to finish my antibiotics, especially maybe if your throat starts itching again. You say, I didn't finish my medicine because your cold is coming back. Then you do that. And that has caused resistance to those viruses and bacteria because they just lay dormant, waiting for an opportunity to flare up all over again. And that leads to the resistance that is going around. For the most common sexual transmitted infections that we see chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, and herpes type 2, HIV, HPV that we heard in the presentation today. And I was excited because I said, oh, good, that's part of what we're going to talk about. And the trichomoniasis that we see mostly when we deal with pregnant women. Sexual transmitted infections are transmitted through sexual fluid, skin-to-skin contact during intercourse. Some affect genital organs, and others affect the entire body. And so, you can culture bacteria from anywhere. You can culture the eyes, and you get symptoms. If people are having red eye, or the throat is itching, or their skin, and you do culture, and they have herpes. The virus is there. And the impact of untreated STI, they can have severe medical consequences, including death. And untreated GC and chlamydia can cause PID, the pelvic inflammatory disease in women, and really so many individuals, because I worked labor and delivery for 26 years. And when you deal with people or people coming to complain about issue with infertility, most times when you delve deeper into their sexual history and things they have done, you'll see that they've been exposed to a lot of sexual transmitted infections that we have treated or untreated, and then that affected the reproductive tract and caused scar tissues that prevents fertility. And those untreated STIs can also lead to chronic pains that comes with PID. And PID can also lead to ectopic pregnancy because when there are scar tissues from either constant sexual transmitted infections that are untreated, the fallopian tubes are blocked, and that can stop a fertilized ovum from traveling from the ovum to implant in the uterus where it's actually supposed to go. And so right after fertilization, it stays right on the fallopian tube, or it stays right there where in the ampulla where it's fertilized, and that leads to the ectopic pregnancy, or it will just flow back and get into the peritoneal cavity rather than in the uterus where it's supposed to be. And other sexual transmitted infections that are untreated, like herpes and syphilis and HIV, can cause congenital anomalies. And congenital anomalies are those disorders that fetuses, because before babies are born, we use the word fetus until we see the little ones and we have them in our hands. We call them babies, but while they are still in utero, we use the word fetus for them. And they can have congenital anomalies. That's those bad birth defects that we see. Because some of these viruses, herpes, syphilis, and HPV, some of them, and HIV, sorry, they pass the placental barrier, those shields that surrounds the womb, preventing certain bacteria from getting to the growing fetus. Some of these bad viruses and bacteria sneak through and get to attack the growing fetus in the uterus. So STI effects on the fetus, they can have still birth, which is called the fetal death in utero, a baby that is born dead, or the babies may stop growing, they may have stunt growth, and they are born underweight. They may have brain damage, blindness, and even deafness. And all this comes from sexual transmitted infections that pass through the placenta barrier and get to the fetus in utero. And so for chlamydia, that is caused by the Chlamydia trachomatis. This bacteria lives inside the cells of the cervix, the urethra, the rectum, and occasionally can be cultured from the throat and the eyes, right? Okay, and so again, just like some others, they're transmitted through unprotected vaginal, oral, anal intercourse, and sex toys. Sometimes people think that because they're playing with toys, they cannot get sexual transmitted infection. Sure, people can get sexual transmitted infections from toys that are not cleaned. If somebody else used the toy and that person is infected and then you use the toy, definitely you get the infection. So that needs to be transmitted and explained to individuals, our patients, for them to understand that. Make sure it's either you buy your own toy or if you're sharing it. I mean, this is life. It's life, it's true. I mean, really. It's either the individual purchase their own toy to have fun and play all by themselves. All day long, all morning, afternoon, wherever they're off, they're playing until they're tired. Buy your own toy. Or rather, if you want to borrow from a friend, clean and sanitize. Of course, they do all kinds of things. How many of you here ever worked in women's health? Who here is women's health specialist? Anyone? Right there. Come on, please tell them the story of what we see. I worked 26 years and I coordinated maternal newborn nursing course for 16 years. That was what I thought that. So I can tell you all kinds of beautiful sexual stories that I've experienced over my years in practice. So it's reality. And so 9 out of 10 women with chlamydia will not show you any symptoms. So women, they are carrying the trachomatis, they have no clue. And they go on a date and they have fun. And the signs and symptoms can show between 1 to 3 weeks after coming into contact with someone, or even several months later. And so what is that telling all of us as clinicians? Emphasize safe sex practices. And I'm telling you right here, right now, even among family members, there is no need talking about abstinence when it comes to sexual practice. If you emphasize abstinence, you're making a mistake. You're not hitting the nail on the head. Honey, do whatever you want to do. Make sure that you're protected. If they're embarrassed about purchasing condoms, buy it. We are at an age and professional level where we should not be ashamed when we are teaching or trying to prevent sexual transmitted infections. You can go by yourself. I will not have any shame carrying a basket of condom and sharing. I do that anyway, and if you have a practice in Washington, D.C., you can get the condoms free. They can use your office as a drop spot where the D.C. government will come to drop it, and people will just come and get it free, as many, as they need. So you can do that. And symptoms of chlamydia in women, menorrhagia and metorrhagia. So the women might start just showing symptoms of irregular cycle or bleeding in between their periods, bleeding too much. Or they might have bleeding just after having sexual intercourse, pain or bleeding when they have sex, and unusual vaginal discharge, or maybe pain when they're urinating, or lower abdominal pelvic pains. These are some of the symptoms that women can exhibit for chlamydia. For men, they usually have that white, cloudy, or watery discharge. And so if you have someone now, most times, even with your husband, your partner, you're always looking. They said if you're dating a nurse, they're conducting, physical examination on you, no matter, and they can't help it. You can't help it. That's what you're trained to do. That's who you are professionally. So anytime someone is naked around you, you're looking real good to see what it is, especially if you're getting ready to play. So when you see a white, cloudy, or watery discharge from the tip of the penis, you look at it again, because it shouldn't be dripping or crying. When teach the young ones the truth about what they should be looking at. When I speak to young people, to youths, and they come to me, and I have conferences and meetings with the group, and I tell them, look, child, I'm not telling you not to have sex, but I just want you to be safe. If you have the audacity at your age to get naked for anybody to have sex, you must have the audacity not to turn the light off and make sure the light's on, so you can really look and move things around so you know what you're playing with if you want to be safe. And they understand what I tell them when I tell them that. Or when men are having pain during urination, those are some of the symptoms for chlamydia. And for us as clinicians, we know, and we have to know, that it's often asymptomatic for both sexes, and they lead, this infection leads to PID and infertility. Therefore, we have to conduct annual screening for sexual active females between 25 years and under. We must do that. And again, please use your clinical judgment to do this, even when people are older, like I said. For any individual in the LGBTQ community, men having sex with men, that is a given that you always must conduct sexual transmitted infection. It's not being prejudicial or being biased. You're trying to make sure that the individual is safe, okay? And so for treatment, according to CDC, there is doxycycline, 100 milligrams for 7 days, twice every day for 7 days. And we're told to begin to avoid the one-dose azithromycin because people do not adhere to that. So now the current CDC is telling us to just focus on doxycycline, PO, 100 milligrams, twice every day. For GC, GC is from bacterium Neisseria gonorrhea, and it's considered the second most common reported, the word here is reported, sexual infection in the United States. Again, it lives in the cervix, the urethra, rectum, throat, and some cases in the eyes. It passes from pregnant mother to her unborn child. 1 in 10 men and almost half of all infected women will not show you symptoms. It takes almost 2 weeks after exposure or months later or after infection for that to spread all over the body. And for diagnosis, usually a simple swab of the infected area. If it's the vagina, if it's the eye, if it's the throat, we do the Euro swab that all of us have in the clinic. You do the Euro swab, send it to lab, and see what you get. Treatment usually is a single dose of the ceftriaxone IM, and we also do this. Remember, if someone comes in and they are sexually violated, also, please remember to treat them for GC chlamydia. You give this 1 dose as prophylaxis to prevent this infection if that individual or someone may have had a sexual relationship with someone they don't know, they don't trust, or they consider to be having other partners, and they come to you and they tell you they suspected something. Prophylactically, you can order this and give them the treatment, okay? Because again, we know it can lead to infertility and PID if left untreated. We do the NAT swab, we culture the specimen, and we send it to lab. It is also one of the easiest infection to treat. We can treat it with just 1 dose of azithromycin, and again, if it's left untreated, it's going to lead to infertility because it causes scar tissues in the reproductive tract. Measures: protective sex, screening all females under age 25 and every pregnant woman, 1st and 3rd trimester. Because during pregnancy, because of changes in the systems and organs, things that were laying dormant can wake up and start acting out, and they can have flare-ups where we see it. And women usually will show a yellowish, greenish vaginal discharge, and this we cannot miss. Painful urination, again, menorrhagia, we can see that. Bleeding in between periods or bleeding during sexual intercourse. Men also will show the yellowish, white, or greenish discharge. Most times when people start having greenish, those thick yellowish, greenish discharge, believe me, they come. Most times, for clear vaginal discharges, they disregard it. 2 things that usually bring people to us: a very foul odor that somebody is complaining. Some people think, well, maybe that's the way they've been for some time, and they will not consider the foul smell a problem until someone said, "What's that? You better go get yourself checked." Then they come. But definitely the greenish, thick, purulent discharge brings them into us. And so when there's pain in the testicles, consider testing for GC. And you see all these beautiful pictures? These are some of the things you may see. And I use this also for teaching. I have pictures to show my young population. I say, you want to have this? No. And so they follow what I tell them, and they get condoms, and they use the condoms. For gonorrhea, you can see the thick, purulent discharge. You see the uterus right there. Is there a pointer here? Okay, right here, this is the uterus. And if you look at this right here, look at this area. What you're looking at right here, this is the fallopian tube right here, the 2 fallopian tubes, And over here, you can see there's a cyst that is forming because of the infection that the GC, and when this is not treated and it leaves the scar tissue, you see, it will block that fallopian tube. And we have issue with infertility. They might be able to conceive because we have 2 ovaries, right? 2 fallopian tubes. But when one is blocked and they're not ovulating regularly from the other one, then we have issues with, conception also. And the discharges, this one right here is somebody's mouth. This is the tongue, if you don't know, and this is a female anatomy. This is a male anatomy with the discharge right here. This is female and male anatomy. And so there's no shame or embarrassment making sure that you really see what you eat. So the clinical perils. Of course, you need to know. It's important that you see what you eat. So for clinical perils, for GC, for you as providers, it's often co-infected with chlamydia. That's why for all of the tests that we send, you see in the slip, they come together as twins, GC/chlamydia. So it's always suspicious that when someone is presenting with chlamydia, there's possibility that there's a gonorrhea attached to it. So both of them are tested at the same time. Ceftriaxone, intramuscular, and it's important to add doxycycline if chlamydia is not excluded or suspected. Okay? You know I'm a teacher, but I was about to ask, do you have any questions? When I haven't finished, I'm used to stopping and just find if you have anything, but I have to go until I'm done. Anyway, for syphilis, yes, it's treatable. It can be treated. The Treponema pallidum is the causative bacterium for this infection, more common in men, particularly men having sex with men, and the symptoms of syphilis are the same for both men and women. There's 4 stages, from primary, secondary to latent and tertiary. By the time people get to the tertiary, which says that this infection was neglected, never treated, then we see serious breakout in the skin. It just gets to the cutaneous. You see that in liver, leads to blindness and other things. So this is one infection that will also pass through the placental barrier if left untreated in a pregnant woman. Treatment for syphilis, penicillin G injection, 2.4 million units, deep intramuscular injection. Now, regardless, just understand, if you're teaching your patient that tested positive and she's pregnant, encourage, let her know, even if she's allergic to penicillin, she will get the injection. That's how serious this infection is. But giving them the treatment if they're allergic to penicillin G will not happen in your clinic, please. Do not do that. Send her to the hospital. The treatment and the injection happens in the labor and delivery suite because they have to go through desensitization before they can get the full dose of penicillin G if they are allergic to penicillin. Okay? Please remember that. And this is what we see in syphilis. You can imagine, again, make sure you see what you eat. The diagnosis and treatment, the serum VDR and RPR tests is what we do. Penicillin G intramuscular, deep intramuscular. It's not the regular 20 gauge or the regular 18 gauge. It's a longer gauge because the penicillin G looks like milk. It's thick. And so we use bigger gauge needle. So tetracycline and erythromycin can be given if the individual, not pregnant person, if the person is not pregnant, we can use tetracycline and erythromycin to treat syphilis for them However, if that client you have is pregnant, they must get penicillin G. For the fact, remember, it passes through the placental barrier and it will cause congenital syphilis on the newborn. Okay, so reading the test, if syphilis can be treated at any stage, from primary to latent to tertiary, it can be treated. And when you have a patient that comes in and they tested positive for syphilis, please encourage them to bring their partner. Talk to that individual. It might be very difficult for you, especially depending on the relationship that person is having, or who their partner is, or how many sexual partners they have, because we always ask that question: how many sexual partners have you had in the past 12 months? Somebody might say 4 or 5, and you ask all male, all female, or both. We do all that, right? So you treat all their partners, because if one out of many is not treated, they will go back, they will have their relationship, and they will be reinfected. So we do partner treatment. For treatment, for the positive serology, anytime the result, the treponema antibody serum test comes less than 1.8, we consider it negative, but if it's 1.8 and above, you know the person is positive for syphilis. For clinical peril, for all of us, we have to screen broadly, especially in the high-risk population. The LGBTQ community, young adults, people that have multiple sexual partners, those are considered the high-risk groups, or sex workers. How many of you here have 1 or 2 sex workers in your patient population? How many? Only 2, only 2, 3. No. They should not be unknown. No. No. Let's talk about this. Your patients, every one of them, if they are a sex worker, male or female, they will let you know. You know the reason? Your attitude towards their lifestyle. Remember, we have the responsibility of non-judgmental care. Regardless of what, who, or whatever, we are not the one to judge or make fun of whatever. Our role is to provide non-judgmental health care. Therefore, if you have people or someone in your partner that is a sex worker and they haven't told you, you need serious self-awareness. All of us, we need self-awareness. If they tell you, how would you see them? How would you look at them? What would you think about them? What will be your attitude towards their lifestyle and what they do? None of your patients should not be able to disclose who exactly their lifestyle and what they do, especially if you've seen them for more than a year or 2 and they're your regular clients. You should know everything about them, period. So have more conversation deeply in a non-judgmental way and see what you can get. We've talked about the treatment for this. Penicillin G, 2.4 million, 1 dose for primary, secondary, and it's given every week for 3 doses if that individual is in the latent tertiary stage. There's no alternative in a pregnant woman. They must get the penicillin G. Okay? For herpes, the genital herpes is common infection caused by herpes simplex virus. We see a lot of HSV1, but HSV2 is the sexual one we talk about. Okay? The one type is the mouth and nose, the cold sores, fingers, and the weight loss. Sometimes when people have high fever, they break out. And the type 2 is the genital and anal genital herpes that we are mostly concerned about. Both of them are infectious, but the genital herpes is our major concern because they have recurrent lifelong viral infection. There is no cure for herpes. Regardless, we can subdue the virus and keep them inactive, but stress, other infections can lead to flare-up in the individual. So symptoms may not appear for weeks, months, or even years after someone is exposed to this virus. And if symptoms do come, usually it will show between 4 to 7 days after exposure to the virus. So diagnosis is confirmed by culture of the vesicle. You know, when you see it's like a little boil, the balloon boil, the vesicle, we call it vesicle. So look at these beautiful pictures. You see the vesicles here? This is what the vesicles over here. They're clustered, you see. Okay. All right. You like the pictures? Your clinical perils is HSV1 can cause the genital herpes, especially when people engage in oral sex. It's chronic, there's no cure. We manage with episodic or suppressive antiviral medications. We give antiviral therapy, acyclovir. If it's oral, we give 400 milligrams 3 times every day. And if it's the famciclovir, they get 250 milligrams 3 times a day. Or if it's the valacyclovir, 1 gram twice daily. The duration of treatment is usually 7 to 10 days to suppress this. Suppression, not cure. Okay? And if your client is pregnant, if you have a pregnant client, please provide her with the education, prepare her that an active herpes lesion is an indication for C-section delivery. Please, any woman with an active herpes lesion is never allowed to deliver vaginally because this is contact. The newborn will have herpes, active herpes lesion. And the worst picture for you to see is a brand new baby in the nursery breaking out with herpes vesicles, crying. The pain is excruciating. A brand new baby put in isolation because that baby is infected, and it's a serious issue. Anytime that a woman comes in, especially if they don't have prenatal care and they stay at home, they go into active labor, they come in before you can do anything, they deliver, and you're looking at active lesions in the perineal area is a serious concern. We don't want that, we don't like that, so please make sure that you provide them the education that they need. HIV is a virus that damages the body's immune system, found in breast milk, blood, semen, vaginal, and anal fluids of an infected person, including breast milk. And the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, which is the AIDS, is the final stage of the HIV infection when the body can no longer fight off the virus. Now, we are so lucky, we are happy with the current trends and management. A lot of people are living longer, living with HIV for many, many years, staying on antiretroviral therapy for life. And so their viral load is very low, and they continue to live a healthy life. But that does not mean that they cannot infect people or their partners, but they need to stay on treatment. So therapeutic management, the highly active antiviral retroviral treatment, the heart is usually the treatment. Now these days, we have single therapy. Remember when HIV first came, people were taking cocktails. Now it's just, yes. And also we have the PrEP now, the Truvada, the Descoy, and other medications that people take prophylactically to prevent, hoping that they prevent the infection. And during pregnancy and childbirth, individuals are treated and they are loaded with antiviral intravenous medications delivered through C-sections, hoping that their viral load was very low. And a lot of times, the newborns are born through C-section. Percentage of them never convert and they never test positive for HIV. But that's a whole different presentation. The HPV, we heard about HPV. Most common STI in the United States, late teens and early 20s are the prevalent age. Genital warts and condylomata is their final presentation, and it can cause cancers of the cervix, vulva, vagina, penis, anal, and oral cancer. Most asymptomatic visible genital warts is what we'll see, and usually diagnosed through pap smears. Or if the individual comes in and they're showing you this cauliflower, we call it the cauliflower growths. You see these pictures? It's important. If you look at this one, you can see this is a young male that is having sex rectally, and they have grown the condylomata from HPV. This is a male also, and this is a male, and this is a female, and they have grown those genital warts. And at the onset, usually to prevent this HPV, we heard about vaccines today, right? There's no need going back again. The 9-valent Gardasil 9 that we heard during the presentation, the CDC recommends 2 doses of the vaccine for adolescents aged 11 to 12, and the 2-dose schedule for 9 to 14-year-olds. Second dose should be given 6 to 12 months after the first dose. So 0, 6, 12 month schedule is what they get. A 3-dose schedule for 15 to 26-year-olds or people that are immunosuppressed. They do their second dose 1 to 2 months after the first dose, and then the third dose should be given 6 months after the first dose. 0, 1 to 2 months and 6 months schedule is where what they get for the vaccines. And we heard earlier, again, individuals 45 years and old can get the vaccine, but they have to have that clinical conversation with you. And I would say have that conversation with all your clients that are at least 45 years and below. If they haven't had the vaccine, I don't think it's going to kill anybody or it's going to hurt anybody just to do a prophylactic treatment, but it's your clinical decision between you and your individual. And therapeutic management will be the Imiquoid cream. The Imiquoid, if you see maybe your client, if he or she comes and they've already started growing the very small, soft condylomata, the little cauliflower growths, you can prescribe Aldara, where they will just use it. They apply a thin film once at night, and they will sleep and leave it on for 8 hours, and then they'll wash. So they will do this for at least up to a month or more to get it cleaned out. Okay? Women, they do pap smear to find out if they have HPV. If they do, we just wait to see, depending on the type, see if the body can fight and clean it out and do it. But they will come for annual pap smear, see what the body is doing. Okay. Now, for hepatitis B, caused by the Hep B vaccine, Hep B virus, sorry, mostly because of the difficulty and the terrible impact of this and the liver. We know here in the United States, right from birth, right after birth, babies are vaccinated in the hospital even before they go home. And all of us here in the health care that provide contact and touch people, we are mandated to also get our hepatitis B vaccines. So when people are exposed to hepatitis B virus, the onset symptoms is 6 weeks to 6 months, and it can be self-limiting and chronic, but if it continues to proliferate and untreated, it can cause liver failure and death, or just lead to cirrhosis of the liver and cancer of the liver. That's why it's important that all of us here, if you're one of those individuals that don't believe in getting your vaccines, please do get your vaccine, and encourage others to get the vaccine. I know even our young children, young adults, it happened in my home. My own daughter, who is a pharmacist, when she had her own son, her thought process changed. And she asked me, Mom, do you think the baby can get all these vaccines? They're saying that they can have ADHD. I said, if I don't kill you. And that she stopped talking because I said, every vaccine he will get, non-negotiable. So it can happen to you also, because most times emotion comes up when it's our family members or when somebody you know, and then you act as if, okay, what am I going to do? Remember clinical decisions. Remember the impact and the negative impact of hepatitis B infections, okay? The HB surface antigen is the result, the test, the serology test that is done, and the antibody after treatment or after getting the vaccines, and you test your clients, they will always have the Hep B antibody, which tells you that they're immune. But anytime they have positive Hep B antigen, then you know they need treatment with the vaccine. The antibody is the protective one. The antigen is the active infection. Okay. Trichomonas caused by protozoa, Trichomonas vaginalis, usually sexually transmitted. It's also asymptomatic. Men, they will have inflammation, pain during urination. They might have exudate, that pus coming out of the penis. And female, they will have very foul, malodorous, frothy, like bubbling, and they have fishy smell also. And you have, if you just look into the cervix, it will look like a strawberry. So you cannot miss it when you do a speculum exam and you're looking at the cervix and you have that red, it looks like a strawberry with little dots, then you have your trick right there. This is what the frothy discharge looks like. And somebody might just say, okay, he's juicy, she's juicy. Really? Let's test it again and see what's going on here. So this is some of the things that we hear in clinical practice. And you have to learn to know what you hear. And you can have a little conversation with the individual that is telling you, no, this is not a problem. I've always been like this. So, okay, fine. We're going to test this cream and see what it is. Because sometimes you have to convince your patient about the treatment and what care you're trying to do for them. Once they understand what you're doing and they know you're being non-judgmental and you're trying to do the best you can for them, they work with you. They will not have a problem. And they trust you too. They begin to trust you, and they will call you any day, anytime to tell you the truth. If they veer off, if they do something, they will always tell you because they know you understand and you're not judging them. You're just telling them the truth. Okay. For the clinical pearl, for trick, it's often missed. The test is often missed because people think they're just, they have good lubrication. and they're not worried about it. But then we do the test, the nucleic acid amplification test. We take the vaginal swab, and for men, we usually ask for the first void. First void. If we suspect trichomonas, we tell them we want the urine, but not just any urine. Wait, sleep, go to sleep. In the morning when you wake up, the first urine is what I want, because that first urine is more concentrated and it has more organisms that can be tested. So that is the specimen you will ask for if you're using urine, is the first void in the morning, okay? Because it's more concentrated. The treatment, if it's positive for trick, is flagyl, the metronidazole, 500 milligram twice every day for 7 days. And you treat the partners, because if you don't treat the partners, your client will continue to be reinfected for as long as they are in relationship with that individual. And then some other parasites. Now, scabies, this one, skin, pruritus with lesions. The first treatment is the single dose of the ivermectin, followed by repeated dose in about 2 weeks for scabies. Pubic lice, people don't ever think about pubic lice. People don't ever think that when we have lice in our hair, people can also have lice in their private area. Sure, that can also cause itchiness, and that needs to be treated. The Elamite cream is what we use for that. Clean it, wash it, shampoo, and use the Elamite cream, okay? To eradicate the infestation, clean, wash everywhere, and the underwears. Special clinical consideration, the extragenital testing, rectopharyngeal testing for men having sex with men, women with relevant exposures, and partner notification and expedited partner therapy is important when we are dealing with sexual transmitted infections. We have to be sensitized to stigma. That's why some of you, they may not be telling you, non-judgmental care. We have to be able to have a conversation with our clients about their sexual practices. Prevention, education is important, and sexual behavior is important. Use protection, teaching abstinence sometimes is just not going to work, because for individuals that are already sexual active, they will remain sexual active. So we have to really have the conversation with them. If some of them hepatitis, HPV, vaccination is important, we talk about them. We talk to our clients about getting vaccines. The PrEP is important. We talk about PrEP for our clients that are sex workers, or they are men having sex with men, or individuals that are, have multiple sexual partners. We can talk about the pre-exposure prophylaxis. Condom use counseling is important. Yes, it's effective, but sometimes if people choose to use the non-latex condoms, the one they call lambskin and all those softer skins, viruses sometimes can penetrate and go through them, and people can still get infected. So for clinical perils, comprehensively, always test, treat sexual partners, avoid that one-dose AZT monotherapy that we give for chlamydia because of the resistance that is coming. Always treat empirically if you suspect that your client may be having sexual transmitted infection. Provide the treatment and then wait for the lab results. It's not going to kill them. And so for chlamydia GC, if they test positive after treatment, 3 months, they come for follow-up. Syphilis, you follow with titer at 6 and 12 months. Screen smartly, treat accurately using current CDC guidelines. Educate your clients openly. Reduce stigma of sexual transmitted infections, just like we're talking about the stigma of mental health. Nobody will tell you they have schizophrenia. Let me go home and take my my medication for bipolar disorder, but we can easily tell someone I need to go take my asthma medicine or my blood pressure medicine, but they will never tell you they need to go home and take their medication for schizophrenia because of asthma and because of stigma, because nobody wants to be their friends or work with them or have them and their children go and do things together. So prevent proactively using vaccines, PrEP, and counseling, and stay updated on resistant trends and emerging practices like the doxy-PrEP, using doxycycline these days for post-exposure when individuals that have been either raped or they had sex with new partner. Like we said, we can use doxycycline, 200 milligrams given within 72 hours of having the sexual relationship. Again, the MSM population, although it's not being widely used, but it's still used, okay? Molecular resistant testing for GC, it's important we test everyone that when we are suspicious. Injections, new ones, these are newer trends, but I've not used the long-acting injections yet. I've not used that, but that is one of the trends that coming out for sexual transmitted infection. For routine screening and recommendations, sexually active women, STI screen, we always screen them annually for GC and chlamydia. For men having sex with men every 3 to 6 months. If they are on PrEP, every month they come, we test them for HIV and STIs. Pregnant women, we test them on first visit and we repeat as needed. And for HIV positive individuals, every year or more frequently, depending on if they're showing symptoms or if we're suspicious of anything, okay? And so that's my story for the day.
Thank you so much, Dr. ANNPNA, for that excellent presentation. It was very insightful and quite eye-opening.
That's what they will tell you.
Any questions, please, for Dr. ANNPNA?
I've always been like that.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. ANNPNA, for this good presentation. My question is on the doxycycline 200 milligram. You said to give for people who have unprotected sex or somebody that was raped. Is that like a one-time dose thing?
Yes.
Yeah, because I work in urgent care within 72 hours. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Like when we did Plan B for pregnancy, within 72 hours to prevent pregnancy.
Thank you.
Sure. Oh, you want? Somebody else is asking first.
Ojunne. Thank you to taking us back to the basics. Wonderful presentation. I'll just assume that your presentation mostly was hinged on the MSM, because I used to work in Department of Health, DC, STD, chest clinic. And to be honest, most of our, the people I treated or that came to the clinic, the MSM and the heterosexual, they're equally affected the same way. So I'm just assuming this was just tailored towards the 25% of the MSM. Everyone. Okay, I just don't want us to live out here thinking it's only the 25% MSM. No. Okay. The statistics for them, because we have over 21 to 40 something of people we saw. Okay. Good presentation. I love it.
Okay. All right, I have a question for you, Dr. Ojunne. Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. I usually discover people infected with herpes 1, herpes 2. I would say it's usually an incidental discovery. You know, they don't know because they have not shown the symptoms. They just come in one day and we're doing their physical and they want to be tested for everything, and you test them and then you find out. So their question is always to me is, if they are not showing symptoms at all, they have never had a breakout, what do they do with their partners? They always ask me, do I tell? Okay, so please explain how do they have to stay on maintenance medication even, when they didn't break out, or can they transmit when they didn't break out and all of that?
Sexual transmitted infections, it's just like when we're talking about suicide, active suicidal ideations or attempt is a deal breaker for HIPAA. And so when someone, even when they're asymptomatic, however, during testing, you found them to be positive, it is our responsibility to talk to that individual for them to know that if we just continue to treat him or her, the partner is at risk continuously because the infection is still active. They will go back to their partner, they will continue to be reinfected, and the treatment will seem not to be working. Even when they are on maintenance, they will continue to show positivity. They will still have the active antigen. So they have to tell. They have to tell their partner. They have to, because one immune system might be stronger than the other. They have to, it's important. We encourage them strongly to share the information with their partner.
Hello? Okay. Dr. Junne, that was an awesome presentation. Thank you very much for refreshing our memory.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first question is, the treatment for the HPV-2, is that safe for pregnant women, for the biocyclovia or acyclovia?
Yes.
It's safe for pregnant women? Okay.
Yes.
And the second one is, I happen to encounter this client. You know, the one happens in the oral, then the two
oral
happens,
herpes, the type 1.
One, right. So the two happens in the genital area, but this client has on her buttock.
That's type 2.
She has the vesicles, but it's on her buttock area.
Because the vaginal fluid flows. If you clean yourself front to back. So the same thing with the HPV, the warts, the genital warts. When it grows from the perineum all the way to the rectum and sometimes all the way to the back. Anywhere that it's exposed to, it will grow.
Because I asked her, I said,
that's type 2.
I said, have this ever happened to you in your journey? She said no, that it just came up suddenly on her right buttock.
Yes.
And it's painful and itching.
Yes. Yes.
So I was surprised to see it
because
on that.
Because when the vesicle breaks, the vesicle, it's like boiled, like when you have hot water pour on the skin. The vesicle, when it bursts, it flows. Anywhere it touches, if it touches the thigh or it's a contact.
Okay, but my question is, she never have it in the genital.
It doesn't matter. Maybe she had rectal sex without telling you. A lot of people have anal sex.
Okay.
Did you ask her
okay.
if they engage in rectal sex? We cannot be embarrassed about discussing these sexual practices. We can't.
Thank you, Dr. Junne. That was an awesome presentation. I will start with the last question. The first question you have to ask your patient is a recurrent? Dr. Jenna mentioned earlier that with stress, they will have an outbreak. If it's recurrent, then, it's a point for you to treat. And also, you could also culture the vesicles when they have an active breakout. So most people have those breakouts and they don't know that it's associated with herpes. Herpes zoster, which most people carry, could become reactive under certain conditions. To the lady that asked question about the Lyme pack, we call it the Lyme pack, the 200 milligram of doxycycline as preventive. Once you treat somebody for syphilis, please give them that the 72-hour 200 milligram. Doxycycline comes in 100. But you have to tell them, take the 200 together, not separate. And it's very important that you let them know that they cannot take more than the 200 in 24 hours.
Yes.
And the reason why you're doing that is because you don't know if their partner have gotten treatment and you don't want them to come back. Given that penicillin G is very viscous and is very painful. Even as you are injecting it yourself, you're feeling the pain.
We use xylocaine.
Yes.
Most times when we give the injection for
Yes.
penicillin G, we use xylocaine spray because it hurts. It's
Correct.
a deep intramuscular injection.
Correct.
And the size of the needle is longer for it to go deeper.
Yes.
Into the tissue.
So about the sex toys, please do not be shy in advising people to take theirs with them, because we live in an age where people carry sex toys. I work in an organization where we've gone into the bathroom and we see sex toys too, in a workplace. So people carry their things around. Tell them, if you're going to be doing stuff, take yours with you. Thank you.
Okay, one more question.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It's an excellent presentation. Yes, sir. And actually, this presentation is close to my heart because I used to work STI for about 4 years with HIV patients. And I just like to make comment. Like you said, you put a very important information to say you have to know if your patients are sex workers. Yeah, I agree with you. You really need to have very open conversation because, like me, if you can see I'm a Muslim, I used to work there. I would tell them first straight that I'm not judgmental. I'm here to treat you, to help you out. And believe me, they will come out that, especially men versus men, because they have sex workers there too. They will plainly tell you how it goes. And that is very excellent. And the herpes 1 and 2. Believe me, over half of us here, we have herpes 1. But our immune system are very strong. Only when your immune system gets weak, you start to see the symptoms. That's why it's very advisable for newborns not to be kissed by everybody. Including the mother, you have to be careful. So that's why the newborn easily you can see them with herpes 1 especially, because you get it through kissing, actually. That one is not through sexually transmitted. And the other thing I'm so glad about the HIV it treats, yes. As provider, we have to ask them, even somebody is 80 years old, 70 years old, about HIV, because sometimes we miss it. And if they take their medication, actually, I've seen somebody at 80 years old with HIV, well, consistently taking their medication. In fact, now they have an injection which you take monthly. But before you qualify for that monthly injection, you have to get 50 copies or less of your viral load, which we usually refer as undetectable. So it's very important for that. And the last thing I will comment on, like for pregnant women, if their viral load is undetectable, believe me, they will not transmit it to their young ones. Even though they usually practice C-section. And they have done studies. If somebody is actually viral undetectable, they can have sex without condom, they will not transmit it. That has been proven. Thank you.
But for that particular comment, even when their viral load is less than 50 and it's undetectable, we still, encourage them to continue to use condom because they can get a different strand of the HIV virus from someone else. So we still provide that education. All right.
Good. Thank you so much, Dr. Apuaka. Sorry, we're running behind a little bit, so if any questions, you can meet with Dr. Apuaka. She'll be happy to answer your questions at the end. Next is presentation.
I want to give it up for our one and only National Secretary, Education Conference Committee Chair, and the most vibrant presenter today with all the juices. What, are they milkshake or what? Don't you like this beautiful picture? It reminded me of Trump's beautiful bill. So, we want to thank you especially for this wonderful presentation. It was quite informative. A lot of us have moved away from this population because when she said, do you ask this question? I don't. I don't work with this population. My people are retired. So for that reason, I want to thank you on a more serious note for this great presentation. And on behalf of our organization, I want to show this appreciation with this plaque. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So we're almost at the finish line. Thank you all for hanging in there. We have our last but not the least speaker for this evening, Dr. Umfan Valencia Umorin. Did I say it right? Okay, so she will be presenting Pediatric Eczema Update, Food Allergy Connections, and Non-Steroidal Treatment Approaches. Dr. Umfan Umorin is a primary care pediatrician at Owings Mills Pediatrics in Maryland. She has worked as a hospitalist in the bone marrow transplant program at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. She has both outpatient experience treating common pediatric infections as well as inpatient experience managing immunocompromised patients. Dr. Umorin is also the host of a podcast called The Storytime Clinic, which she highlights children's books that raise awareness about various childhood health conditions. Please join me to welcome Dr. Umorin.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you guys have been doing well today. Okay, perfect. All right, so as she mentioned, my name is Dr. Umorin, but I've added a new name now, so it's Dr. Elegbede. And I'll be speaking to you today about pediatric eczema, talking about the connections between food allergy and eczema, and some non-steroidal treatment approaches as well. I just wanted to get a show of hands. How many people in here are working with the pediatric population in one form or another? Hello, my people. Okay, some of this will still be relevant for adults because some adults still have eczema, so hopefully the information is useful to all of you. Okay, the objectives today will be to recognize the clinical presentation, age-related patterns, and common triggers of eczema or atopic dermatitis, as it's also known, in children. We'll be talking about the role of food allergies in pediatric eczema, talking about when it's appropriate to test for food allergies and when to refer, to an allergist. And we'll be talking about overall management of eczema, so skincare, steroids, and then non-steroidal options as well, and some newer therapies that are coming down the line. Okay, so first we're going to talk about what eczema is. It is a chronic inflammatory skin condition that results in recurrent flares of itching and rash. It is a very common childhood condition. About 13% of children will be diagnosed with eczema at some point in their childhood. And it's actually a little bit more common in the Black population. About 20% of those children will be diagnosed with eczema during their childhood. For us who work with children, it is very important to know how to diagnose and manage eczema because this is definitely a childhood onset disease. About 50% of patients have developed symptoms by the time they're a year old, and then almost everybody, about 95% of patients, will have symptoms before 5 years of age. And this is something that does persist into adulthood as well. Okay, so we will first talk about the normal function of the skin. The skin is supposed to be a barrier for us, helping to protect from outside microbes and pathogens. And there's a few different areas, a few different layers that contribute to that protective mechanism of the skin. We have a microbe barrier. So the skin actually produces antimicrobial peptides, so dermcidin, defensins, and these peptides actually help to destroy some of the pathogenic bacteria that our skin comes in contact with on a daily basis. There is also a chemical barrier. This involves more of the fatty acids and the lipids. So free fatty acids, amino acids, and urea, these are natural moisturizing factors that lay on the skin. We also have other specialized lipids, ceramides, cholesterol, and all these collectively work together to maintain the moisture of the skin, but they're also part of what we call the acid mantle, so they maintain the pH balance of the skin as well, and some of that acidity helps to prevent the growth of pathogenic bacteria. Then there's the physical barrier, which is the skin that we see all the time. The skin cells are held together by different proteins that help to maintain the integrity of the skin, so forming tight junctions in the skin to prevent irritants and allergens from coming through the skin. And finally, if all else fails, there is an immunological barrier, so that's where we start having dendritic cells, T cells, and other components of the immune system that will help to combat any microbes or pathogens that are able to make it through the other layers of the skin. So it's important to have an understanding of how a normal functioning skin barrier works so that we can then understand what happens in eczema. So when we have eczema, we have a disrupted skin barrier. Some patients will have genetic mutations in the proteins that hold the skin cells together. This means that the skin is more leaky. That will lead to some moisture loss, so where water evaporates from the skin more often. Sometimes we may have a disruption in the amounts of the lipids or the free fatty acids that are helping to keep the skin moisturized as well. So both of those things together can lead to having more dry skin. Then when the skin cells are not held together as well by those proteins, we're also having more permeability of the skin. So more irritants and more allergens are able to permeate the skin and come through. Those now are being presented to the immune system and activating the immune cells that are in the bottom layer of the skin. And so that activates mostly the Th2 pathway in the immune system, and they release cytokines like IL-4, IL-5, and IL-13, and a few different other ones as well that can start inflammation in the skin. This can also trigger the IgE-mediated system, and that can trigger histamine release, which is also a factor in causing itchiness of the skin as well. So as I mentioned, all these factors with eczema is going to lead to dry skin, more sensitive skin, and a cycle of pruritus, which is itching caused by inflammation, and rash as well. And the more that the itching occurs and the scratching of the surface, that also disrupts the physical barrier of the skin, and that perpetuates that cycle because then more things are coming through the broken barrier of the skin, more inflammation happens, more itching happens. So it's really a cycle. I have a few pictures up here that just show how eczema may look in different patients. You may have some erythema or redness, areas of redness from that inflammation. But it's also important to know if you're working with darker skinned individuals, black skin, that area might actually look more purple or black rather than really looking red. You can have areas that become hyper or hypopigmented, so lighter or darker skin as a result of the inflammation in those areas. You have dry skin, you have skin that is lichenified or thickened if you have sort of ongoing inflammation for a long time. And the distribution of the eczema varies by age as well. So in infants, the cheeks are a very common area to start having eczema, followed by the elbows and the knees. And then as children get older, we may see this more on the flexural surfaces, so inside the elbows, behind the knees, sometimes around the neck. And adults, we may see this more so around the hands and around the eyes. These are more sensitive areas for adults. Okay, so when we talk about managing eczema, I think about it in three different categories. Think about having appropriate skin care, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Avoiding common triggers for eczema, and then also controlling the inflammation when that happens. So what are some of the things that we should be educating our patients about with eczema? One, we talked to them about bathing. Oftentimes they have a lot of questions about how often they need to bathe, when they need to bathe, and so on. The frequency of the bathing is not as much of a concern, but it is a point where children may be exposed to certain irritants in the soaps, as well, fragrances and things like that. You have the teenagers that want to use all the nice smelling things from Bath and Body Works, but a lot of times fragrances can be irritants to the skin. So you want them to use things, soaps that are very gentle, things that are fragrance-free. And we want them to use lukewarm water because heat and hot water can actually trigger some of that inflammatory response. So being exposed to very long hot showers can actually trigger worsening eczema. So I tell them comfortable temperature, but not too hot, not too long. Frequency is not really too much of a problem. Sometimes it's helpful to just have like a short list of the products that you like yourself. Patients can find what works for them, but Dove Sensitive Skin is a very simple, fragrance-free body wash that I usually recommend, and it has some moisturizing properties in it as well, so that's a good one. I also recommend bathing after exposures to certain triggers. So there's certain children who, after being in the pool and exposed to chlorine, their eczema flares up. Pollen for kids who have allergies, that can also be a trigger for them. So when they're coming in from being outdoors in the right seasons, I usually recommend for them to shower after that. And then for kids who are very active doing sports or dance or exercise and they sweat a lot, sweat can also be a potent irritant to the skin as well. So those are some of the recommendations that we make there. Then when it comes to choosing a moisturizer, similarly you want to use something that is fragrance-free, something that is very thick so that it will moisturize the skin well. And you want to put that on if they're showering kind of as soon as they get out of the shower. And every time they wash their hands, and really constantly through the day, the more moisturizing the better, because dry skin is one of the highlights of eczema. Again, I recommend certain products, but ultimately you want them to use something that they're going to be willing to consistently apply over time. So if there's a moisturizer that is too greasy or too thick and they don't like the way it feels, they can choose something else. The moisturizer doesn't really matter which one, just as long as, again, it's fragrance-free and it's a little bit more, a little bit thicker than the water-based ones. Okay. So then we come to avoiding triggers. There are a lot of different triggers. As we talked about, the skin barrier is damaged in eczema, and so we are constantly sort of exposed to different triggers in the environment. Common ones are soaps, like I've talked about, detergents, different types of fabric, cosmetics, fragrances. These can all be problems. So usually when a kid will come into the office with concerns about their eczema flaring or not being well controlled, I kind of go through what a child would do in their daily routine, and I ask about all these things. You know, are you using fragrance-free soap? What kind of shampoo are you using? What kind of lotion are you using? What detergents are you washing your clothes in? Are they using perfumes? Are they using cosmetics? Again, if you're thinking about your teenagers and makeup that they're putting on their face, that can often be irritating as well. So you want to kind of go through the products they're using on a daily basis and help give some guidance in that way. For certain children, pollen, pet dander, dust mites can all be triggers for their eczema. Again, especially for kids who have environmental allergies. Then infections can actually also trigger eczema. So the normal skin has a certain balance of microbes living on them, but oftentimes in eczema, because of the constant inflammation, there's a disruption in how that balance happens. And so you often will get Staph aureus overgrowth and colonization, and that can often cause inflammation. So you want to be able to spot that and treat that, particularly if that is present with an eczema flare. We talked about some other things: heat, sweat, dry air. These environmental changes can all cause issues. And finally, one thing I really want to focus on here is food, because that is a very, very common question that parents will ask: can food be contributing to my child's eczema? So we'll spend a few slides talking about that today. So we will start with a case. An 8-month-old infant with moderate to severe eczema. It's not been improving with emollients. It's not been improving with topical steroids that you prescribed a few months ago. The parents ask, could food be contributing to this problem? The child is breastfed. He started solids. He's been introduced to some things. The parents have not introduced peanuts because there's a family history of allergies and they don't want to do that right now. The child has eczema flares almost daily. They can't really tell whether there's any specific food that it's related to. He's not had any other symptoms of allergies, so no hives, no vomiting, no wheezing. Okay, so if you had this child in your clinic, what would you do next? And the options are: you order a broad food allergy panel. You recommend diet elimination, so taking out milk, egg, and wheat. You optimize the skin care and refer to an allergist if you have a strong suspicion. Or you stop all solids and continue breastfeeding only. So I'll just give you a couple of minutes to look over the choices there. Think about it in your minds. And then we'll go through a few other slides talking about food allergy and asthma. And we'll come back to this case, and hopefully you will have a good idea of what to do next. Okay, so there is a strong connection with eczema and food allergies. Studies have shown that infants with eczema are 6 times more likely to have an egg allergy, 11 more times likely to have a peanut allergy by 12 months of age compared to those without eczema. So there's a high burden of disease in this population. And particularly in those who have moderate to severe eczema, they're at higher risk of having food allergy there, up to about 30 or 40% of them. And of these, egg, milk, and peanuts are really the strongest culprits for food allergies in kids with eczema. But what we've come to find out is that most eczema flares are not really caused by food allergies. So there's a correlation between food allergies and eczema, but the food allergies are typically not causing the eczema flares. A lot of times, eczema is the risk factor and is the preceding factor that actually leads to the development of a lot of food allergies. And so we'll talk about that difference here. If you remember the picture of the normal skin and then the disrupted skin with eczema, you remember that we said that with eczema, you have a disrupted skin barrier, and so you have increased permeability of the skin. you're leading to more exposure to different allergens, and this activates the immune system. And so for a lot of children, we actually have a cutaneous exposure to different foods even before they've ever tasted them by mouth. So even as early as 3 months old, when they're testing certain IgE levels in children, you can actually find that kids have shown signs of being sensitized. So they do have higher levels of IgE even before they've had any food by mouth because of that broken skin. So that's important to understand that kids with severe eczema, because they get exposed to foods through the skin and the immune system gets to see that exposure and recognize it and start building up a response to it early on, they're more likely to later on develop food allergies. The same thing happens with pollen. Being exposed to different pollens or environmental allergens early on through the skin can also cause the development of allergic rhinitis and asthma later on in life. So the eczema is sort of, you hear them say it's the first part of the atopic march or the atopic triad because of this exposure through the skin. So when this patient is in front of you in the clinic, the question that we're asking is, does this make sense to test in this situation? Is this a clinically relevant thing to test for food allergy in this situation? So when we really think about food allergies, we are mostly concerned about the immediate hypersensitivity reactions. So things that can have severe life-threatening effects and could possibly lead to anaphylaxis. Whereas in eczema, we are mostly talking about a delayed reaction or a different pathway of inflammation that really may not present in the same way as food allergy does. And so to kind of illustrate that point, there was a study done in the Netherlands looking at about 1,000 different oral food challenges. And the patients who were sent to this clinic were sent to the allergist to kind of answer this question. The parents thought that there was a correlation between food and the eczema worsening. And there was a subset of patients who had immediate reactions, and that meant that usually within about 2 hours of exposure to a food allergen, they would have symptoms like hives, vomiting, swelling of their lips, and then respiratory symptoms such as wheezing. So that was a subset of patients that they had there. But the ones who had just an eczema exacerbation, just the flare, that came later. So those patients would have symptoms maybe 6 to 48 hours later. But most of the time, that only happened if they had actually also had the immediate reaction. When they looked at the kids who just had worsening of their eczema and no other symptoms at all, they reacted to the food allergen pretty much the same amount as they reacted to placebo. So meaning that there really was not a reproducible correlation between the exposure to a certain food and worsening of the eczema flare, unless there were other symptoms of having allergy. So what the authors gained from this was that children who have just eczema flare without having any other signs of allergic symptoms were unlikely to actually be allergic to that particular food. So that makes us think that with eczema, like I said, there's a lot of different environmental irritants that the kids are exposed to on a daily basis. There's many other things that we may need to be thinking about and controlling as well, and it may not always be right to blame that on the food. So we have to kind of go into that clinical situation thinking about that. The next thing I want to talk about is the way we actually do food allergy testing. In the primary care clinic, we are mostly going to be talking about testing specific IgE levels, so doing a blood test and seeing what the response is there. In an allergist's office, they have more tools available, so they might do the skin prick test, which will tell you in vivo like what the child is actually going to, the response that the child is actually going to have. It mimics that a little bit better. But an oral food challenge is really the gold standard for determining whether or not somebody has a food allergy, meaning how their body is actually going to respond when exposed to food through the GI tract. But for illustration, so this is what our panel looks like when we test in my clinic. So if we do a broad food allergy panel or a basic food allergy panel, it may come, your labs may look a little bit different, but ours would typically have a lot of the main allergens on there: the egg, milk, fish, shellfish, different types of nuts on there, wheat, and you will see that it will give you a number, and some of the numbers here that you can see are abnormal, but they're low. So 0.13 for the peanut, scallop was 0.3, and then some of them are abnormal and then they're a little bit higher, so 2.4, 2.5. And our lab comes with I guess I would say like a panel to help you kind of understand how likely each number, each variable correlates with actually having an allergy. So you may see over here where it says class description. So it correlates the level of the IgE to a likelihood of allergy. So equivocal low, for example, the peanut was 0.13, so that one is equivocal low. And then the shrimp was 2.5, that is high, looking at this chart here. So that's a class description there. And so when I get these panels, or if I get a panel like this, what I tell the parent is just because something is abnormal on here does not mean that your child actually has an allergy. You may have something that is abnormal on the test, but your child has actually been eating and is doing just fine with. And so we have to also caveat with the patients that the test is best done when you're actually correlating it to the clinical symptoms that the patient is having in response to a particular food. And I'll talk about why that's important. So in kids with eczema, what I'm talking about here with having a positive IgE antibody on a food allergy test, I would call that sensitization. If you have a positive test and then you also have symptoms of clinical allergy when you're exposed to that food, then that's more likely to correlate with a food allergy. With children with eczema, it's been found that they have a high rate of asymptomatic sensitization, meaning that, again, because they're constantly exposed to things in the environment because of that leaky skin, they have much higher levels of IgE to many of these food tests, and they don't always correlate with actually having symptoms. So up to 53%, over half of children who have eczema have positive tests for a lot of different foods. But when they actually did a food challenge, only about 15% of them had allergy. So when we're running tests like this, we run the risk of having a very high false positive rate if we are just sort of running the test without thinking about what's happening clinically. So the point I'm really trying to emphasize is the diagnosis should also always be made clinically and not based solely on lab testing. So, for example, sometimes I'll have parents coming in and they have an older sibling who has allergies, and they have a child who's having no symptoms whatsoever, and they just want to run a basic allergy panel because they want to see what the child is allergic to or might be allergic to. And I tell them that's not a good idea because, again, if you're not having symptoms, you might have like 5 or 6 things pop up on the test, and we don't want you to eliminate things from the diet if you don't really need to do that. So there is a real risk of harm with having unnecessary food avoidance. A lot of times you're having children avoid a lot of foods that would be giving them things like protein, vitamin D, and other things like that. So if you're restricting egg, you're restricting milk, you're restricting peanuts, that's really a lot of the sources of protein that we have for the children. And so it becomes harder to have like a fully balanced nutritional diet for the child. It becomes more expensive. You're at risk of nutritional deficiencies and poor growth, which truly does happen in our population. And so we have to monitor that very closely. It's also been found that when we eliminate foods from the diet, the children actually develop worse allergies over time. So in this example that I have here, almost 20% of children who were diagnosed with a food-triggered eczema. Basically, once we took that out of their diet, they started having worsening allergic reactions. So they started having those immediate reactions, the hives, the vomiting, the wheezing, and 30% of them started developing anaphylaxis where they did not have that before. So when we eliminate things from the diet, especially if we did not need to, then children actually lose tolerance to those foods and we can put them in a worse situation over time in terms of food allergies. Okay, there is an increased cost to the families. It's more inconvenient to find food for them, and there's a lot of anxiety that comes along with them, in terms of you're going out to a party with your family and you have to really closely monitor what the child is eating. There can be a lot of anxiety that comes along with it. So there's significant repercussions to what we're doing with these tests. Okay, so when we're faced with this situation, where I would recommend starting is getting more history from the patient. So what are the particular foods that they're concerned with? Is it that the eczema is bad all the time, or the eczema is consistently getting worse after they're exposed to eggs or milk or like a very specific food? Is it happening right after they eat the food, so within a couple of hours of having the food, is that when the skin gets worse? Are there other symptoms that are coming along with it, other symptoms that we know are associated with allergy? So hives, vomiting, wheezing, other systemic reactions. So that's going to make us think more strongly about a potential food allergy. The second part is, are they doing what they need to be doing to actually take care of the eczema? So the moisturizing that they're supposed to be doing, are they using the medications that you've prescribed appropriately? Are they complying with it, using as much as they should for as long as they should? So we have to look into those things first to really say, is the eczema well controlled or not? So to summarize a little bit here, the National Institute for Allergy and Immunology, these are their recommendations for who to test for children with eczema who might have food allergies. So children less than 5 years who have moderate to severe eczema, because these ones are really the ones who are at risk for having food allergy, or who are most at risk, I would say. If they have a reliable history of an immediate allergic reaction, again, within 2 hours, vomiting, hives, wheezing, after ingestion of a specific food. Or children who have moderate to severe eczema, and that eczema is still very poorly controlled after we've confirmed that they're doing everything they can do in terms of moisturizing, in terms of using the steroids or whatever we're giving them topically, and they've done that for a decent period of time and they're still having persistent eczema flares. So those are the kids that are most going to benefit from food allergy testing. And it's recommended to test for specific foods that we're concerned about rather than doing broad allergy panels for that reason. Okay? If there's a very strong family history of food allergy, this kid has bad eczema, and the parents are just really, really concerned about the food allergies, it is fine to, if you feel like you'd be in a position to do a full allergy panel and they don't have certain foods that they're concerned about, in those kids I would just refer to the allergist and they can do food challenges if that is appropriate there. Okay, so going back to the case, our child with moderate to severe eczema who's not really been getting better with the topical steroids and everything, and he is having daily flares. We don't have any connection to any specific foods. He's not had any hives, vomiting, or wheezing. And there is a strong family history of eczema. So what would you do next? Fantastic. Everybody did perfect. Okay, so you're optimizing the skincare. You're asking the more history questions you need to. If you have a very strong suspicion for allergists, you can send them to the allergist for further testing. That is wonderful. Okay, this is, good job. This is another case. So now we have a 2-year-old with moderate eczema on the flexural surfaces. So they report that she has flare-ups and hives within 30 minutes of eating scrambled eggs. She's had one episode of vomiting and wheezing after she had egg baked in a cake, and they've avoided eggs since. Otherwise, she's been doing well, she's growing well and everything. So the options are A, continue avoidance, B, order a broad food panel to check for other possible triggers, C, refer to allergy for testing an oral food challenge, or D, trial of elimination diet, removing egg, milk, soy, and wheat. So I heard some A, and I heard some C, and I heard some D. So with A, they say continue avoidance, no further action needed. Half of it is right. So you do want to continue avoidance because this is somebody who has signs of a true allergic reaction. It happened within 2 hours. There's systemic involvement. You want to continue avoiding the eggs, but you also want to actually follow that up with a referral to the allergist, and we can decide whether this child needs an EpiPen and they need further education from that standpoint. So A was partially right, but not fully right. Somebody said D. So with D, there has already been elimination of egg, but we don't have current concerns about the other foods that they've listed there. And so again, we don't want to restrict unnecessarily if we don't need to, so we're optimizing nutrition for the child. So D is not correct. So C, yes, we're gonna refer to the allergists for testing, and they can do an oral food challenge if that is appropriate. Okay, so now we're going to move to the management of eczema. I'm going to talk about topical steroids and then talk about a few different options there. So steroids are still the first line treatment for eczema. I'm talking about topical therapy here, okay? There is, I don't know how it is in your clinics, but for me, I have a lot of patients who have, whenever they hear steroids, they're like, no, I don't want that. So there's a lot of fear around using steroids on the patients, especially for the younger children. And what that leads to is that families don't use enough, so they'll use a very, very tiny amount. They will use it maybe for like 2 days and they'll stop. And they may not be using it long enough to really control that inflammation. So what we get is we're not using appropriate amounts of the steroids, and then the eczema is not well controlled. And when the inflammation really kind of sets in and is causing more and more damage to the skin, then it becomes harder and harder to control that over time, and we actually end up needing to use more. So we have a big role to play in terms of how we're educating patients about the relative safety of using the steroids. The biggest things to think about is where we're using steroids and the strength of the steroid that we're using on the skin. So when we're using steroids appropriately, there's really a very, very, very minimal risk of enough systemic absorption to cause harm. So you want to remind them that for the areas of very thin skin, so the face, the groin, the eyelids, we only want to use very mild potency steroids there. I know you've all seen the charts with steroids of different classes and different potencies. So mild, we're thinking about really class 1. And what I do is I think about maybe one steroid for each class that I'm going to kind of consistently use. That way we just simplify things. So for the face, groin, and eyelids, that can be your hydrocortisone that they can get over the counter. A lot of the dermatologists will use Desanide, 0.05%. It does not matter too much, just as long as you're keeping in with that class 1, basically. For the trunk, for the arms, the legs, you can use a more moderate potency steroid. For me, I use triamcinolone, and I tend to use the ointments over the cream because the ointments will absorb a little bit better in the skin and they're a little bit more potent. So the ointments are better for that. And for the hands and feet, you may, if the moderate potency steroid is not working, you may need to use something that's higher. The hands and feet have a bit thicker skin, and so they can usually tolerate a higher potency steroid. The other thing to think about is how long we're using the steroid for. So what I found is that we tend to use the steroid for too short of a period of time, so we're not actually controlling the inflammation. So the new recommendations that are coming from the allergy and dermatology societies are you want to use the creams daily until the rash clears off completely, and then keep on using it for another 3 to 5 days. Because sometimes you may still have a little bit of inflammatory response going on underneath the skin that you can't really see. And when you're able to control that more fully, you're more likely to prevent it from coming back. So you can tell the parents, use it for about 3 to 5 days after it has cleared, and then you can stop for that flare. It is okay to use these steroids, most of them, for up to 2 weeks at a time, and then you can give it a break, okay? And then, if the patients have areas where they tend to have trouble areas, those recurrent spots that keep coming back over and over again, like we said, for the children, the early childhood, early school age children, the flexural areas in between the elbows, behind the knees are very common areas, and the parents will tell you if there's areas that kind of come back over and over. You can actually have them, once the flare has stopped, you can have them just continue to use the steroid once or twice a week in those particular areas just to help to maintain that remission. And using it like that is also helping to prevent the flares from coming back as bad as they typically do. So that's something that I've recently started doing in my practice, is just advising patients to use a little bit longer and then using this as maintenance as well. And that helps to prevent some of those bad flares from coming back. So when we move off of the steroids, there are a few other options. The next line option would be calcineurin inhibitors. Has anyone here used or heard of tacrolimus or pimecrolimus? Okay, great. So tacrolimus is protopic. There's 2 different strengths of that. There is a 0.03%, which is what I'm most frequently using because that's approved from 2+. And there's a stronger one that's approved for 15+. That is used for moderate to severe eczema. And if you're going to learn one alternative, that's probably the one that I would learn. It's about the same strength as using a moderate potency steroid like triamcinolone. So that's going to be the most similar thing. It works about the same as that. It is very effective for that moderate to severe eczema. And it is one of the more cost-effective alternative options, I would say. Another option within that class is pimecrolimus. That one just comes in one concentration, the 1%. That's approved for 2+ years, and that's for mild to moderate eczema. So these are good for the sensitive areas, the face, the eyelids, the groin. It does not cause any skin thinning, which could be a potential side effect of steroids. There is the concern that there can be some burning or itching at the application site, which usually gets better once you've used it for a little bit of time. But that's something that you want to warn the parents about. A lot of these other options have a black box warning because these are immunosuppressants, and so sometimes initially there is a concern of long-term side effects. So for this one, there was previously a concern that it may have a higher association with lymphoma, but studies over time have shown that this is not actually a concern anymore. So this is generally very safe in pediatric use. Okay. The next option is a PDE4 inhibitor. So this is Eucrisa or crisaborole. And this one is approved for 3 months plus. This acts by inhibiting the PDE4 enzyme, so it decreases pro-inflammatory cytokines, essentially. So all of these creams are acting in that immune barrier layer of the skin, so acting through different pathways to decrease the immune response to the inflammation that comes with eczema. So this one we can use for our infants, so 3+, it's a good option there. There is a little bit of stinging on application again. This is going to be very common for a lot of the non-steroidal options, that there's a little bit of stinging and sometimes a bit of itch that comes along with the initial application. So for some parents and families, they don't really like this because you're treating something that causes itching and rash, and you're giving a medication that can itch initially. So you do have to warn the parents that this is usually just the first few days, and then that gets better. Okay, this one is approved for mild to moderate eczema. Then we have the JAK inhibitors. Janus kinase inhibitors. And this is a newer option out there. This is ruxolitinib. The other name for this is Jakafi. It is approved for adolescents 12 years and over with mild to moderate disease. So a lot of these options are really for mild to moderate eczema. The only other topical option that we have for moderate to severe eczema is really going to be that first one, the tacrolimus. But if you have kids with mild to moderate eczema who, again, really do not want to use a steroid for a long period of time, then you can talk to them about using one of these other options. So this is when they compared the steroids to this cream to the other two options that I've mentioned before. This one is probably the next most effective when we compare it to the steroids, but it's also the most expensive, and so it honestly probably will not be as practical for a lot of our populations. So I'm going to go back really quickly. When I did just a quick search using GoodRx, not using any insurance, but I did a quick search just to compare what the cost is like for these different options. The tacrolimus for a 60-gram tube was about $60. The pimecrolimus was about $150. The PDE, this Eucrisa was, I believe, about $700. And then the ruxolitinib was about $2,000. Now, keep in mind, this is without insurance, so if you do your prior authorization, et cetera, it may be different. However, this is why I say, for now, the most practical option as an alternative that you may want to familiarize yourself with is the tacrolimus and pimecrolimus, because if insurance does not cover it, it may be something that's still within the reach of your patients. But over time, as this gets more into the mainstream, I believe that this will come down. Okay, the only thing I wanted to mention for this one as well, there's a black box warning. That's mostly because of the oral medication, the oral ruxolitinib can have a lot of side effects in terms of cardiac and thrombotic side effects. But studies have shown that there's very minimal systemic absorption of this cream, and so it can kind of be safely used without worrying about those side effects. So for your patients with moderate to severe eczema, a lot of times when the steroids have not worked, a lot of times I'm sending these patients to the dermatologist, because even when we switch over from the topical steroid to the tacrolimus, which is the next best option really, it is very, very rarely going to be more effective than the steroid if the steroid wasn't working. So I think about these as options if people don't really want to use steroids, but they're not going to be as good of an option if the steroid is not working well. So usually I'm referring kids with moderate to severe eczema that's not been controlled when we've optimized all the therapy. I'm referring them to the dermatologist, and a lot of times the option that they would choose to put them on is Dupixent or dupilumab. Has anyone here had patients who are on that medication? Okay. All right, so we're seeing this a lot in our pediatric population, but maybe not so much with the adults. So this is a subcutaneous injection. They give it about every 2 to 4 weeks, and the dose kind of depends on the age and weight of the patient, as does most things in pediatrics. This works by blocking the IL-4 inflammatory pathway, and the IL-13. And it actually works very, very well. I've seen lots of patients who've had this chronic full body eczema, very, very dry skin, and within a couple of months, it's all cleared up. The downside is that the parents do have to learn to give injections and everything, but most children tolerate it very, very well. Some of the side effects can be injection site reaction, a little bit of redness. Some conjunctivitis can happen. Some sore throat that's not actually associated with infection can happen. And initially, they did not do a lot of studies on the younger children in terms of whether or not they could continue to use live vaccines, because this is an immunosuppressant medication. And so the guidance was to avoid live vaccines. But then when they dropped the age at which we could be giving this medication. They recently dropped it to 6 months, and we had the measles pandemic last year, and so you do run into concerns with, can we give the MMR, can we give the chickenpox at the ages that they're supposed to be given? And so last year, there was a consensus statement after a few systematic reviews were done, consensus statement done by the allergy and immunology panel, and they said that with all the children that they've had on Dupixent and they've reviewed, there has been no concerns with using live vaccines. So no decreased efficacy of the vaccines, no actual disease caused by using the live vaccines when they're on this medication. I just wanted to mention it because sometimes the allergists are still telling the parents that they can't actually use it, but this, I've had multiple patients that I've been able to do live vaccines with while they're on dupilumab, and things have been okay. So I wanted to just share that information. But this medication works very, very well. I've had a lot of patients who've used it, and their eczema has improved significantly. So there are a couple of other options. These are really in the purview of the allergist, but just in case you ever have some patients with them, some patients with moderate to severe eczema can also be put on phototherapy, and they use UVB rays to, again, decrease the inflammation in the skin. It suppresses T cells and decreases cytokine production. With these treatments, they do have to go 2 to 3 times a week for a period of about 3 to 4 months. And so for some people, that can be a logistical concern. But for patients who are able to do it, they do have remission in their eczema that can last for several months. So they can then go for a long period without needing to use any topical medications or anything else in addition. And that's very helpful for those patients as well. So that is an option. And then we do have some patients that the allergists may actually use oral immunosuppressants for, but it's not really that common, again, because of trying to avoid systemic side effects. Okay, so to wrap up here, just a couple of key points that I wanted to pull out is, one, that education about skincare, about the use of topical steroids can really help to improve how eczema is managed, so that we can have an impact in decreasing the risk of developing food allergies. Again, I just wanted to point out that with the IgE allergy testing, we have a very high risk of false positives if we're not choosing the children that we're testing and choosing the food allergens that we're specifically testing. So in the spirit of doing no harm, really trying to have judicious use of allergy testing so that we're not over-restricting the diet, so that we're not making the allergies worse and putting them at risk of anaphylaxis. And if we're not sure, just send them to the allergist and they can deal with that. And then I just wanted to reiterate the 2 things that I'm doing differently in my practice. So treating with steroids for a little bit longer to make sure the inflammation is gone, and then doing maintenance therapy. So treating with steroids 1 to 2 times a week. And it actually doesn't have to just be the steroid. If you're using one of those other topical treatments, you can actually continue that as well. When the flare has gone away, just using that medication 1 or 2 times a week in those trouble spots to help to control the eczema. And if we're going to learn one other thing besides the steroids, the topical calcineurin inhibitors are the first-line non-steroidal option. They're cheap enough. The tacrolimus is more effective than the pimecrolimus, so that would be the next medication to use if steroids are not a great option for that child. Okay, that is the end of my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. However, in my experience, so many EMRs do not accept eczema as a diagnosis.
Okay.
When you put in the diagnosis of eczema, it gives you a lot of drop-downs where you have to narrow to the specific skin condition that you are talking about. Mm-hmm. And each of them have different treatment approaches. Think about atopic dermatitis, seborrheic dermatitis, contact dermatitis, this hydrotic, dermatitis. Mm-hmm. So they have different causes and different treatment. So when we are generalizing eczema, and the treatment approaches are different. How do you approach these things? Because the EMRs I used or I have used do not recognize eczema as a diagnosis.
Yeah, thank you. So I have not had that problem with my EMR, but all the things that I talk about in this presentation are in relation to atopic dermatitis specifically. Yes. So that's the one that I'm speaking about. So if you use that one, yes, you should be okay. Yes.
My question is that in kids, what's happening? I have a distance in here. So it's time for me to go home. That's what that is. So my question is that, we're talking of eczema. Just to piggyback on what she's saying, how often are you seeing like psoriatic kind of rashes in kids? And how do you differentiate it from the eczema and the treatment, if it does exist?
Yeah, so we do have psoriasis. Psoriasis tends to develop for most children a little bit later. So we're talking around the age of 10 years or so versus the eczema that we see very commonly starting in infancy for our children. And yes, it does happen, but I would say it's much less common for me to see that. Like I would say in my own practice, maybe if I have 100 children with eczema, I might have 2 with psoriasis. So it's much less common in my population. In terms of distinguishing, it is the dermatologist. But I will say that, so with psoriasis, a lot of times they may have more raised up plaques that are really, the scale of it is more silver and thick. When you have that scalp psoriasis, again, you have like very, very thick areas of silver scale. And the areas are a little bit more well-defined than I typically tend to see with eczema. Again, there's different types of psoriasis, and so really sometimes it is hard to say whether or not it's eczema that you're dealing with or whether it's psoriasis. Sometimes what I've found is that with the children who are not really responding that well to the eczema therapy in the ways that we think that they should, and you've optimized everything, and again, when you need extra help, you kind of reach out to the ones who are specialized in that area. So I'm giving that to the dermatologist at that point to help us with. Yeah.
Is that good? Yes. Is there any relationship between severe eczema and dry eye?
And what, I'm sorry?
Dry eye. Is
Dry
there any
eye.
connection or any relationship?
So not a lot in my experience and not a lot in my reading. It's definitely a possibility because, again, the same way that you have the mechanisms that cause you to have dry skin barrier, you can absolutely have that for the eye as well. But for my patients, at least in my population with the younger children, I don't see a lot of dry eye. Now, in older people, that may be more of a presentation, but I would consider that a little bit of a separate issue than eczema. When I talked about the eyes being involved with the older teens and the adults with eczema, that's mostly, in my experience, has been the eyelids and the periorbital area, so around the outside of the eye rather than the eye itself. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
So I've seen cases where patients with eczema were treated with oral steroid or tamoxifen, or they also treat them with tetracycline. Is that a place for that in the primary care setting, or that has to be referred to dermatologists?
So for oral steroids, I would say we do that once in a while, very infrequently, but if I have a patient who, for example, I had one, an older teenager who had very, very bad hand eczema. We had done everything. We'd done the high dose, the highest of high potency steroids. We'd done it for, 2 weeks or close to a month or so, and she really was not responding at all. And we did a short course of the oral steroid at that point, and it helped temporarily to decrease some of that flare. And sometimes you may need something of a higher rate like that to really decrease the inflammation, so that then you have it, once you have it a little bit more under control, the topical therapies have a little bit more of a chance to work. So if it's something like prednisone, we can do that in primary care, and once in a while we do it, but you're not going to do it for a prolonged period of time, because then you're running into other systemic side effects. If it's any of the other oral immunosuppressants, I've tended to, at that point, that's the dermatologists that are taking care of that.
All right, I have a son. He's going to be 12. And the reason I'm saying, because I've been through a lot with this, so it really touched my mind. The first diagnosis was when he was 8 months old, and working that with a pediatrician, he was on triamcinolone. So it was on and off for 2 years. So it became chronic, so we were sent to Children's Hospital. Children's Hospital, the dermatologist had a concern that it triggers glaucoma. So that concerns me a lot too. And they were doing both assessment on him. So I had to take him there every 6 months for the eye checkup for glaucoma. So, and then they put him back on tacrolimus, so which it was okay. But yet, nothing was going on. And then one time in school, they had like an art project. We don't know what happened. So it triggered off. So we believe that he probably used something in relation to lead. So we took him back to Children's Hospital. Within 1 day, his hands were dripping. And basically, they did a lot of microscopic study for him. About 6 doctors, they took the fluid back and forth. So what they did, they had to stop all those medications. And my son, the only thing he could use is always, the soap were all non-fragrance. Dove was one of them, but he still reacted to him. So what he used is Cetaphil, and that helped him. But at this age, he still have it. Mostly on the knees, the elbows, it's like lichen planus now. Mm-hmm. So it's, the pediatrician, they had a two-way call, because at one point the pediatrician wasn't sure if it's causing, if it's going to cause any glaucoma or something like that. Okay. But it was back and forth fight, and today I still have that stigma in my hair, like at this age, the glaucoma thing, because the pediatrician could not really tell me anything more. Mm-hmm. And then seeing from the dermatology side, I'm like, so my question is this really a possibility of that sort of thing? Because, and then having a little dry eye, that is expected because of the cream. So my question is, should we watch out for glaucoma, because the pediatrician does not really have a clue? I don't know. Let me not say she doesn't have a clue, but she says she hasn't seen it in her lifetime. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I would mostly be concerned about that if we were using systemic steroids, or, you know, very, very rarely if you are using a very high potency steroid in an area like the face or on the eyelids, or, you know, those areas absorb steroid a lot. So if you were using something like a class 1 clobetasol on the eyelids, then yes, there could be a risk for having something like glaucoma from there. But if you're using, you know, appropriately the higher dose steroids in the areas with thicker skin where there will not be as much systemic absorption, granted, yes, you're using it over a long period of time, but with breaks here and there. And, you know, all of us, even the pediatricians and dermatologists, always recommend, you know, you can do it for up to 2 weeks, but then at least take a break so that the body is not getting too used to having a certain level of steroid. But I would say that the risks from topical steroid is significantly much, much, much less, even if you're using it intermittently through the year, than doing an oral steroid by mouth. So it is not something that I watch for. It is not something that I've ever seen. Is it theoretically a risk? Yes, a very, very, very small risk. But again, I would not expect it in the case where you're using the topical steroids appropriately. Okay. Yes. I would not be worried about it. Again, the dermatologist is the specialist, you know. So if she's telling you, it makes sense. But in my experience, I've not had that problem. Just to clarify, you're talking about the steroid or you're talking about the tacrolimus? Okay. Okay. On the face, on the eyelids, or other parts of the body? Okay, okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, okay. Yeah. Other areas on the body, I'm not worried. Don't use it directly on the eyelids, of course, and then not a high one on the face. But otherwise, if it's on the body, I'm not worried. Yes. Okay, thank you. Everybody? Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omori, for that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So, what we have is the name we know. But all the same, congratulations on your new name. It's a good thing when we finish school and get engaged and married. So, additional degree added. So, give it up for Dr. Omori. I don't know if some of you remember, she did a presentation for us in 2022. And that was on arthritis. I'm like, children and arthritis. That was your cousin that did arthritis. But I don't remember. Antibiotics usage. So she's back again at no cost. So it's never easy to find people do presentation without you giving them some honorarium. But we're glad you were able to come back to us. Full disclosure though, she's Dorothy Umo's niece. Yes, Dorothy has always been there to provide us with a speaker, particularly when we're stranded. So she comes up, is either her daughter or her niece or both of them. But this time we got the niece alone. So thank you, Dr. Moran, for your work with us. Thank you so much. And I think we're about done, but I will give it to you to finish up.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We have now come to the end of our conference. Just want to say thank you all for attending this conference, for making it a huge success. Thanks to all the speakers who gave time to come out here to speak to us. I hope we've gained something and we have some valuable takeaways to take home to our practices, to our patients, to our community. We've learned so much. We've had a lot of fun. It's been exciting, engaging. I mean, it's been a wonderful day. So just grateful that we've come to this point, and it's the end of the conference. Thank you. So, what? Oh, well, I'll talk about that, yes. So just a reminder again, for you to get your CEUs, you have to complete the evaluations. You get the email. So once you get that email, complete the evaluations, and you'll get your CEUs. So that's the process. So now we'll have our closing remarks from our board chair, Dr. Chuks Nwolu.
Thank you so much. Good evening, colleagues. ANNPNA, great providers. ANNPNA, ANNPNA, great providers. Let's give it out to us. Congratulations. This happened to be our first conference by this young organization. And it was a good one, and also one to behold, to see these great providers coming together to hold this kind of conference. I want to thank this association for really accommodating me. Sometimes it could be very intimidating to be the only guy among how many great women here? 51. So I want to thank you guys and give you guys. And most importantly, I want to thank my beautiful wife here for Dr. Chinasa for allowing me to be here, because sometimes I wanted to quit one time or the other, and she have held me back. So if I quit today, hold her responsible. So thank you so much. So to begin this closing remark, I want to really thank Mohammed. That's the only guy that was giving me some hope here. Is he still here? Mohammed is here. So I will advocate for honorary members. Just like you have doctorate degree that is honorary degrees. So we should have that. Mohammed, don't worry, we're going to advocate for you to have such status to come, even though you are not in Nigeria, but by induction, you are one. So, thank you so much for that. So, having said that, I want to really use this opportunity to thank our sponsors. Very great sponsor. The pharmaceutical companies, they were really great. They really showed commitment. They really kind of key into our project. We want to thank them specially. And for some of them that have been with us for years, the vascular and the other pharmaceutical companies, some of them colleagues refer them to. And our great presenters, very great presenters. It is interesting to notice that 50% of presenters are in-house. Can we clap up? I never knew that we'll have a moderator here who could, become an international moderator, So I give it that to her, we're really taken aback by her, professional moderation. So we want to thank each and every one of you for showing up to this first conference. This is just, I was told that I want to thank the organizing committee led by Dr. Ujune. Can we give that to them? Dr. Ujune, of course, yes. Yeah. So, she's a teacher, because if we have not stopped her, we would have slept here today. So we had to literally give her a sign to stop. So they did a wonderful job by bringing us together. Now, I was told that this is just a test run conference, so be ready for the next one coming. The next one going to be bigger and better. It's going to be bigger and better. And we'll have to go all out to make sure that we feel this time around we're going to have like 2 days, 3 days conference where we can go out and feel like we're out. And I want to also thank those of you that are coming outside Maryland. I see the Dallas, Texas, and what have you. And some of them are really new members joining us. It is very gratifying to see such a thing happen. So on behalf of ANNPNA, the board members, the executive, the founding president, the president, and all of you, I want to thank you for staying tuned. This is one of those conferences, I didn't see anybody blink or sleeping. I never saw. So everybody were really engaged and engrossed in the discussion. We had a discussion back to back, starting from the keynote presenter to the last one. Very insightful, very, very educative. And I'm sure you're going to go home not just the 7 CEO credit, but you will go home enrich and become a greater provider in your various places. I want to use this opportunity to wish you a safe trip, a safe journey back to your respective families and home, especially those of you traveling on the air and road. We wish and pray that God takes you to your various destination in Jesus' name.
Yeah, there's some official and unofficial closure. Some important information that everybody needs to be aware of. The evaluations will be emailed out to everyone that was here. It is your responsibility to complete it within the time frame. Once that time frame elapses, there is no other option to do that evaluation because we have time to submit it back to ANP for that credit to be given to us. Our application was only approved last Thursday. So everything is based on time. So don't sit or wait on or procrastinate, I'll do it later. And once that is issued, you get a certificate of completion, which tells you that you actually participated and you can use that credit for your CEU requirement. Please, if your certificate of completion is being emailed back to you, make sure you save it. There's no paid secretary or planning committee member that is going to run around and start digging out anything. These things take time. The conference is completed, but the job is not all done. So the back-end work will now begin, and we need everybody's cooperation to make sure it goes smoothly so that we don't lose out on anything we have spent entire day on. So I'm appealing now that we all work together to make this happen so that you get the credit you so rightfully deserve. And on that note, I wish you all a beautiful evening. You can go out now and stretch, soak up, and take down everything. But as you leave, I need volunteers to bring down all these structures. The backdrop, and all those things hanging out there, please, so we can get out here. Thank you.
Okay, so you must say, come on. Can you feel it?
Oh, one more thing, sorry. Some of the presenters have given their permission to share their slides. The ones I have gotten approval for, I will send over to everybody via email. But anybody that didn't share, you know you didn't, there was no permission granted, but I'll reach out to some of them to see if they want to share it. Yes.